Welcome, guys. Good evening. Another Saturday. I hope your week has been great and wonderful without mishaps, I hope. Oh, we have Verna Cordon. Good to see you, ma'am. Always nice to see you. And we have also CR. It's also nice to see you, buddy.
Because I'm here. First
Yep.
minute. First minute this time.
Yeah.
The grand entrance by being in ASAP. At least for a little bit. I'll probably have to slip out in a little bit later and come back. And yeah. The usual Saturday thing with us.
Yeah. And now we have Verna in the house.
Hi.
I think we
Hello.
should.
Hello,
Good to see
everyone. Hello.
you.
Yes, thank you. I'm just came down to my friend's panel when I came here.
Okay. It's good to see you anyway.
And I told them that I'm going to sleep, but I need to came to your panel first.
Well, you can take a nap here on my panel.
Yes, I
Well, it
will
happens
sleep
before, so.
again to your. Yeah, no.
So, how are you doing, Verna? I hope everything is okay with you.
Yes, everything's fine. I I invited them to come to your live.
Yeah, we have to wait a couple of minutes before people begins to drop in. It always take a few minutes, 5 or 10 minutes or so.
Mm.
At the moment, we have zero in the house, except for you and CR.
I'm still there.
You're
I have the
just
side chat
ready.
open.
Yes, I'm also here in your live chat.
One in the house. I wonder who that might be.
And Sis Ivy still live, but I'm sure she will come before she went
Yeah.
to bed.
Hi.
How are
Calabao.
you, CR? How are you, CR? Happy
Welcome,
weekend.
Calabao, to my stream. Good to see you.
Yeah, so.
The
Hello.
Stock Explorer. Good to see you.
Hi.
Kalabaw.
And welcome.
Hello. You know what Kalabaw? Kalabaw is Carabao here. Kalabaw. Kalabaw in Tagalog, Carabao in English. Di ba? Kalabaw. And the Stock Explorer, hello. So I just
Yeah,
removed my my makeup, so I'm ready to sleep.
yeah,
I still have my lipstick on. Shut up.
Oh, I hear chickens in the back.
yeah. I can hear chickens in the back too.
Because it's
I'm too chicken to
already
show my face right
3
now.
a.m. Sunny, hello.
Hello, Sunny.
Hello, at 10 before work. I'm spending it with you. Oh, thank you.
Hello, Sunny J Shores. Very nice to see you, ma'am.
And here I thought me and Verna were gonna do all the talking again.
Yeah.
Shadow, I swear you only invite
Did
us
you
up
use
so you
voice
do all the
changer?
talking.
Hi,
What
fun.
does
Hi,
are fun? Yeah, chickens are fun.
mm,
How are you doing, Sunny
maybe.
J? Good to see you.
So, did you have a topic or anything to talk about, Shadow?
Say it again.
I said, do you have a topic or something to talk about?
Not a topic exactly. I have actually three articles to show you again.
Oh, okay. So we shall see.
Yeah, and just want to wait until we get a little bit more people in here. Halfwit, good to see you.
Hello.
How are you doing, Halfwit?
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed, Sonny J. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just say it like that. Don't jinx
We
it.
are not going to jinx anything here,
Yeah,
okay?
we'll just say it like
That
that.
would be a bad thing.
Oh, look who's in.
Huga Homestead,
Hooga.
good to see you.
Welcome in.
Sonny J says, but I'm almost able to escape the lockdown that started for me as it did everyone else when the pandemic began. This country is just now opening up. Okay, good to know. Sorry, I missed anything said while I was using voice to text. Oops. Well, that happens sometimes. Isa Let Pepito, you're very welcome. Good to see you. Theo T, good to see you, buddy. Always good to see you. And welcome to the stream. Well, you have
Hello.
prayers, Sonny J.
And I'm going to lie down now because it's already.
Ready for bed.
I'm ready for coffee. That's what I'm ready for.
And as I said, feel free to get to know each other.
I guess it would
If
help
you
if I
don't,
actually get the coffee.
it's always good people here. So,
So,
I
Shadow.
want, yeah, go
I
ahead.
mean, you can go first if you want. I just wanted to ask a question, that's all.
Okay. What is the question?
Oh, I thought you meant okay, as in you can. Oh, you can never. Never. I was ask. How's that water container such and such going for you?
Ah, okay. Hello, Victoria May Life Unfiltered. Good to see you, man.
Hi, Victoria.
Yeah, she's a nice woman with an awesome channel too.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I guess Victoria does have CR in it.
So, if you don't know each other, please feel free to get to know each other. Yeah, I'm really happy to see you too, Sunny J. Yeah, it has been a busy time lately. Yeah, I hope so too, Sunny J. King David Vlogs, welcome, buddy. Good to see you, and welcome to my
David.
stream. Well, it's good people who begins to drop in here now. We have always good people here.
We got 8 or 9 in the house.
Yeah, we have 9 in the house at the moment.
Oh, it's dark.
So how's the
Hello, everyone in the chat. It's Homestead and King's David Reitens. Hello, everyone.
Rain Dance Bushcraft, long time no see. Welcome to my stream.
hi? So before I
Well,
forget
yeah,
the question, before I forget the question now. So how
yeah.
did you find more containers for water yet? Or
Yeah, I find 2 25-liter water jugs.
Mm,
So I have actually 92 liters in the basement at the moment.
that's good. That's good.
Yeah, but I need more. Mick B in Scottish Fitness. Good to see you, buddy.
Hi.
He's
Hello,
an awesome guy.
Victoria. Victoria May. King's David Vlog. Varna, hello.
Shadow, how many liters did you say the containers were?
25 liters. I
Okay.
couldn't find any smaller. I find only 25 liters.
Mm.
So I bought 2. So I have 50 liters.
Yeah, that'd probably be like one trip
Tired.
for 25 liters.
Fell asleep and if
But
anyone
it
wants
was
to
heavy
come
to
up.
carry down.
Oh, it'll be heavier to carry up.
Yeah,
Hi,
that
Mel.
too.
Scottish Fitness, hello.
Yeah, he has a great channel, actually. He's an awesome guy. Uh, he he has a lot of knowledge about different things.
I will connect to your channel, Maclean and H. I'm already connected to King's David.
Yeah,
So I'll just connect to Maclean. Oh, sana all.
I'll be right back.
Sana all.
yeah. Thank you, Victoria May. Much appreciated. So I think we should do something interesting for change. Yeah, we give Victoria May. No, that didn't work. Now, now I have to do this. Much better. Just fun. Hey, Mira Balivada. I almost butchered your name there for a second. It's good to see all of you here. I get gutters. I got gutters done on 24-foot shed to 255 water cubes. Now a 55-gallon rain barrel. Huh, that's a good setup. Really good setup. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't missed any. I hope that would be a bummer if I missed someone.
Hello, Mira. I'm connected now to Macbean. We'll check Homestead.
Well, that is good, Huga. If it will work as you want to, it is really good. But you never know. It can be some issues you don't know about anything about yet. But I guess that is something you have to deal with later when they pop up, I guess. But anyway, I have actually 3 articles I would like to share with you guys. And I'm gonna see which one will I start with. Ah, I think we take it in that order. Um, yeah, like in a Native American flute. I like it. They have a nice and smooth sound and clear sound. I like that. Okay, CR. Bunnies in the shed. Too cold this week for finishing chicken run Hutch's combo thing. Hey, plain old Chuck. Good to see you, buddy. Long time no see. Share. Share. Chrome. Yeah. Let's see if I can enlarge this to 110%. We don't need 100% maybe is enough. This is article I got into the mail this week. So the global uprising begins. Fiat currencies melt down while food and fuel inflation unleashes sudden poverty for billions, who will soon face worldwide famine. And by the way, these this article are in the description box. If you would like to read it more, read about it a little bit more. And I got this article in, I believe it was day before yesterday. Yeah, I got this one. So this is a pretty fresh one. And it says it's happening more quickly than I had predicted, although I've been openly predicting a global uprising due to the skyrocketing food and fuel inflation, which is really just a representation of the collapsing value of fiat currencies. I was surprised to see how rapidly the revolt is exploding. But as I said last week, I think we should take this with a grain of salt. Uh, but it is anyway, anyhow, it is a warning sign. And anyway, so, but I just wanted to share this with you guys. Thousands of farmers and hunters marched through Madrid on Sunday in mass demonstration dubbed 20M rural protesting against their government's inability to curb rising prices amid the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I don't know how much of this is correct, but as I said, we take this article with a grain of salt and do your own research.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
For a little bit. Yeah.
So here it says in Canada, 3,000
Is this
Pacific.
recent, Shadow? Sorry.
Yeah. I got this, I believe it was Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Thursday. I got this article in my mail. In Canada, 3,000 Pacific Canada rail workers have gone on strike, causing fertilizer shipments to grind to a halt.
Oh,
But
yeah,
as I said,
we're having issues with CN here. On both sides,
Oh.
I should say.
Okay. So that is at least confirmed. So, but this article are in the description box if you want to read it by yourself. But it's anyway. And then we have this. The famine cycle of print money, pay people to not work, and watch everybody starve to death. It's a lot of information in this article, and this is one of the 3 articles I have.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the other one. Share. Hey, Victoria.
Hello. I don't want to interrupt your. Hello.
Hi, Victoria.
Hello.
Hello, Ma'am Victoria.
Hello, beautiful. Looks like you're trying to go to sleep.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
Just because it's already 3 a.m., 3:25 a.m. here in the Philippines now.
Oh, yeah. When it's daylight here, it's bedtime there.
Yes,
I
I'm just
I
here
would
to
call you
support Shad.
beautiful, Star, but I can't see you, so I don't know what you look like.
Oh, here, let me turn on the camera.
Okay, you're beautiful. Hello. So I thought if you wanted me to, I would play you a couple songs.
Yeah, please do.
Sure. Yeah. I will connect to your channel, Mom. Wait lang.
I'll be listening again.
So that's that one.
That was awesome.
Wow.
Ay, I hope it didn't crack it. Nope. Thank goodness.
No, if you get a crack in a
Very
flute like that,
relaxing.
you will have some serious
Very
issues
relaxing.
with that flute.
Yeah, very expensive cost there.
Oh, yeah.
That's that. Just a couple
That's
short.
awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you for letting me come up and share a little
Yes, I
music.
love it.
You're very welcome.
And so I'll go back in the chat and I'll listen. I just wanted to share a little music with you. Thank you for letting me share. See you in the
You're
chat.
very welcome.
Yeah. It's reading you, Paul.
Bye. Well, now I was solo. That was not the point. Well,
Yeah,
that
it's
was
reading your lap.
a different change in this stream.
I will connect to her
But
channel.
yeah, she's an awesome woman. She has a great channel. Uh, she's really awesome.
Yes, that
Yeah,
was very
Theo.
nice to hear.
Yeah, I like that kind of music. It's peaceful and relaxing. And where were I? Oh, but that was a nice interruption.
Yes. And she thinks I'm beautiful too, apparently. Yes.
So now we have the second article. The dollar will die and the ruble will dominate as a commodities based currencies make paper fiat obsolete. This is an article I got on my mail this week as well. So this is a fresh article. But as I said before, we should take this with a grain of salt, but it is we can see it as a warning sign. And keep our eyes open and ears open and see what's happening. Um, as a patriotic American, this is the kind of article that pains me to write. But unlike the Democrats and their make believe gender identity fairy tales that pretend biology isn't real, I can simply choose to alter the laws of economics. Now I can't even pronounce the words correct and tell you something that isn't so. The truth is that based on things that have been set into motion right now, the US dollar goes to zero. And the Russian ruble emerges as a dominant commodity backed world currency that gives Russia long term economic strength and competitiveness. Well, I don't know what we should think about this, but I think it was so important. So I had a feeling that wanted to share this article with you guys. And this article are also in the description box if you want to read it by yourself and do your own research. But we should take this also with a grain of salt. But it erased some warning signs and warning flags. Um the hydrocarbon ruble will replace the petrodollar. The era of the so-called petrodollar is quickly giving way to the hydrocarbon ruble. Yes, the hydrocarbon ruble. That's the ruble backed by hydrocarbons in natural gas. These hydrocarbons not only run Europe's cities and industries, they are also used to create nitrogen based fertilizers that literally feed about half the world population. Every nation on earth needs hydrocarbons. If you don't get them, your economies collapse and your people starve. The US dollar, on the other hand, is backed by nothing but idiocy and incompetence. The US is in such dire financial straits that the US central bank just stole around 300 billion in Russia's reserves, thereby, well, defaulting on what the central bank owes to foreign nations. Well, as I said, we should take this with a grain of salt. And well, you have to do your own research and see what you can find. But anyway, I just wanted to share this also with you. And it says also Russia, meanwhile, is sitting on 30% of the world's natural resources. Well, it is a lot of information in this article as well. This will rapidly spiral into hyperinflation. It's very likely that the US dollar will be losing something on the order of 10% per month before the end of 2023. By the end of 2024, we might be in full-blown Venezuela hyperinflation territory. Well, I don't know what you guys think about that, but we have one more article to I have one more article to show you guys. So so let's see what we have. And the third and last one, I got this article this week on my mail as well. Okay. Captain Crazy with crew warns of looming food shortages coming to America as an occupying regime commits economic suicide. The interesting thing with this article is we're on another channel, the Prepper Dog, and he mentioned information that is exactly similar to this information in this article. This is what I could say. This confirms his information, basically. So Captain Crazy with crew, well, he's now warning about food shortages coming to America. At a press conference held in Brussels yesterday, he answered questions from reporters about food security. One reporter asked, "Can you say whether the conversation is a turn to the subject of food shortages and what the U.S. will do to address wheat shortages in particular as a result of this?" Captain Crazy responded with regard to food shortages. Yes, we did talk about food shortages, and it's gonna be real.
Can I just chime in real quick here, Shadow?
Yeah, sure.
I think we should all saw this coming. I mean, like you said, you start spending. Well, you need to replace the spending with something to back it up. You
Yeah.
can't just spend your way or buy your way out. Yeah, like I can understand wanting or need for it in the first place, but I mean, you just can't spend your way out, or else you go into debt.
And it says here also, Captain Crazy with crews, puppet masters have realized that they can't hide their food inflation and scarcity forever, so they're trying to reframe it. Well, that doesn't surprise me at all. Um,
And again, to chime
and
in
we
real quick here, so we got
yeah.
Ivy, we got both Ivy and Harvey in, so they're both in right now with us.
Hey, Ivy Styles, good to see you and welcome. Hey, Harvey, good to see you. And all these articles I have here are in the description box. Um, but as I said, we should take all these with a grain of salt. But anyway, I think these articles are too important not to be shared, so that's why I'm doing it. Good to see you again, Harvey. Long time no see, buddy. Um,
I wonder if Harvey's canning stuff again this week.
I have no idea. I have no idea. But anyway, I just want to share this with you guys, and I thought it could be a nice topic, and well, it's needed to be discussed anyway. So it needs to be discussed anyway. So it's interesting to hear what you guys have to say about that.
Well, I do have something to say, like usual.
Okay.
Usual. I mean, like I said, you're spending. It's not coming back around. So, and of course, I guess there's foreign spending and all this other stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
Pretty much like every country.
Okay, Ivy.
All right. I mean, honestly, fuel and everything else has gone up, and the things associated with that, and the downstream effects of increased fuel costs, price, and all this stuff.
Yeah. Fumina Suzuki, verified. Welcome to my stream this Saturday evening. Good to see you.
Hello, konnichiwa. I know what that is. It means good morning. It means morning.
Good day. Or, well, yeah. Good morning. Konnichiwa, Fumina Suzuki. Well, anyway, I think it's important to, and it's we can build a topic around that.
Well, yeah, it's called being ready. Oh, I mean, and prepare for it.
Yeah, but I think it's what it's these articles shows is really serious. So that is something that worries me a bit. But that means we need to keep our eyes and ears open and see what's happening and follow the situation, what's happening. That is what we can do. Smiley Arisa's vlog. Welcome to this
Hi,
Saturday's
Smiley.
evening live stream. Theo says, I see people living like nothing is happening and spending and prepping and then I'm supposed to help friends. Lol. Yeah, okay. Every man for themselves. Yeah, Theo.
Well, I mean, it goes back to like showing why to prepare in the first place, right? So these interruptions are a little less of magnitude to us.
Yeah.
To a certain degree. I mean, like I said, you can't just spend your way out. Can't always just buy your way out of problems. Sometimes you gotta, do something. Be proactive and stuff like that.
Yeah. And I think to be proactive and is more important than ever these days.
Mm-hmm.
Because the situation around the world seems to be worse, not better. And we begin to see some holes in our shelves in our grocery stores, especially the grocery store I work. There are some holes in the shelves because those who deliver it has not get enough supplies to send it to the stores. And the local grocery store I usually going for shopping, they have also some holes in their shelves as well. So it begins to be a lack of some products, actually. So,
I'm gonna chime in here again because Advanced City was Advanced City Prepper was here. She would probably chime in with this. Is it too late to start? Which she did a video on, by the way. And just to kind of sum up what I said in there, I don't think it's too late, but the window of opportunities may start fading quicker than you think.
yeah.
It's usually easier beforehand and give yourself enough time, right? Time might not be on your side, so to speak.
Yeah.
And do what you can. Do what you can, right? With what you got. Or we're all different. We all live in different areas. We all got different things and stuff like that. See
Yeah.
what you got to work with, right? Try to build up that water and food supplies stock that you have a little bit more. Just like how you're doing, Shadow, right?
Yeah.
You just bought like 225s, right? 225 liters, right?
Yeah. So I bought, it's totally 50 liters.
Mm-hmm. And stuff like that. I mean, I've heard people saying, we're using even those kind of water dispenser type of things. If you can get your hands on something like that, or if you have to buy something, the water bricks or something along the lines of that. And just cycle through it.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I mean, I put in some water like last month. I'll probably cycle it back out once spring actually comes here. and just cycle the water.
Yeah.
Stuff like that to use. That way it's as fresh as possible. It's just like with the food, right? And you try to cycle through it.
And Theo says, even if you do a little, that's very good still. Yeah, that's better than nothing.
Make progress in it. 1 hour, 5 minutes, 1 day at a time, right?
Yeah.
Because if you ask anyone that does any general preparedness out there, they will pretty much 99.999% of them will agree that it wasn't overnight, 1 day or a week,
Yeah.
but over time, weeks, months, years, right? And so slowly becomes a habit. And so it's like, oh yeah, we just bought the stuff. Let's put it in the bag. Cycled through the stuff. Oh, summer's coming up. Okay, let's cycle for this water bag. Use it, whatever, watering, whatever, and let's put fresh water in here so it's ready to go.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
And Huga says, just don't use it it's too late to start as an excuse to do nothing. I agree.
Yeah, me too.
And Theo says, I have 50 cases of 24 water bottles all in my basement. Every time I went to Costco, I would buy 2, 3, 4 cases. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, that would probably be for drinking purposes, right, Theo? And storing like larger quantities of water for other things.
Yeah. And Victoria says, water is costly, so I can only buy what I drink. Yeah.
Well, Victoria, do what you can, right? I mean, like I said, we're all in different situations, different finances and all that stuff. Apartments, houses, homestead, condo, whatever, right? Do what you can. Try to build it up a little bit more, so if something does happen, it's more of an inconvenience instead of, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening kind of deal.
Yeah, and Huga says, and we all hope to be far away from those people when they start to freak out. Yeah.
Yeah, Theo knows what I mean. Yeah.
And Victoria says, I don't drink my house water because the rust and stuff in it. Well, I wouldn't drink that water either. So you do the right thing.
However, just to come back to the water thing, and sometimes, like I'm gonna say, like, try to reallocate some stuff around. That way you can get the best out of what you have, whatever it is, water, food, whatever, the resources. So sometimes every so often, especially for people that garden and stuff like that, have rain barrels, they use rainwater and stuff like that, and use that to supplement in what you currently have. Because the money you do save from, let's say, electricity, water, or some utility, you can apply that back into getting more food, for example, and kind of offset that inflation, shrinkflation, kind of increase, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, because I was just thinking, like, even like something like, reusing your gray water and stuff like that, right? Because I think it's going to come back now to the resources again. The resources are going to be a little bit either more expensive, more sparse, or harder to get. So, got to use everything you got.
Yeah.
Once, more than once. Stuff like that. Whatever it is, do what you can. I mean, we all live in different parts of the country and the world, so utilize the resources you do have, whatever it is. The natural resources like water, or in my case, snow. To you got more dirt or whatever, the soil and stuff like that. If you want to do gardening and stuff like that.
Welcome, Preparedness veteran. Good to see you.
Hi.
I think I dropped that link again.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, feel like I said, do what you can. I mean, because, unless your place is empty, you got something to use. You just gotta make good use of everything you do currently have, whatever it is. And like I said to Van City before, you don't have to buy something. Something down the road you don't have to buy. You can't create or reuse every last thing, so you'll have to buy something, whatever it is. I don't know, parts, food, water, I don't know. But if you can source it out differently and not have to pay for it, for example, you can reallocate the funds towards something you have to buy because it's increasing in price because of inflation. Oh, that whatever product's now from $1.50 to $2, whatever it is, something along the lines of that.
Yeah. And I hope Preparedness veteran want to join us up here, but we'll see if he do.
Well, that's good, Hugo. You use a lot of non-drinking water for cleaning laundry. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that is what I would do.
I mean, like, it's because because what I've learned from anything during emergency situations, you probably don't have to do that anyways. Like use gray water and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want using gray water to flush a toilet.
Okay, Preparedness veteran.
Don't forget
you
the
have
coffee.
a couple of minutes, buddy.
Don't forget the coffee. I mean the brew.
Okay.
Speak of brew, I need my coffee.
I thought you had loaded up with coffee.
I know, but Chandel, I gotta open the flap so I can take a drink.
Ah.
I mean, sometimes Victoria and Hugo during the summer, sometimes I'll actually use rainwater to rinse stuff. Because when I go camping or whatever, I'd be doing that anyways. Like when I go camping or whatever, especially if it, oh hey, there's that late afternoon shower or whatever, I'll actually rinse my socks out, so and freshen them up. And use the resources that currently are available.
Yeah.
And stuff like
that. If I seen someone trying and they had a little ID, 100% help where I can over my buddy who says, "Oh, I'll just come to you," and he does nothing.
Well, I mean, the thing is about that kind of thinking is that you become a burden on, per se, the system or on someone else, right?
No, I can't say I have, Freeman James. No, I can't say I have. That is something new to me, obviously, because I haven't heard about it before. Well, plastic is not good for you anyway, but
not everyone can keep glass around, for example, right? It's just the way it is. I mean, because glass breaks in earthquake-prone areas and stuff along the lines of that, it's hard to keep glass.
Yeah.
To store stuff, whatever it is, whether it's food or water. Yeah, it's better, but if it breaks, yeah. So you gotta weigh the pros and cons on that.
Yeah, it's pros and cons on everything you do, basically. So you can come up with a great system.
Do what you can.
Yeah. Now, preparedness veteran just popped up.
Hey, PV.
We can come up with a great system.
Hey, folks, you all right?
Yeah, we are doing good. Preparedness veteran just popped up.
Mute.
Yeah.
I'll just figure out again how to get the some sort of picture on. Stand by.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there
Wait,
we go.
no, this is just
Nearly there.
that's just the stock image.
I got a circle anyway.
Yeah. And that's better than no circle at all.
Every week.
Miss Worm, welcome,
Miss
ma'am.
Worm.
How much did you
How's that one?
see of the articles I shared earlier in the stream? Did you? Did you saw? I got 3 new articles.
Yeah, I saw that. It was. I was just. I just had it on then, and I was just making something to eat and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just still eating.
Yeah. I got these articles this week in my mail, so I thought they were so disturbing. So, well, these 3 articles are so good that I could use them in my stream and share them.
And apparently, I can spell.
So, what's your opinion, preparedness veteran, about these articles?
Well, the thing is, the problem with things like this is they're the best estimate or guess from someone's analysis. So it's one possible solution or one possible outcome that could happen. Yeah, it's good to be aware of it, and it's good to see someone's monitoring the situation. All we can do is just take it for what it's worth and just be aware of it. And it's one, it's one solution that you can then counter if you hadn't think about it,
But as I said, we should take it with a grain of salt. But it raises warning flags, and anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
So it doesn't hurt to keep your eyes and ears open and follow the situation and see what's happening. And that's what we can do, and be aware of the information and see what's happening. That's my point.
Yeah, that's it exactly.
Yep, and to be ready and prepared a little bit more each hour, each day.
There we go.
Right, improve. And just like in military terms, improve your stance or situation. Try to keep improving on it, so you're more and more ready for XYZ down the road, whatever it is.
Yeah, look at all possible solutions, and then you can deal with what's coming.
I mean, it's from, I don't know, maybe you lose your job, you get in an accident. You don't have to deal with that. So, preparedness is not always, natural or man-made. Sometimes it's very, very, very specific or localized.
Yeah, as far as what you were saying earlier, I think you're right. CR
about what? I said a lot. You guys keep saying, "Oh, yeah, you're right. I agree."
About what type of goods to start prepping for and what to store. I think you've got to, if you've got an imminent sort of collapse coming or a supply chain issue come in, then not necessarily look for the stuff that's going to go out of date quickly or get consumed too quickly, but looking towards the long term, then try and gather the goods which you cannot replicate so easy, or something that will be out of your price reach in the
Let's say
future.
next year, 6 months from now, whatever it is. But that also means don't max out your credit card either. Kind of that philosophy. Don't go.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
You don't want to, right? Because the last thing you need is, oh, now I can't pay for this rent or property tax or whatever. Then you get kicked out of your place. That's even worse. You don't want to go that route either, right?
Well, yeah, because
you don't.
Then you're in the realms of you're losing assets. Then.
Yeah. Right. I mean, you don't need to per se spend $500 on some survival equipment necessarily. That's probably like way down the road. Way down the road.
Yeah,
Get the basics
definitely
first, right?
prioritize. Definitely prioritize.
And use what you
think
have available around you, right? All right, because it comes back because remembering some of these things that you may see videos out there about the Great Depression and stuff like that. What they did, because we're almost mirroring that to a certain degree. It's just more modern times, I guess. So you got to use what you got. I mean,
yeah, and as Theo said, there so many people already in debt, and if they get into debt real bad, they're in risk of losing their house, their livelihood, and the whole way of life.
Worse, right? Because when it comes back to the rules of threes, well, I shouldn't say the rules of threes, but usually the priority, right? No shelter.
Yep.
All the stuff in the shelter, right?
Yep.
Then you're even worse situation, right? Because now you don't have per se a home, a bed. That's probably even worse.
Yeah. There's a channel, Hoople's Cat. Don't know if anyone watches him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hoople's Cat. Meow. Yeah, we are
I'm
familiar
sorry,
with
I
him.
always have to say that.
One of his sayings, one of his mantras that came out during the pandemic was, in SHTF, nothing gets thrown away. There's no such thing as single-use items. Everything is kept and repurposed. And he's absolutely right on that one.
The best you can.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's certain things probably, I don't know, even I don't know a secondary use or how to reuse just because the nature of the item. But
this week,
there's a lot of things that you can reuse, though.
Yeah.
It just depends what you got. I mean, like I said, we all live in different places in the world, apartments, houses, condos, etc., homes, whatever. We all got different things. But I mean, like, clearly most of us have metal, some sort of cardboard, paper, plastic, etc., around. We're just gonna put it to good use the best we can.
Yep.
You know, and
you never know when you're going to use it.
Yeah, and that's where sometimes tools can help you facilitate that, because you can fabricate something like from metal or whatever, or change the shape of it, reuse something like even a simple thing as a cardboard box that you might get because you're bringing in groceries wherever. Oh, hey, we're carrying it out to a car or whatever, the truck with a cardboard box. See if you can reuse that cardboard box. Kind of, I don't know, maybe organize something with it, and until you can get something better later. For example, so you're kind of using that cardboard box that came in the food with the food as a resource too. Instead, just thinking, I'll just burn it, I'll just do this, kind of deal.
I can't go these days past a bin without looking in there now. This week,
you know what? You'd be surprised, PV, that some people drop or throw the most useful of things like ever at times. I mean, I've told Shadow this before on previous live streams. I mean, I find lighters that I guess people must drop them because and they're lime green or whatever, and they're like almost full, right? Oh, look, now that for example, if any one of us that found that, oh, hey, now, and I found candles before and stuff like that, and I mean, like, boom, you got something to use during grid down, power outage, for example, right? And that, if you could find that for free, that's a free source that you're putting it towards something to prepare for. So just to keep that in mind. I mean, like, it depends on an area and stuff like that. But
yeah, I was just looking at Theo's question there. He says, actually, you guys would know best. What's best to use to sleep in warmth without killing yourself with carbon monoxide? Propane heaters, I know, are bad, but can they help a little?
well, I mean,
I'll let
you chime in first.
Sorry, I've fitted out a van, it's my bug out vehicle, and we can sleep in there, self-sustained for however long it takes. And I toyed around with this sort of thing for when we sleep in it, and I was going to put a propane heater in it to begin with, but I didn't in the end because it turned out propane just turned out to be too expensive. And when it's really cold, a propane canister will last me about a week before I have to replace it. So I ended up going to the diesel heater route, which is great because it blows out dry, blown air.
And feels reading like minus 22 Fahrenheit, minus 30 Celsius.
Yeah, I find with gas heaters, and I've had gas heaters in various other places, they blow out a lot of moisture with it as well. So you end up with it condensing on windows and stuff like that. So yeah, I've talked about that
always an issue.
Yeah, I've talked about that before. So I've gone down with the propane route. Hot water bottles work,
yeah.
But
I mean, you would need. They're more kind of a localized kind of warmth, right? That's probably for you to personally use. It's not for to warm up the space. It's more to warm up your sleeping bag, warm up your jacket, kind of, warm up your hands and stuff like that, so you're not shivering or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, living in cold environments isn't good anyway, even in small spaces. So it's good to be in the warmth, sustain body temperature, and all that sort of stuff. But once you go into your sleeping bag or in bed, then you don't really need the heating on at all, really. You can wear a hat if your head's too cold. I've done that loads of times when it's freezing cold in the van as well.
Well, PV, this comes back to having stuff with shelter, right? I mean, like, have solid shelter. I mean, I don't want to be outside in minus 30 with only a Mylar space blanket. I think I want a little bit more than that. More than a bivvy, right?
If outside on foot,
blankets, sleeping bags, and stuff like that.
You need a good sleeping bag or sleeping system to sustain your body temperature, because at the end of the day,
sleep in, on, and under, as they say.
Yeah, more people probably die of exposure than any other illness.
Oh yeah, that's totally true. That's totally true. It's more likely because that's an ongoing thing, right? That's always an ongoing thing all the time, especially if you start getting wet, damp, or whatever and stuff like that. That's not a good recipe, especially if it's cold out.
Well, yeah, I think one of the most dangerous climates you can get is when it's cold and raining. So it's really damp outside, because cold, wet, and wind is lethal. As opposed to just
I've been
sub-zero dry air.
That's different. That's a little bit different. I got soaked this one time. It was only like maybe in the 40s. That's about like 7, 8 Celsius or something. It was pouring and I was wet. It was windy. Really windy, like 50-kilometer-hour winds. I'm just like, that's the coldest I've been. That's not winter.
Yeah,
just because water's just pulling heat away from me, and winds just like a windshield. that cooling factor of it too. It's just blowing the heat right off of me, and I'm wet. So yeah,
I've heard of so many experienced people as well dying through simple errors, not necessarily their fault, but situational errors where it's been 5 degrees C outside, but it's been raining and the wind, and they've died of hypothermia in the night. Wet sleeping bag, wet clothes. That's it. You've got to get out of them.
Yeah. Who does that remind me of? Oh yeah, Hoopa's cat.
Oh, he did the he tried
man.
an experiment in his
we won't spoil
land.
it, but we'll just say, he learned that lesson. Sometimes the lessons are best learned by experience.
Well, he did the right thing. I mean, he started off in a localized, controlled environment, and he could have
maybe in the backyard is better.
Yeah,
before
definitely.
he started moving, like
Definitely.
if what I see is that if you can't walk a mile, kilometer, or you can't just do it in the backyard or in a more control area, you think you're gonna be able to do it when it's uncontrollable area, when it's when you're like hours and hours drive away from civilization or something like that, or injured or anything like that.
Well, you need to get the correct training and then practice, and through experience, then you'll be in the correct situation. I think there's far too many people that
the heavy reliance on gear. Like, don't get me wrong, I like
correct
gear.
training.
Gear is nice to have and stuff like that. I guess anyone that prepares or does anything on the survival side, we all like gear. We all love it. We all love it, right? But we also realize, who are you without it? Or because in the situation, it's probably because you're in this situation because you lost something, it broke or something like that. Then what?
Well,
you
as
lost your
Morska
compass, or something like that. Then what?
As Morska says, the more you know, the less you carry.
Yeah, but I'd rather carry a sleeping bag than not carry a sleeping bag when it's -30, for example. But
you can. It depends on the situation you're put in, I suppose. I mean, you can have you can set up a super shelter and be in +20 degrees C when it's -20 degrees C outside, just using plastic and some tarp.
That's fire dependent, though. That's heavily, I should say it's fire or solar dependent, because obviously sunlight comes into it, it works the same way.
We do need, as I say, it's situational dependent. So that does require a large fire sustained and a non-threatening environment.
Yeah,
but if you're in
you can make systems that self-feed a fire, but if you don't have that knowledge or experience in doing that, or don't have the tools to make it, to do it like that, because I've seen where these logs just roll down and stuff like that. Yeah, that's if you have the tools. Because I'm pretty sure you can't just break sticks and try that. That's probably not the word.
Well, it also depends on the gear you've got, how tired you are, the tools you've got.
I mean,
it's
again, when you start,
it's a complete solution.
Making stuff like that, then you're using calories and energy. But I guess if you're cold, I guess you got to move still, keep warm.
Yeah, and this should all come back down to forward planning, thought, and preparing for the eventuality. I mean, if you're thrust into a situation where you've got no choice, I mean, your plane might have crashed, for instance, and you're one of the few survivors, then you've got what you've got there. But if you're bugging out to the woods, for instance, or going through an area where you've got rough terrain, difficult conditions, and varying temperatures, then you should have compensated for that beforehand and taken the right gear in accordance with your skills and your objective.
I know the terrain too, right? Because I guess one of those things is like, anytime I guess you're walking or hiking, is just it's twisted ankle, sprained ankle, and so forth and so forth. That really doesn't slow you down. Not just the pain itself, but it's really not slow you down.
Yeah, I think that's an underestimated threat that people often overlook is not only the fitness aspects of getting from A to B, but any injuries occurred along the way as well. I mean, if people think they're going to lie up during the day and move at night, for instance, night moving through woods, as an example, is very dangerous. You know, you can get things like
like try doing that when there's no moonlight or completely cloudy out. It's one thing to do this when it's like full moon out. Yeah, you'll be able to see without no lights whatsoever. Yeah, I know that because I've seen it. But if it's cloudy out or it's a new moon, you're not seeing without any light, unless for some reason you're just walking down the road. There's nothing in the way.
Well, as soon as you get into some woods, no matter how bright it is outside at night, through full moon or whatever, it can be pitch black inside there.
Yeah, because the shadow, well, per se, the shadows, right? Because the moonlight's not penetrating it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've done this quite a few times, and you always get someone who's gone over on their ankle, or they've got a branch in the eye. That's a common one as well.
I'm gradually being a more bigger fan of the walking stick.
Yeah, they're good
hiking
options.
poles and trekking poles and stuff like that. Because especially if it's taller than you, you can kind of push branches to the side, kind of feel your way, especially with the ground and stuff with it. Like I use one during the winter here, just because just so I can walk around an ice path, yet have 3 points of contact, not just my feet, but 3 or maybe 4 if I have 2 poles.
Yeah,
multiple contact points. Especially, I mean, I remember this one time I showed this in a video where I was walking. I wanted to walk down this steep kind of ravine kind of path or whatever. It was kind of dicey because it was loose gravel soil. So I just see a stick nearby. It was tall enough. I happened to have a saw, so I just cut it. It made a walking stick. I'm like, oh, thank goodness I decided to use it. It didn't help me on the way down per se, but on the way back up, it was helpful. Because it was the terrain was just giving away, right? Because it's loose kind of soil, and the stick helped me anchor myself in so I can gradually make it back up. So when that's stuck at the bottom.
I'm not a fan of poles, but I am a fan of a hiking stick. Yeah, definitely.
Gee, Shadow, I didn't realize you had so many people that knew you. I think this is like the 10th time I said hi.
I have a lot of people I know, I'm familiar with, so.
So has anyone got any questions in the chat that want to talk about?
I'm still looking at the chat.
Right.
I got the chat window open. Stuff to do. So I'm paying attention. I seen what Victoria wrote too and stuff like that. I'm having lights. Let me just come on, mouse. Work with me here. She posted something. Yeah. Tools like shovel axe and such. Yeah, she has lights with rechargeable batteries. Yeah, I have both disposable batteries and rechargeables.
I've got a little power solution when I'm mobile. I've got a flexible solar panel, power banks, and all this sort of stuff. But one thing I do find very useful is a lot of my kit, if I can, I try to buy them so they run on AA batteries or AAA batteries, but preferably AA. And what you can do is, well, what I do is get all my stuff uniformal, and if I've got a series of stuff that takes AA's and all I've got is AAA's, I have the little battery converters.
Battery adapter.
Yeah, converts from AAA to AA.
You can also buy that too. And
yeah, they're very simple. They're only little plastic tubes, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, I mean, like, just to add, you can actually make those from straws. So that's another way of reusing something and save money because you're not actually per se buying it.
Yeah, you should do a video on that one.
Well, I guess I'm getting all charged up for doing it now. But yeah. Hey, from Thorhaven Farm. Nice to see you.
Yeah, Thorhaven.
I mean, that's a really easy kind of thing to do. I mean, I've ran something that used to have to take D batteries with double A's. I mean, you need a little bit more than just a straw, but it's possible to do that. And just to keep that in mind too, because it's a good thing to keep in mind, just in case, I mean, some of those lanterns, those LED lanterns and stuff like that take C's or D's for the batteries. Stuff like that. Now, also, you're not going to get the runtime because you're using a smaller battery, but it's a way to just something to keep in mind, as an option.
Yeah, standardize all your power solutions.
Okay, we got a question here from Miss Worm here. Question. Sorry. What does everyone think is the most undervalued skill a prepper can have? I'll let you guys chime in first.
Undervalued skill? Well, where do you start? That's such an open question. I think the core basis of every person who wants to go down the preparedness route has got to be fitness, and it's got to start with their own health. So I would say, as a core base, fitness wins. I mean, you could also translate that to the couple of fundamentals of survival of shelter, fire, water, food. So shelter building, fire making, water procurement, and then food. You could also, adopt it to that, or you can adopt it to a different model, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and so on.
Other ways of saying it is like controlling your own core body temperature and keeping it cooler if it's really, really hot out, or warmer if it's really, really cold out. Hydration, like water, and energy to keep going. And obviously feel safe. Those are important things.
Well, I think fitness, because everyone knows how to keep fit. Everyone knows what they've got to eat to keep themselves healthy. But you still see many people who don't. Everyone knows smoking's bad for you, etc., etc. So it's got to start from there, surely. Anyone counter that?
Oh, I second that. I mean, high second star. I mean, let's see. What else is... Well, yeah, the fitness thing. I mean, like, there's no point in, per se, building some sort of go bag, for example, if you need one, or require one, or feel the need to have one. If you can't lift it, and you not only use the stuff, but actually move with it. Actually move with it if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, there are quite a few people who are not in the position to voluntarily be mobile because they're incapacitated in some way. They may be wheelchair bound and so on.
Or no, mentally... I understand that. I understand that. Do what you can.
Yeah. So for
some people that are wheelchair bound, they have great upper body strength, just because they always gotta, move in and out of it and stuff like that. So do what you can, I guess. Do what you can.
Yeah, I think we all rely on someone in some way, shape, or form, whether it be in the mental aspect, the physical aspect, or the monetary aspect.
Mm-hmm.
That hence the lone wolf theory doesn't really fit the survival model, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You want to say something in there, Shadow? You've been so quiet ever since you got in here. You haven't said a word for like the last 30 minutes. I swear.
Well, I agree. Fitness is something really important. I agree. If you're not fit, you will not have the ability to do your chores. You don't have the ability to walk long distances. you don't have the ability to lift things that are heavy. You need to build up your strength and agility and, well, endurance.
Yeah, endurance.
I think the as going back to that question, the most undervalued skill a prepper can have, it's got to start with extracting yourself out of danger. So upper body strength, for instance, if you fall into
Yeah.
the river and you can't pull your own body weight out of that river and no one else is around, then you're either going to swim and get tired, or you're going to get cold and hypothermia, and you're eventually going to
you're done drown.
sink and drown. So after that, I mean, it's a very it all intertwines and combines, because if you survive that initial event, whatever it is, then you could argue the next most valuable skill you could have if there are other people around you and they've got casualties, is first aid.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you're in a situation where it's that hot, you're going to start getting hypothermia, then keeping cool and so on and so on. So yeah, it's a bit of an open question, but I would still maintain fitness is a winner.
Well, yeah, you gotta be able to move whatever it is, the resources, the supplies, yourself.
Yeah,
someone
community
else.
building. I mean, community building before the event happens, you could get to know the escalating situation of a particular threat.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we pretty much hit that.
Yeah.
Without going too much in details, but yeah. Let's say you got all of that. I guess what would be really after this underrated skill? I always say many of us can do a lot of things. We just gotta try at least once, whatever it is. Cooking, canning, sewing, these kind of things, and you can watch a YouTube video all you want, but you still have to.
You've got
gardening, for example. You still got to get the dirt working. You'd be surprised. Some people could just, I didn't know you were so good at this. This is my first time. Oh, I just got a knack for it, or something like that, right? Some people, are like that, but you would never know until you actually try it and be like, oh, this ain't so hard. I can do this. Then you start adding it to your skill that you can do, because now you're getting experience in it. Your skill gets better at it, and next thing you know, it's like, I just built this whole thing, this whole shed from scraps.
I think this is where community comes into it, because no one knows every skill. You get a set of people around you who can learn quickly, or willing to learn, or have the skills or unique skills to teach everyone else. Train the trainer scenario.
Yep. Be a teacher, but be a student.
Yep.
This is where you guys start talking, because I've been doing a lot of talking.
Yeah, Second Star Survival's going to join.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link.
Don't forget to look for a good signal. Second Star.
Yeah, I hope he has. He usually has really bad signals most of the time.
I'm surprised he's not just marking a GPS spot. This spot was pretty good for that Saturday. Okay, I think I'll use this spot again. That reminds me of knowing your area better. what's around,
How you doing, brother?
people around and stuff like that, resources are around, whatever it is.
Hey, Matt. Good to see you.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Second
How
start.
you doing, Ted? How you doing, Prepared? How you doing, CR? All right, here's the thing. It's more than just physical health. I mean, you gotta take into everybody that has physical disabilities, everybody that has sicknesses to them. Not everybody is 100%. Okay, I mean, you're going to look at me. I'm a type 1 diabetic, right? I need insulin. If I don't have insulin, you know, I'm dead. And even doesn't matter what kind of survival situation, doesn't matter what kind of prepping situation, doesn't matter whatever. Everybody has small problems with their body. I mean, everybody has heart problems. Everybody has, you know, they can't have too much sodium. They can't have this. They can't have that. They need medicine for their high blood pressure. Physical, you know, taking care of yourself physically does not stop any of these minute health problems outside of physical preparedness, you know. Same thing with mental preparedness. I mean, there's people out there that need medication for any small little mental problem. This world has the people of this world, the people of this day of age cannot survive without medication that we have been distributed throughout all of our life. So, but if you look at, let's just say YouTube, an example, okay? 90% of the people on YouTube, 90% of the people that are preppers or whatever, they all smoke. Yes, they all smoke half a pack to a pack a day. That's a drug addiction. You know what I mean? Drinking. A lot of people on here that are in the prepper communities and everything are drinkers. They drink alcohol. Same thing with coffee. Same thing with anything else. It is considered an addiction. And a lot of people on YouTube and everything, yes, they're ex-military from whatever, but they're also overweight. They create and they teach, but in a real life scenario, none of these people could literally survive a real life scenario or a bug out scenario or any kind of real scenario. And half of these YouTubers and all this stuff, they only pick and choose the scenario that they want to glamorize that they are living in a perfect scenario. Nobody ever wants to talk about the bad scenarios. They don't want to talk about anything that is bad. They always want to make it a scenario that is in a perfect world, perfect rainbow scenario. It's just like nobody ever wants to talk about rationing, you know, going through hunger pains, going through what are you going to do at the end of your survival preps. You know what I mean? People also don't want to talk about what happens in a community when your rations start going low. Okay? When you are rationing people, and you also have to take their mental stability into account also. You know? say you create a, enough beans and everything for 5 people, and you have to evenly distribute that out to people. It may work for the first 3 months, but what happens after those 3 months? When people's hunger takes effect, people's mental stress takes effect, you're out all the time busting your butt and all this stuff, and you come home, you come back to the main mindset of a group scenario. You hand one person what looks like a bigger piece of, say, cornbread or biscuits or whatever. And the biscuit that you give another individual looks bigger, and the portion size looks bigger because to somebody else that's in your group. And they know that there's plenty of food in the storage, but you're rationed down to a minute detail, a minute portion of food. People start turning on each other. That's why a lot of people want to go the lone wolf way, because of those scenarios. And you don't want to fight people inside of a compound that you're supposed to trust. You have to look at all the small, minute details instead of the bigger picture on everything. So,
Well, second star. All I have to say is this reminds me of your streams now.
yeah, it does, right?
I'm just like, yep, to the T. He said this before on his streams before. I was gonna say it, but I'm like, oh wait, second star's here. He probably doesn't want to say it, so that's my excuse for not saying it. I mean, reason. Yeah.
But that's the thing. You cannot trust people in an SHTF situation. You may think you know them. You may trust them with your life in a good situation. In every person planning now. Okay. You may trust them in a perfect world situation. You may play pretend all you want to in a survival situation. But planning is not reality. Planning, because none of us know what's going to happen in a real life SHTF situation. None of us. That's me, Shadow, CR, Preparedness. None of us is going to know.
We have to deal with it when it shows up.
We can plan it and right, Shadow.
Nobody knows how a SHTF situation
but
would
that's
be.
the thing. People don't. Right. There's hundreds of scenarios. There's thousands upon thousands of different scenarios out there that none of us can prepare for every single one of them. None of us.
That's
and we
impossible.
don't know what's going to roll downhill. Yeah. And none of us is going to know what rolls downhill after a situation happens. We don't know what's going to happen. So we can't plan for anything on the downstream, on the landslide of that situation either, because we don't know what's going to happen.
Even when you've got an approaching situation people still are blind or deny the situation's approaching. For instance, there's so many people who saw the pandemic in its early stages thinking, all right, this is going to come to us now. And the amount of people, including politicians and people in charge, who were just oblivious to it, and it was just happening, and we were saying, well, what are they doing that for? Why are they still letting in flights from here and there? It was just absolutely ridiculous. Denial.
Well, it wasn't just that. I mean, look at the beginning of the pandemic. I mean, instead of preparing with food and water and everything, what was the thing that people went and scared
Toilet roll.
shop for? Right. What is that going to do for you? But, I mean, humans do not, I mean, just that scenario alone should show you how humans think. They do not think all the same. They see one member of the flock
Has he dropped off?
Yeah, he did. Bad signal, I guess.
Yeah, I know where he's coming from. There's and this is something I've thought about quite a lot often. Any sort of community building is fine in the pre-disaster or pre-event situation, but as soon as it happens, assets and resources you want to keep close to your chest, because you get the greedy bugger in the group and people start despising each other and so on and so on. I've often wondered, what is the solution? I mean, do we individually as families prepare and then come together to trade or barter and go away? I mean, I've heard some groups say that if you join our group, for instance, we won't let you leave, because you will then know where all our food is, where all our weapons are, where all our resources are. And I've heard some people say, well, if someone wants to do that, we'll shoot them. So I think that mainly applies to a longer term situation and not a short-lived disaster, for example. Depends what the fallout is.
Tammy says, yes, just like any emergency situation, you never know how others will react, and you don't always know how yourself will react. And that's true.
Yeah, he's back.
But yeah, I mean, but it's true, like what Jamie said and what Preparedness said. You don't know how humans are going to react to any situation. You know, you may have the most timid, quiet person in the world, and you know what? If an SHTF situation happens, that person may actually turn into a serial killer. May turn into it's do not trust any normal person's thought process, because in a SHTF situation, the world has no laws. The world has no humanity at that time. And the idea of shooting somebody, protecting your land, protecting your castle, you'd be surprised at how many people will and would take that route to protect themselves and to protect their family. You may not want to believe that it will happen, but it will happen. and it will happen more likely in that scenario than it will at any other, time of humanity.
I've also heard of some groups drawing up contracts if they want to join a particular group as well. Has anyone else heard that?
I have. There's in Odessa, Texas, right now. There is there's a zombie committee that's happening. A group of people that's willing to join ranks. Well, not really join ranks, but they are willing to protect Odessa, Texas at an all means cost. They don't care about what they have to do or what they're willing to do. They're literally training right now to kill anybody or anybody that will come into Odessa, Texas for any purpose. Welcome back, CR.
Welcome back,
Hi.
CR.
What's the situation with Odessa? What's that all about?
They're all believing that this new drug called Zombieland is going to turn people not into the brain eating types of zombies, but because the name zombie is what individuals will do to survive. They will rob, steal, cheat, and rape to get what they want. And Odessa, Texas does not want that coming into their city. So they're going to protect themselves from any outsiders. And they believe drugs and all this stuff is going to turn humans into that kind of quote-unquote zombie.
Right. I'll have to have a look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, look it up. It was started in like 2010, and the mindset and the group has quit the idea, but those exact same people and everything are still in Odessa. So, has it quit? Has it stopped? Nobody truly knows. But I've seen individuals in Odessa that are still talking about that mindset in hushed communities. They're not open about it anymore like what they used to be, but you still hear it.
Has that affected the crime rate in that town?
Do what?
Has that affected the crime rate in that town? That sort of mentality? Has crime rates gone down because of that? Yeah.
Technically, yes and no. I mean, it's still staying the same way, but I'll tell you what, that nobody outside of Odessa wants to move into Odessa. So, have they done something? Yes, but it's more of protecting their homesteads. And
Right.
they're really against helping anybody. They're really against helping anybody outside of their city. If they don't know you, they won't help you. I've actually seen that.
I see.
Like when I have to go out. Do what?
I said I see. They're not always like, not everyone's like you that'll help someone on the side of the road. Like, second star here. I know you've done that twice on your streams for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, these days you've got to be careful, even without any disaster or any event, driving down the road, you might help the wrong person, so you've got to be wary now.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
they'll ambush you.
I want to show that even preppers and people do have some way of humanity. But you can't have humanity outside of in a SHTF situation. You can't. To survive, you literally cannot have a heart. I hate saying that.
I think Miss Worm brings up a good point there. He says Ukraine, for example, has kept a lot of their humanity because they are united against the Russians. And this sort of plays out with quite a couple of other scenarios where everyone cooperates until the big threat is out of the way, and then it's the case of a battle for resources and situation then, and that's when things can turn against people.
But you also have to look at the other, I mean, how people have also in the situation that's going on right now. I mean, look at all the looting, all the robbing, all there is people that's literally stealing Russian tanks and stuff that are still eligible to work and literally driving them through the streets right now with everything that's going on. And you have to look at those people that they are scavengers, but they are also sending out a weird signal to other individuals in the Ukraine. You know, if they steal a Russian armored vehicle or anything and they drive it out into another village or anything like that, what kind of mindset is that? That's fear that they are sending. Yeah, maybe they're still need to give the middle finger to Russia, but it's also scaring people in the Ukraine also.
Well, second star.
Yes.
That was a very deep topic.
Sorry.
But it needs to be said because that's the reality, unfortunately. It's not always going to be rainbows and lollipops all the time.
Yeah, definitely. This is where some sort of defense item comes into effect.
Which we all know and seen.
Yeah.
And heard.
You are always going to get mixed signals. You're always going to have people that are scavengers, that are willing to do whatever they can to help themselves over others. They don't. It's a hard pill to swallow in those kind of situations. But it happens, and it will happen.
Theo says, What do you
Yeah.
guys think of silver and gold worth stacking?
No, I don't. In a true SHTF situation, silver and gold will. You have to look at the downfall of the currency. When people stop looking at cash, at money, if they won't accept money in a situation, they're not going to accept silver and gold, because you have to rebuild. You have to not only outlast the situation and live through that situation, but you also have to see if there's anybody out there that is willing to take a value, a currency. And if they don't want to take that, more and more silver and gold and precious metals are not going to be around. They are more likely going to trade you things like guns, bullets,
Salt.
yeah, food, water. Then
You
they
can't, you
will
can't eat
take.
metals.
Yeah, and also, who's
And,
going to
and
roll around?
I was just gonna say, seconds there. Who can what's the word I'm
Carry
looking
that?
for? Know that it's real per se.
Right.
I went right. Oh, here's
Well,
a piece
yeah.
of gold. No, it's just gold plated. Here's a
Well,
piece.
yeah.
Here's a piece of here's a piece of lead that looks nice and shiny. Oh, it's silver. No, or something like that. How would you know?
Right.
How would you know?
I think if you stack gold and silver, it's going to be a long-term investment thing. Well, not so much an investment; it holds its value. So, as long as you're prepared to spend a lot of money initially buying the gold or silver, and wait until the value's gone up beyond spot price, then you start making it. I mean, you can be waiting then 5 to 10 years in a collapse. Who is going to know the value of a bit of gold? It's just a lump of metal, a dead weight. Like Shadow Silver Star there said, it's more likely to be tangible things that you can use to your benefit afterwards: water, ammunition, food, etc., etc. It'll be meaningless, I think. So, a pre-mass collapse, yes. I mean, I know someone who left a country and they wore their value out of the country in gold rings and necklaces. And when they got over here, they set up a new business, a shop. Fine in that scenario, but coins, that someone offered me a coin, then I'd say, well, give me the water instead, or the food,
Correct.
or the ammo. Yep.
Can I just chime in once again, like I usually do?
Right.
I was gonna say was, I know I'm just like you feel. I'm kind of iffy on it too, because it's just like, is it gonna be accepted in the first place? Because in a trade, it has to be accepted in both parties, or else there's no trade. You're not bartering it if no one wants it. If it's not valued enough.
Yeah. And who's going to set the spot price?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just I mean, Victoria May life unfiltered there. How about gold or silver jewelry? I mean, that's, as I say, I know someone who evacuated the country and wore their wealth out with them. So, in that respect, yes. But for a bigger long-term collapse scenario where SHTF has completely hit the wall, no. That's my personal view.
You might as well like instead, in my example anyways, what I would do instead of buying, here's X amount of gold or whatever, or silver, maybe I'll buy some water filters. Use something like that for bartering, where it has you can see it, you can use it right away kind of deal, and it helps you in the main categories of survival or prepping. Because that's more useful. It's just like, something
as
like
Miss Worm says there, the petrol in Ukraine. It all depends on the demand. And post-collapse, will there be a demand for gold or silver? There'll be more demand for food, hence the barterability, if you like, is going to be there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, here's the thing. Monetary value items like money, gold, silver, stuff like that, it will help, but you also got to think why. I mean, if it's something that's only affecting one situation, if say the situation's happening only in one, like what's happening right now, but it's not affecting other areas, you have to look at the situation if you want to carry that stuff. But if it's going to affect the world, you don't need to look or bring those things in. If it hurts more than 5% of the population, it doesn't. I mean, it would be a good situation to carry that. But if it carries over and destroys the whole entire world, it's not going to affect people. Money, gold, silver is not going to affect everybody, and nobody's going to want that. Nobody's going to want money or rocks, literally metal that has only a cash value. They don't want that. They want food, they want water, they want things that's going to help them through the situation. Plain and simple.
Well, yeah, second survival. I mean, like, they want things that can help them right now in the situation, improve the situation right now. Gold and silver might not help them necessarily right now. So they're like, do you got something else? I can't even use that right now. Can't even use that right now, right?
All right. Why do I need gold and silver when my whole entire family is starving? They have no water. They have nothing that will help them get through the situation as it is, because money will change. If a SHTF situation happens, they are not going to want that at all.
I think Theo's got a point there. You're better off buying cigarettes rather than precious metals to barter from the from the sounds of it.
Correct.
People, when they're addicted to something, will do anything.
Yep. Cigarettes, alcohol, things
Books.
that, books.
You can't beat a
Hey,
good
Ivy.
book of
Good
knowledge.
to see you.
Hey, Alexis. It's always that kind of scenario. You know what I mean? We have been raised in a society where we have put money, we have put all this stuff as a value to
Cash is
more
king,
than
as they say, right?
survivability.
You know that saying?
Cash is king.
Well, cash
All right,
isn't king
since
when you
Zero's
don't got
here,
anything to buy. Or you
I'll
don't
be
even
back.
have enough cash to buy it. It's slight echo, by the way. I can hear it in the back.
Victoria May says sugar
Coffee.
and coffee.
Yeah. I think a key element which will be in demand would be salt.
Yes, salt is difficult to get. It's a long process to get salt from the salt water.
Well, it's not only that, but to like refine it down so it's more of a pure state.
Yeah.
As pure as possible.
I was reading about salt earlier on in the week. It's one of the best forms of salt you can get. Don't get the white salt because that's made to look nice and it's nice and pretty and palatable. But the coloured salt, Himalayan rock salt, or Celtic salt, or Redmond salt is the best type you can get. Which isn't it comes from a specific place in America. I think it's Utah, and Redmond salt comes from a bed that is millions of years old. When you start talking about other forms of salt like Himalayan rock salt, it's mined in a way which isn't very desirable. The health and safety aspect of it isn't great, so I wouldn't regard that as a better version. And when you're talking about Celtic salt, some of the methods used to extract it isn't quite as good as well. So I'd put Redmond salt. Anyone look that up? It's the probably the best quality salt you can get.
You know, I really like how we spiced up the chat right now. You knew I was going to throw something like that in.
What, the salt or the sugar?
Just a dash of it.
Yeah, Theo says there Redmond salt is high-end salt. I'd say that's the best you can get. But budget dependent, so you know.
So, and again, it comes back to the resources again. I mean, I said that last week, probably the week before about the resources. It always comes back to the resources. Always does. When resources are abundant and plentiful, generally it's easy, but it's when it's scarce and not available that it becomes more difficult. Whatever it is.
Yeah, absolutely
Fuel,
agree.
gas, petrol, wood, food, water, stuff like that.
I was speaking to a person who runs a food bank in my local area quite a while back. Anyway, I said, what's the most valued item that you're always short of and you're always in need of for donations? And she said meat, canned meat, spam, corned beef, stewing meat in cans, and so on. Meat is the number one item that they are always short of. They never get any donations, and as soon as they get it on the shelves, they can't distribute it quick enough to the people in the food bank, which was a good indication of the value of it and potentially what people could store if they eat it.
Well, not only that, PV, it takes longer to, well, at least at the moment, to produce it or create it in the first place.
Well, yeah, definitely, because you've got to go hunt the meat, process the meat.
Well, you got to raise it in the first place, right?
Yeah, unless you hunt for it, but that's a different story. And preserve it is probably one of the biggest hurdles. I mean, you can go out there, hunt a deer if you've got the skills and if the deer are plentiful, because hunting isn't that easy. And once they've actually got the deer, if they haven't got the ability to preserve it, a whole load of that deer is going to go to waste. It would just go off before you can eat it. You couldn't eat it quick enough, really.
You won't be able to consume it fast enough.
Unless they got enough salt to do it with, of course.
I'll trade you, hey, PV, I'll trade you 1 ton of salt for 1 deer. Okay.
Well, that would be my solar-powered fridge.
Might come down to that. But yeah, like I was saying, it comes back down to the resources, right? I mean, like, this is why I'm a big proponent of having stuff that you can use to make our stuff. Because when you don't have the resources, you have to deal with what you have.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever it is.
I mean,
there are what you got.
Many items which cannot be made quite so easy. Not
no, of course. I mean,
replicated as easy.
You know, there's things. I mean, like, I don't know about anyone else, but I've never made a car from scratch.
Well, I mean,
you know, for example, something like that.
Yeah, I remember a story of this family in Russia in the taiga boreal forest who isolated themselves from the rest of Russia. They went off into the woods, basically. They lived there for 20 or 30 years. I can't remember exactly how long. But when the helicopter eventually flew over them and they got rediscovered, so to speak, and when they were asked what their most valuable item was, it was a cooking pot. Hey, good day, Wayne and Lynn. I'll see you in there.
Well, and don't forget Homestead Oz in the house with us.
Welcome, Homestead Oz. Good to see you.
Yeah, so their pots and pans were their most valuable items because they couldn't. They said it was the one item they couldn't make so easy or at all while they were in the woods living, and they were in there for 20 or 30 years. So
yeah, I mean, like, unless you make a forge and get it hot enough and melt it, and
yeah, I mean, there's a good
form it into metal.
There's a good book called The Knowledge, and it's by a bloke called Louis Dartnell. Mm-hmm. So if people want a good read, look up the book called The Knowledge, Louis Dartnell, and he is a university professor who done a study on a SHTF event when society collapses. And it's called, The Knowledge, How to Rebuild Our World After a Collapse. And basically what he talks about in this book is that we've lost the ability now to make anything. There's not one person who knows how to make a single item anymore. And he uses this example of a pencil. He goes, no one can make a pencil anymore. Simple item. Because it takes a skilled person to mine.
I made a crude version of one before.
It takes a skilled person to get the trees down, a skilled person to put they don't use lead anymore, do they? They use graphite in the pencil, and so on and so on. And then he goes on to another example of a toaster. You know, how many people know how to make a toaster? You've got to mine process it into the metal, get all the individual components inside the actual toaster correct. And anyway, he goes through this book and he describes what you would need as a basic baseline to what knowledge you'd need to start rebuilding things from scratch. You would initially have, after, he said the best scenario would be that everyone dies, but all the infrastructure is left in place. And you've got then a grace period of salvage where before everything starts to rot, break down, and deteriorate or rust. That's the golden opportunity to go out, forage all your pieces, and then you're in this position of, right, can I make X, Y, and Z myself? And he talks about what skills you'd need, what you'd have to do. And he actually replicates things like a pair of glasses, a solar panel, and stuff like this. It's a really good book. So if anyone's interested in that, have a look at it. It's called The Knowledge by Louis Dartnell. It's one of the books in my repertoire.
Look into it.
This is where
that sounds interesting.
This is where you put the name in the chat right now.
Let's have a look. To figure out how to do that one. Stand by.
Yeah.
I'll put it in there. 2 seconds.
Right. You're gonna make it easy for the end user here.
Yeah.
No one's always
Amongst yourselves.
well. I mean, for everyone else. And speaking from experience, but it's like putting in a link or something like that. Stuff like that. But yeah, some things are just much harder to reproduce depending where you are and stuff like that and what you have access to. I mean, even a simple container can be challenging to recreate, especially one that you want to cook in. Actually cook in, not just store something in, but actually like cook something in, not just boil water, but actually cook with.
Yeah, cooking. That's how many people would know how to make a cooking pot from scratch? It'd almost be impossible.
I mean,
you could make one out of a natural curved stone, or you could make one out of clay, but a metal cooking pot is so. We take so many things for granted that that's one of them, I think.
Yep. We take steel for granted. Oh, did we lose them here? Oh, we did. We did lose them here.
Oh, you mean Ivy? Yeah.
No.
She lost probably her signal or something.
No, PV. I don't see him in here. It's only the four of us. He was talking, then he just cut out, and I just looked. I'm like, nope, he's not there. Yeah, he said he dropped off.
Well,
He'll come back in like 5 seconds here.
Yeah.
The containers are one of those things that are hard
Preparedness.
to reproduce.
Veteran.
Hard to reproduce. Even like when you hear these stories and media examples, movies, TV show, whatever, deserted island. One of those things that they like to find on the beach is always containers, because it's a lifeline for them. Like the bottles or cans or whatever, right? Because then you have something to store water in, or distill water, or boil water, whatever, right? Because other things are maybe easier to reproduce off the landscape, but container is just one of those things.
Preparedness says, got the link.
Well, I would hope you have the link. It should be in your history still, on your device order of choice.
Or I can drop it again. Just in case. Ghost Wolf says, the world is too small, the people far too many, the fish and the animals far too few for us to revert back to living off the land. Well, just in case. Ghost Wolf says, the world is too small, the people far too many, the fish and the animals far too few for us to revert back to living off the land. Well, Ghost Wolf says, the world is too small.
Now, I don't know how true this is, but if everything really hit the fan, I seen something one time that said, if you're going to bug in, to make your home look like it's already been looted. That way, people might skip your home and not try to loot it because it already looks like it's been looted. Don't upkeep your yard. Don't try to act normal. Let it look more like your house has been thrashed.
Yeah,
I agree. The gray man type approach of doing it, kind of blending in with everything.
And the other
thing is, make it look, it doesn't stand out in this case.
The other thing is,
why are you throwing clothes out there, CR? They're perfectly good.
If you own property and you have seed and you're going to plant your seed, don't make a garden. take your seed and spread it out. Don't clean the areas around it. Leave all of whatever's there naturally there, and just plant your seed within it. That way, if it's spread out in different spots and within all the growth, it's less likely going to be looted again. You know, it's just using your surroundings to hide what is going to sustain you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's still not be iffy no matter what. You might get people that's like, no, check it anyways, kind of deal, right? So, well, you might get lucky. You might get lucky.
It goes into the same frame as don't be the most attractable house on the street. Make it known that if someone's going to come and rob or loot you, it's going to be hard for them to get in. Make it so that they go to the easiest option next door or one across the street, so that you have got time.
You know, this reminds me of what Bob from 942 said last week before that about only running a generator if you have to while everyone else is doing it, because that would look you're blending in with everyone else. You're using it when everyone else is doing it. Instead
absolutely.
Oh, let's light up that corner house. He always talks about that to lit up like a Christmas tree. I think
if you're the only house on the street with a generator running and all the lights have gone out, everyone's going to be saying, well, how's he got a generator? He must have food. He must have fuel. He's got light and heat. He can let us in and so on. You know.
Yeah, that's why you hide it in your basement. If you got a basement, go in your basement with your generator and your lights and only go down there when it's dark, or go in a place where it's not going to be seen so much.
Yeah, I mean, but generators are a dangerous item with the fumes. When we used to go on exercise, we used to have 4 big 500 watt generators. Back then, they were quite big, and they used to make a lot of noise. We used to dig them in to the depth of the top of the generator to suppress the noise, and we used to run extension hoses so that they pointed downwind, so that all the fumes would escape, because it kills people. Those fumes, it's horrendous.
Yeah. You don't want to go down from CO.
You just more or less want to hide what you have. You don't want it to be out there knocking, where people are knocking on your door saying, we know you got something.
Yeah.
Can I charge up my phone?
It's like
please, I know you have a generator. Can I charge up my phone, please? I need some power.
I see so many channels on YouTube that tell everything they got. Everything. So they're letting the world know, hey, I've got all these things. And anybody who knows where they're at knows where to go to get stuff. So, I don't think it's so wise that they're telling everybody everything they got.
Yeah, definitely OPSEC. COT says there, how do I exhaust fumes in the basement? Well, you can't really, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, exhaust fumes are heavier than air and they sink. So you'll get an accumulation.
Both CO and CO2 are heavier than like the oxygen in the air.
Yeah. If I was to have a generator in the basement, I would get a long extension lead and poke it out the nearest window, or some pre-thought. Have some sort of vent going out the side.
Yeah.
Before you have to even start the generator.
Or at least bring fresh air in constantly.
A vent out, a vent in.
Yeah, definitely.
Bring fresh air in all the time.
Yep.
Because CO is one of those things where carbon monoxide is a big, it's a silent killer. And
yeah, I mean,
that happens. It happens too.
I've gone into tents on when I've been visiting people in the field, and they've look blue or grey when you go in there, because they've left the generator gone. It's all the fumes are blowing downwind into the tent, so it's a massive hazard, and something which a lot of people take for granted, I think. So I mean generators, they're a short term thing anyway. You're not going to be able to sustain yourself for that long really, with a generator. You're probably better off going down the more silent route of wind power or solar power, bank of batteries, and so on.
And again, though, that those are signs to anybody who sees them that you are prepared. So if you can find a way to disguise, hide, or keep them out of the plain view sight of people, you're gonna last a little longer.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just my thought. But I have to get off here. Thank you for letting me come up and say those those things.
Take care, Victoria.
You're very
safe.
It was
welcome.
nice to meet you, by the way.
It's
Look
a
forward to seeing
pleasure.
your comments.
It was nice meeting you all. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I think generators are more of a piece of equipment, personally, that someone's going to get for a short-term disaster. So, you know, in a couple of days, a week or so, that the power's going to come back on. Things are going to be re-established in quick time, like a localized flood or the local transformer's gone out and so on. So it's not going to be that much of an issue. But for long term, I unless I was absolutely out in the sticks, that wouldn't be my preferred option of power.
Yeah, and you can only mask the sound so much.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if there's no other sounds in the area, no wind blowing or whatever, oh, I hear that like miles away. You'll hear this kind of faint sound of it.
I mean, I've got a generator myself. I've got a 3 kilowatt or 2.8 kilowatt generator, and
you didn't say anything, anyone.
It's really noisy
yeah.
when
hypothetical,
you're trying to power something up to the 2.8 limit of the generator, because the revs really kick in. So, yeah.
You know, I was thinking, PV, oh, maybe I should run the generator when there's this big thunderstorm outside. It'll mask the sound, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you got a bank of batteries and you have to, that's the only source of power to charge the batteries, then
you know, I'd be like, well,
use other sources of noise to mask it. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying thunderstorm or something like that. There's some really strong winds, and I don't know. You would have to use your own judgment on it, you know. Because a lot of these things would you try to use your best judgment, you know.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I think you can't really go wrong with solar panels, battery bank, and a wind power generator myself. That's got to be.
Well, I mean, the thing about battery banks is that unless you have a way to recharge it, it becomes dead weight once it's emptied out.
Yeah, yeah.
For example, I think if it's in your bag, for example, right? Like, I know you can run stuff with it,
yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't really like these power stations, these more portable power station things. I mean, they're okay for short-term periods, but at the end of the day, it's inside that is a lithium battery with an inverter and a plug socket on the end. So when that goes, you've got to find some sort of way of recharging it. And like you say, unless you've got some panels and another form of charging it, it's just dead weight. Then it's gone.
Yep, it just becomes paperweight.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find this comment that Homestead Oz wrote in here. Where is it? Something about the technology. I know he wrote it in there. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yes, the trick is to learn to not rely on too many technological gadgets and comfort. And I think what he means is the more current stuff. Because everything we have around us is technology, one form or another. Some of it's just much, much older. Some of it, you know, I think he means more like the things that make it convenient, I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, I run off of. I've got both options. I'm plugged into the grid at the moment, but I can unplug at any moment, and I'm self-sustained. But when I actually look at what I need, it's pretty simple at the end of the day. I mean, at night, a couple of lights. I don't really need power for much else, really.
You know,
The biggest problem.
As long as it's not cold out, well, I don't need to heat up the place.
Well, I've got a solid fuel stove. I mean, the only thing I rely on for power is hot water. I've got an immersion heater that I put on. Apart from that, if the grid goes down, I'll just start my engine up. That's
you know that reminds me. Because I'll mention this. Instead of having a coffee maker, coffee pot, French press, or percolator might be a better option.
I would just not drink coffee. I'd boil it on the gas. You know.
I'm just saying for the rest of us, PV.
Oh well, yeah.
For the rest of us, or a brew, or something like that.
Yeah.
Something that to pick up your morale, a sense of normal activities.
Probably the most valuable item that you could probably run from power would be a freezer or refrigerator. That's probably the most essential item, I'd say. I mean, lights, you could light hand cranked torches, lanterns.
Yeah, you can connect or hand crank or solar.
Yeah, there's many options there. But a refrigerator and a freezer, they're probably the key essentials there.
Yep. And you might not be lucky, and there might not be snow outside. It could be in the middle of the summer.
Yeah,
so
true.
You don't have that option here.
Even the coldest it gets here is -4 at night, and that's it. that.
Oh, sorry. I had to laugh.
When it gets to -8 in England, everything's
the temperature out right now.
Yeah. Well, here, I mean, today it was +17. It was like a summer's day. I mean, Freeman James there, he mentions a good point there. How about a water wheel?
That's if you have access to that, right? Not
if you live next to a stream.
Solar's probably a better option.
Yeah, definitely.
And stuff like that.
Yeah, powerful fridges. Yeah. Ask the Amish. Well, yeah, they're living it now, aren't they?
Yeah, well, what feels is usually the power goes more during the summer because people are running, like, let's say, AC air conditioners and stuff like that. You get rolling brownouts and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean,
sometimes they just last a couple hours, but
talking luxury items, are we?
Sometimes they can last much longer than that. That's why I like to keep the fridge and the freezer as full as possible.
Yeah,
so it takes
definitely
a lot longer for it to totally fall out, stuff like that. And you can do that whole kind of like put a coin in and tip it, let it freeze to the bottom of a little cup of water, then turn it upside down, stuff like that. Because if the coin falls, that means it melted enough for it to fall.
Right.
And all this sort of stuff. It's a useful thing, especially if you leave for a while, go on vacation or something like that, away from home for more than a couple of days.
Yeah.
Now, the way you actually knew that the power went out long enough for it to do that, and it froze back over. So you would have to check the food and be like, okay, is it still good?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people out there across the world who are living an SHTF lifestyle now. We're all living in a relative luxury. We got power, refrigeration, communication, warmth, air conditioners. You got some of these countries.
I mean,
well, yeah, you got some of these countries,
right now.
and they're still living literally in mud huts, straw huts, and they're living
saw houses,
hundreds of years behind. So yeah, it can be done. Just I think in England here we're overpopulated. I think definitely, and there's a big battle for resources.
Well, yeah, like I said, PV, it's back to the resources again.
Yeah,
it's always gonna be like that. It's just the way it is. It's always been about resources.
I wonder if anyone out there is actually. I mean, you hear this thing all the time. It'll be a good idea to turn your power off for 2 days, 3 days, or whatever, to see if you can sustain yourself and identify the weak points in your homestead and so on. I wonder how many people actually tried that.
I know some people have.
Yeah, I mean, some there's quite a few people out there, but I bet there's a majority out there who don't or haven't tried it, and they just know in their heads. They've got a plan in their heads of what they think they're going to do, but yeah, try it out.
Well, that comes back to testing stuff, right? And then assuming.
Yeah, exactly. War game the scenario through.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
identify your weak spots, your priorities.
Well, and doing it kind of like, well, because or else it just becomes like a theory, and a theory is just a theory until it's proven more. You know, it's coming back to like kind of like just, have you set up the tent yet? Well, you bought this tent and you didn't even set it up yet.
Yeah,
you have backyard.
Yeah,
something
exactly.
like that. Just take a little bit of time, 30 minutes or whatever, right? But I don't want to put it up and put it back away. And what I say is, well, I don't want you bringing out the tent and forgetting a pole, and then I have to like improvise something or bushcraft up some stick for you to use here.
Yeah.
Because no one likes that either. Right? No one likes, you go somewhere and you forget something. Especially if it's important.
Yeah, you got to even the basic items, like you said, tent. You got to get it out. Not only use it, know how to put it up in arduous conditions at night, and also check it often as well. You might drag it out and it will be full of mold or some
Has that
bugs
weird
eating it.
smell to it.
Yeah.
Good thing I pulled it out because now I need to air it out. Right.
Yeah.
Where the only way is to actually set it up. Take the time to set it up and let it air dry out.
Thanks for coming, Freeman James. I'll see you later.
There, James. Take care. But yeah, I mean, it goes back to, or even like a sleep system or something like that, and trying it out. Sleeping bag, such and such, right?
Yeah.
Does it work for you? Because, those ratings are, it can vary from person to person. Some people sleep, just like how some people sleep light, some people sleep like a rock, and some people sleep warm, some people sleep, for me, my feet will probably get cold.
Yeah. TOT's got a good question. You guys have communications, radio or walkie-talkies to talk with each other on, or do you think it's a waste? Personally, I have got communications. I've got my ham radio license, and I've got a variety.
Wait, we turn on a radio so you guys can hear me. No.
Variety of comms, ranging from short range walkie-talkies or ham talkies to the longer range HF radios. But it depends on who you actually want to talk to and the range you want to talk to as well.
And the nature of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's a definite asset. I wouldn't say it's a waste of time at all.
Yeah, it would be nice to know that there's a whole bunch of people down the street.
Well, even things like if you want to go out somewhere and do a recce, or you want to go foraging for food, or leaving your place of residence, you want to be in touch with that person at any one time in a sort of semi-secure or cryptic way. Then comms is definite. If they go beyond their due date to return or due time to return, then you want to know what's happening without wasting time.
What's your
getting
ETA?
more people to go out?
What's your ETA?
Yeah.
5 minutes, okay. Stuff like that, yeah. Did we lose him again? Yeah, we did. We lost him again, Shadow.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness you got me here to do all this talking. I think this is why you like to have me on, right? You don't have to talk much. I just take over the stream for like an hour. It's just like Well, see, I'm used to doing all this streaming stuff. I'll just let him talk, you know.
We need more questions thrown at us, you see.
Oh, there you are.
I've got about 15 minutes before I'm going to disappear. So if anyone wants to throw any questions for us.
Okay, top an hour. Okay. Sorry, this is how I say things now. I don't even because we all live in different time zones. But I'm like, nope, bottom of an hour, quarter after, top of an hour. In 5 hours from now, or something like that. That's how I just say it now. So most people can understand that.
Theo said he's a VA3 call sign. I'm not sure what that is. Different countries have got different designations at the start of their call sign. So there's this website called qrz.com. People can look up each call sign there and see what they are. Yeah, comms is a definite. If anyone's into Morse code, have a look at my my YouTube channel. I've got a good number of Morse code related videos there.
Without you, baby.
Welcome back, Ivy.
I wonder what that was.
I'm full down. Just finished work now. That's why.
Right, so Theo said he is in QRZ. Yeah, good one. You can look me up as well. If you go to just put the call sign in Mike 7 PVX, you'll see me up there. Link for Morse code, right? If you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see a complete playlist about various aspects of Morse code that I've accumulated and put on there. They're pretty good. I'll throw the link in 2 secs.
And I'll just throw in a short, long, short.
Well, you see, when you get to Morse code, it's a whole new ball game. It's like learning a different language. It took me 2 years to learn that. There we go. Let's have a look.
May take some time to learn Morse code.
Yeah, I mean, learning the actual characters is the easy bit. It's elaborating and getting the speed up that's the hard part. I mean, you can. It took me 2 years to get to 22 words a minute. That was years ago, but I can probably now do 18 words a minute. I use it every now and then. But getting it to a workable speed, say 7 words a minute minimum to 12 words a minute, is that'll take you anything from 3 months to a year.
And remember, that's a two-way communication, right? The other side has to know what it means too, or else you're just pointlessly just sending out ... Do you know what this means? I know it's Morse code, but I don't understand.
Yeah, it's also not just knowing what the dits and dars are. It's having to put them into a sendable transmission. I mean, you can generally tell after a while when you're working with various people who you're talking to just by the way they are pushing out their transmissions. And
almost
that's
okay.
Well, everyone's got their unique idiosyncrasies, and that is a key aspect of electronic warfare that people pick up on with OPSEC. I mean, during the Cold War, NATO was listening to, and they still do, the Russians, and they were at one point able to identify the actual individual operator through the way they transmitted Morse code, the way they spoke, the way they answered messages, and so on and so on. So a big profile can be picked up quite easily just through listening.
Hey, PV, I was going to ask you, do you know those let's say, ground to air signals? I mean, I don't. I guess it depends who you are, right? Maybe for a normal person, maybe that's not as applicable. But if you fly plane or whatever,
yeah, I mean, I used to work with.
That might be useful.
I used to work with helicopters quite a lot, and I was actually a helicopter handling instructor. One of my little jobs in the army, and we didn't really cover the ground symbols for rescue or anything like that. We covered 2 or 3, but to be honest, trying to get someone to remember them is a bit of a nightmare. So you're better off getting a little crib sheet and a cheat card to put it on. That's probably the best way. Or, I mean, the best way to be identified by air anyway is to have some sort of signaling device. And probably the cheapest way you can get one of them is a signaling mirror, because for what they are, the return is massive. You get a little tiny mirror which can be used for multiple things, and it also can be visible from miles away. So the ability to signal a rescue aircraft, for instance, from miles away just through one mirror is priceless when you're in that situation.
Well, and being able to do it in a certain way that it's very obvious this is not just a fluke of something in the distance, but it's actually someone actually trying to get your attention.
Yeah, there's a simple technique to it.
You know, the free things, the triangle, all this other stuff. And usually those ground to air signals, you make them as big as you can with the highest contrast. As big as you can. Bigger the better, as they say, right? You know,
contrast is a key aspect. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you know, if you no point in making a 2-foot signal. No, make it like
I've got
200 feet, as big as possible, right? You know.
Funnily enough, I've got another couple of videos about getting rescued by a helicopter. If anyone wants to watch that, so just go across to my channel and have a look. I've got some videos on.
Well, you know, I was just thinking, like, in terms of like not necessarily like a wilderness scenario, like a down plane or anything like that, but you know, just for the simple fact that, you know, you're stuck on your roof from flooding and there's helicopters flying around. And there's
that's what
on the roof.
That's one of the first things I say in the video is the fact that in say a major earthquake or a major tsunami, quite a lot, if not all, of the helicopter landing sites are going to be inaccessible most of the access is going to be inaccessible by road or rail.
Yeah, and the only way is
many times by boats as well. So the ability to signal to a helicopter or call in some sort of air support to pick you up is going to be, or could be, quite key. Even in the initial, I mean, even in the initial stages of aid agencies going in there and sending out helicopters to assess the damage in order to scale up the operation.
Mm-hmm.
If you can identify and make your own landing site, then that'll be priceless, not only for them to land on, but you to get rescued or resupplied.
I see. Because I guess, because again, it comes back to the communication, right? You know, back to like more simplistic versions of communication. Now, I'm not just saying like pen and paper or whatever, or pencil and paper, but kind of to get a message out when you don't have the modern phone, etc., or electrical type of communication. So you got to go, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know other countries, but in Britain we got a system called RayNet, and quite a lot of ham operators are signed up to this. And what happens is, in normal peacetime, they practice their skills by providing communications with public events like running events and other social gatherings, rallies, and so on. And when a disaster strikes, they can step in and take over the communications infrastructure using their own radios.
As a midway point or a middleman to kind of
as a stopgap until
information around.
As a stopgap until an aid response can be. Exactly. Because more often than not, when you get these big disasters, you get all these aid agencies coming in, and you get all the press turning up, which put a massive burden on the satellite communications infrastructure.
Well, and I think this is why sometimes, you know, you can't get the call through. Try text. Text less data and less power and all this stuff to communicate.
I mean, satellite channel availability is a key thing when disaster strikes in these areas. So thanks, Theo. That's a nice one.
Hey, Bob.
Welcome,
Mindful.
Bob. Good to see you.
Don't worry, Bob. I mentioned your the Christmas lighthouse down the street from you. That story. Yeah, I had to mention that. I do. I like to mention people's stories. That's why when they say that, because it's something for us to remember and stuff like that from other people.
I'll give you a shout out, Bob, for my latest video. I was testing out me bug out trailer, and I was just saying that it could be easily replicated, and I bet Bob could make this no problems. But I was looking at it earlier, and I was going to extend 2 of the side tubes so I can have 2 grab handles if the bike was unserviceable. But they built it in such a way where you can't actually do that. So I'm gonna have to find some sort of modification so I can actually use it by hand.
I was gonna mention PV and side chat and shadow here. This reminds me of what I've heard before when people are checking places after, let's say, an earthquake, a storm, tornado, and stuff like that. So people don't waste time by checking the same place twice, right? They indicate some sort of signal on the front that I think it's supposed to be like, it's like a circle, and if you found someone, you put a 1, then you would, there's like a cross, so these other things and stuff like that. I'm trying to remember that now, because they would use them during situations like that, so people know that these places have been checked for anyone inside or whatever. I've heard about these before.
Yeah, you've got a Y, you've got a V, need assistance, yes, no, and so on.
Yeah, you would use anything high contrasting, whatever it is, whatever you have on hand.
Yeah, high contrast would probably be the key thing.
I think I've heard, using mustard, mustard bottle, you would use that because the yellowness in it, and it would linger, like on the door or something like that.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why the dye that pilots use when they're ditched in the sea is a bright, high contrast color from the sea because it just stands out more.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't worry. Yeah, you got the V, the X. I'm just looking it up now because I can't remember them offhand. The VX.
I know, because I was just like, because I know you're supposed to put a circle in there first, if I remember right.
Well, I mean,
it's been a while.
I wouldn't worry too much about the circle. The main thing, you may not know which type of helicopter is going to turn up, so you plan for the biggest one coming in. So let's say a CH-47 Chinook, which requires a 100-meter diameter radius to land. So you've got to take that into account. You've got to take into account the wind direction because all helicopters like to land into wind. It helps them slow down and stop. So if you plan for the biggest, then you mark it properly. You can't really go wrong from there. I mean, most helicopters have got the bigger ones anyway, a crewman on board, which will do the rest really. But these symbols, yeah, I'm not really worried about the symbols myself. Just the basic one, require assistance, which is V. I just had to look that up because I can't remember it. And, I used to be a helicopter handling instructor. So, if in doubt, stand there with the back to the wind in a Y shape, arms out in a Y formation. But yeah, I've got a couple of videos on that. Take a gander at them.
Yeah, contrasting colors, movement, so it's not mistaken for something else.
Yeah. So I'm going to go because my time is up.
That was a fast 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I just looked at it. I'm like, I thought that was only like 2 minutes. It was 15 minutes.
So thanks, Shadow, for having us on.
You're very welcome, buddy.
Take care.
Good to have you on board.
Yep, no worries. And good luck to you all. I'll see you next time.
Yeah, will do.
Cheers. See you.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
You know what I kind of noticed, Shadow? It's just like
Hi,
What?
CR.
when
How
he
are
takes off,
you?
Bob comes in. I just noticed that now. It's just like a recurring theme lately. I've noticed. As soon as he takes off, Bob comes in, and I'm usually like still in here. So yeah. Oh, that was a nice topic. That's a nice topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice topic. Well, so see, I know some knowledge. I just have to apply it better.
Yeah.
Oh,
It has been
Theo.
good questions, and
Oh, Theo. Let's get silly now. Oh, don't be silly. But yeah, I mean, this is why I put some sort of signaling device in the bag. Some sort of signaling device, especially if I'm meaning to use this kind of bag as for evacuation type purposes, whatever it is, storm or something like that, because I'm probably not need it. I'm probably not need it.
signaling devices are always good to have.
And stuff like that. This might be hard to improvise it after. Might be hard to improvise it after, especially considering that everything's just randomly everywhere. You want to be able to stand out if that's required in that case, right?
Yeah.
Let's just say after a storm or tornado, I think you're not trying to be a gray man or a gray person or blend in. You're trying to be noticed. Stuff like that. You don't want to you want to stand out in that case, I would assume. Stuff like that. So, I forgot to mention this to him when he was in here because about the pencil thing. I have made a pencil before, a very crude version of one. Basically just using charcoal.
Yeah.
I charred because I remember that I had to leave a signal to someone in a more public area, but I didn't want to just write a note per se. So I just made we had some punky wood. Punk wood's very soft when you touch it, when you press it, right? Made it into charred punk wood, used it like a pencil, like a graphite pencil. But in this case, charcoal. I just wrote a quick initial in there to know, to indicate to someone, yeah, this is the place you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right. So they knew. I'm like, you saw my signal? And they're like, yeah. Thanks. Okay. Because no one would know what it means unless, right? Stuff like that. And it washed away anyway, so it's not like it's permanently there. I wasn't trying to make it permanent. Stuff like that. I mean, I could have made it more permanent if I wanted to. But...
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you about that? Well, I've shown it in a video before about making something a little bit more permanent. More. Well, it would last longer than even a Sharpie. Because the thing about Sharpie is, let's say you write it on wood or something like that, it will wear down because of sunlight and erosion from like water and stuff like that. What I shown was, because it comes back to the charcoal or chart punk wood, is I would write it. Let's just say I wrote a CR in it, and I would burn it in. So it's actually burnt in too. So it's not just on the surface; it's under the surface.
Yeah, that will stick. Definitely.
That'll stick for a long time because it's actually burnt in too, right? So you can actually still make it out even though it starts to wear down. Like even that would start to wear down, but because you burnt it in, you can still see an outline. You know, sometimes when I go camping or whatever, I'll just make a home welcoming sign like that. I'll just, I'll just do that for fun, and I'll just burn it in with solar ignition, and it's just like, a nice natural way of making a sign.
Yeah.
So, because they'll it won't wear down that fast. So, solar ignition's not just for or a lens or reflectors, not just for fire making. You can use it for other things.
Yeah.
I've tried other things out. Because most people know for a lens or whatever, some sort of lens that you would use in a credit card size lens. This is like the two more popular things is like for making solar ignition for fire or to see things closer. Because, fine print or whatever. Yeah, those are two given things, but there is other things you can do. They're just kind of less known.
Yeah.
Because I can take like a Sharpie and burn the characters in. I'll write down, let's say, a CR, and I can burn the character into the piece of wood, for example.
Yeah.
And you can use that as a marker or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it would be burnt in too, so it's not just on the surface, it's under the surface. It's almost like carving it in. Because fire's been used before in the past to carve things in, like, let's say, to make a boat or something like that. Well, fire. The thing is, solar and fire are, well, pretty much. I always say that they're opposite sides of the same coin. Hey, it's Osminder.
Yeah, welcome on, Jack. Good to see you.
Hi. Okay, I'm expecting to see both Osminder and Bob to come in now. Any second. Okay, I guess I gotta keep talking until they come in. Once they come in, I'll let them talk for like the next hour.
They will drop in.
Any second. They're probably like, well, wait, Sierra, we're listening to you first. We're letting you talk first. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta make sure my phone's charging. So
yeah, there is Bob.
Oh, there he is. Hi,
Hey.
Bob.
Hey,
Hey,
everyone.
Bob.
I just watched I just watched Preparedness Veterans bug out cart behind his bicycle. That's very, very well done. I like that.
Hello, Bob.
Oh, hello, baby.
Okay, I'll let Bob do all the talk, all the sweet talk now. I mean all the talking.
Yeah,
oh, come on, Bob. We know how this is. Every Saturday is just like I can already tell.
I'm
not like last Saturday, the Saturday before that.
I can't resist the Filipinas. They are my favorite
See,
ladies.
he even has like his famous quotes now.
Mm-hmm. Is Preparedness Veteran still here? Or did
no,
he
had to go. He had to go.
Oh, okay.
He had to go.
Yeah.
Well, I just watched.
Wait over there.
I just watched his video on his trailer behind his bicycle. Yeah, that's perfect. Really, really nice.
Yeah, he seems to be a creative guy too.
Improvise. Yeah.
Well, sometimes you got to work with what you got, right? I mean, like
exactly. Yeah.
It comes back down to those. People have put out videos about lessons from the Great Depression. One of those things is using what you got.
Mm-hmm.
Making the best with what you got, whatever it is. Stretching it out and
exactly
getting more than one or two uses out of it. Mm-hmm. Whatever it is. I mean, like not just food or water, but like other resources.
Yeah, I like how he's got his kit put together in the trailer. similar to how I have it in my bug out cart, where it's modular. If he needs to leave the bicycle and the cart behind, he can put his rucksack on and some
Go on foot.
water, and yeah, let's
Go on foot.
I left him a comment on his video that I've got my gear, my tent, and all the survival gear in a rucksack, and then all of the food and water is in a suitcase that's full of it's on wheels. So no matter what happens, you know, we will be able to get away from danger.
Yeah, and if you have to put some of the food in the suitcase and leave the suitcase, well, you got something.
Yeah, it's all strapped on the same cart with and I got provisions for a pump shotgun and a pistol holster, so we can protect it if we need to. Yeah.
Well, because you're giving yourself options.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think
and that's important. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That is important to have options when it comes to preparedness. Because plan A is always not going to be feasible or doable. So next thing. You know, the contingencies for it. You know, and hopefully one of them will work. Right? That's the idea, right? That's the idea. One. It's like, you know, you know, sometimes they say, especially let's say a fire kit, you know, people are like have more than one way to make fire. For example, in a fire kit, you know, sometimes so it'll be matches, storm matches, later some sort of ferrocerium rod and such and such. Maybe you go more into it, and you know, you have some sort of chemical reaction to make fire, solar and stuff like that. So hopefully one of them will work. When you need it. You
know, as far as building a shelter and gathering any wood we might need for cooking fires, and I don't have an axe, or I think I have a saw, but I use those long lopping shears, pruning shears. I got 2 of them.
Do you have one? Hey, do you have one with a ratchet?
Well, similar to that. It's there's 2 different types.
I have one. I have one. My friend has one with a ratchet. Oh my gosh, you can like 2-3 inches, just like so easily.
That's right.
It's faster than a saw. Because you're cleaving it and wedging it apart.
And it's quiet. That's what I'm looking for, is quiet.
Well, relatively quiet.
Yeah,
relatively quiet.
It's a lot quieter than an axe.
Well, yeah, an axe, because you're almost hacking it apart. I saw, well, you know, that ripping motion, right? The only thing you hear from a ratchet type of shear is just like that ratcheting sound, and just like that sound of it breaking.
Yeah, I have 2 different types of those long-handled lopping shears. The one with a round blade, you see, that's for live branches and wood. And the ones have a flat blade called an anvil shear. That's for dead firewood and others. And that's the one, man. I can go right through a branch. Just
the only
really
thing is that one my friend has with a ratchet, it's heavy. You wouldn't want to. If you had to leave with it, well, I guess you could, but it's not the lightest thing. In comparison to, like, let's say a saw. A saw is something much lighter.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's always a trade-off.
Yeah, it's always that trade-off.
Yeah.
They just use it at home kind of deal, right? Maybe if there's convenience or transportation, they'll bring it, but they don't just walk out for a mile with it. You know? Because it's just, it's really heavy for a tool. For what
I have done that though. I've carried both of them. I'll show you what I used. Just a moment. Let me turn the microphone off.
Well, I guess we've all asked for it. I mean, asked for it.
Well, axed. Well.
Oh, come on! You guys knew
that was creative.
I know. I diffuse some tension here, make it a little bit fun too, right? We're gonna
you have a lot of sense of humor, buddy.
Well, we're talking about serious things too, but I also want to a little bit of laughter, every
Well,
so
you
often,
need to put in some humor in it too.
I'm trying to take everything seriously, and I'm also trying to make people smile, right? Pick up their morale a little.
Yeah, this is a few years ago. I have a lot of videos on my channel that I put on private when I was clearing out an old abandoned orchard with nut trees and fruit trees, and I was clearing back the blackberries in the brush because it showed too close to my home nearby. You know what I mean? And I don't like people on YouTube knowing too close to where I live. But here's what I did to carry both of those types of pruning shears.
Can you put them big?
I improvised. I put wire loops and I'd put the handle through for both of them. And I had this
that's cool.
when I'd have my daughter drop me off there in the morning, I'd walk about a half a mile to get to that overgrown orchard. I'd just put the handles through here. I'd always carry my own food and water and you can see some insect repellent and some light sticks, things like that. And I'd walk about a half mile and I'd work all day clearing back brush and
maybe I need to accept this idea.
It's like yeah, why not? It's just
because it reminds me like D rings that are having Molly,
right.
but
yeah,
after the fact.
Yeah, I had one of these S rings on there for different gear. I think of my water bottle went on that one, but
and
yeah.
by the way, Bob, Tammy says hi.
Oh,
I can't
hi.
forget she's saying hi to you.
Okay. Hi, Tammy.
I like to engage the side chat.
And I carried these on my belt, and along with a can of this bear spray and a baton, because this area we do have mountain lions and bears and junkies, so I had to have a way of being able to defend myself if necessary. And that baton, and I on my belt, I had these shears, the small shears, a knife, a baton, pepper spray, and it came in very handy because I had to go across the river on a small footbridge. And I saw a car that was parked there one morning, and a guy was sitting in the car, and he was up to no good. I'll tell you why I know that, because my daughter dropped me off, and as soon as she pulled away and I got on the bridge to go across the river, he followed me. And I mean, I'm older than him, and I look like a good target, and I had all this gear on, and he approached.
Because you can see that you have a backpack on or something like that.
And he approached me on the bridge, and he said, "Hey, hey, hey," and I just kept walking because I don't want to engage with people. But he forced me to engage me because he picked up his pace and he came right up behind me. Are you going fishing? Are you going fishing? He's just looking to see what he can get from me and knock me down or whatever. But I turned around and I had a knife and as soon as I turned around, I put my hand on the pepper spray and pointed it at him. He go, "Are you going fishing?" And because I knew what he's doing, he's sizing me up, and I pointed pointed that spray on him while it was still on the belt, and no, I'm not going fishing. And as soon as he saw all that, a knife, a club, and some bear spray or pepper spray, he stopped right in his tracks. He changed his mind.
Yeah, because now you're a hard target.
Exactly. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's one of those things when it comes down back to it.
Yeah.
If you're doing that, you want to be able to get away with it nice and cleanly, not get hurt, because then all that stuff. So
threat versus reward.
Yes, exactly.
Because if he advanced, first thing I would have done. Fortunately, I didn't have to do anything. Was just
use
spray
more
him.
Force than necessary.
Yeah.
But
and out comes the baton. And
right. He knew he would probably get hurt. It's not worth it.
Oh, he would have gotten. Yeah, it would have been an ugly scene that I thankfully I was able to avoid it. But yeah, threat versus reward. So But that was one of the last few times I went there because what inspired me to go there was I found this overgrown orchard. It's a food forest, and then I went into it and I found that a lot of the homeless junkies a few of them were living in there, and I spoke with a gentleman who came by a couple of times to check on me. He was in plain clothes, and he came by twice because I used to go there once a week for week after week after week during the summer. And I found out who that gentleman who stopped in and talked to me. He was a local cop.
Oh.
Yeah, and he was just looking after me, and I told him about how I found this tent and a bunch of junk left over there. And he said, yeah, we ran them out of here because this is actually city property. So they can't camp on city property. So they ran the junkies out, and it took weeks, but I gathered up all that garbage, and they had a city garbage can out there. And before I'd go home, I'd gather up a whole big bag of trash that was left behind and threw it into the city garbage can, But that's food forest should still be there. It's full of plum trees and nuts of different kinds and all kinds of different trees the city planted a long time ago, and then they just abandoned it and left it. Change of command, and then the new mayor or whoever doesn't want to get involved with the last mayor's project, so they just left it. But yeah, those pruning shears are heavy, but there is a way to adapt and improvise and overcome, baby. That's just a way to do it.
And it's possible to do them with one hand.
Pardon me?
Or with one hand and your feet, for example, because obviously something like an axe, not a hatchet, you need both hands.
Yeah. Well, these long pruning shears, you have to use both hands, but
you're supposed to. I tried it before with one hand, but I had to use my foot to anchor the other side down.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Something like that, but generally,
80% of the work I did was with these small lopping shears that were right directly on my belt. And I went there with a purpose every Sunday for a whole summer to get the blackberries and the brush off of those food producing trees and then clean the area up. And I was pretty successful until I had too many encounters with the addicted homeless people. And that's when my wife just says, you need to stay out of there. And I think I had about 20 videos of showing my progress on YouTube. And one of my subscribers is a recovered addict, and he kept urging me. He says, Bob, you really need to carry a pistol with you when you're in there, because he used to be a homeless addict, and he goes, these people are going to hurt you if they want to, whether you have a club or not,
they'll just team up, right? They'll double team you instead. They'll distract you from one side and ambush you from the other side.
Yeah. That's when
then you got one of those. You're facing people on two fronts, right?
Yeah,
which is much harder.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and he kept urging me. He says if they even see a pistol, see a gun, they'll back off. But and that between him and my wife, I decided, man, and there was too many of them, too many junkies coming in that area, and I just said, okay, that's enough. I did my bit for cleaning up and making it safer for the public, so that to cut down the brush so the public could walk by there if they want to and not get ambushed. But if there's a will, my friend, there's a way. You can get around almost anything you think of with just some simple stuff like just these wire loops on a Walmart backpack. I carried both of them with me.
Well, it comes back to using what you have, right? Unfortunately, not all of us, or many of us, or all of us can just buy our way out of things.
Yeah.
Comes back down to it again, right? I mean,
yeah,
of course I would like to have a nice bag that has this, that, built well, right? But then, there's four members of the family here. Well, right? You know, so instead of buying a $200 bag, no, you're buying $5 $50 bags or something like that instead.
Something that you can afford to lose if you need, like what I used to do with this bag when I'd go in there to work. I hand painted it camouflage so that I could. It was full of my food and supplies for the day every day, and I'd drop that and walk away from it so that when my back is turned, somebody can't just run in there, grab it, and run off. They couldn't see it.
You gotta see what Bob. You gotta see what Oscar.
What's that?
He wrote wire loop, quote unquote. Pen. Hashtag.
Yeah, national stock number, patent number, and quantity 1 each, color silver. Yeah. Good one, Oz.
Might as well put a TM in there for trademark. I like how, I really like how we could talk preparedness serious, but we can also have some fun too.
That's a good question, Theo. Those long pruning shears that are on my bug out cart, I use that for clearing brush. I had 2 of them, an anvil shear and then the lopping shear. Anvil shears have got the flat blade, and the lopping shear is like this. The lopping shears are for live green wood. The anvil shear is for dead branches, but they have long handles, and I just would take the handles and slip them through the wire and let them hang straight down on my back when I would walk when I was clearing that property. That's what the loops are for. National stock number, NSA. Yeah, I would carry in here my food for the day, a few things. Yeah.
See, Bob, as soon as I see Bob here all the time, I'm like, I want to make something now. It makes me want to make something.
And I took this. This is a vest. I bought that to do the work in there, because from that addicted junkie guy who's a subscriber, who's a solid guy, he says what you should do is put a vest on, a working vest, so that when the junkies are around, you look like you're you're a city employee, that you belong there, not just some guy randomly walking through. And he said that's a deterrent to them, because they don't want to attack a city employee, or at least some of them don't. But
well, they don't want to draw attention to the area, right? I mean, like,
true.
I mean,
but
it comes back to drawing attention to your area, and then people come. Then the next thing is that you're getting kicked out.
And then I found out that the police, by that fella who checked on me a couple of times, he was a cop, a local cop, and he would check on me, and I accidentally found where they were camped out, and I mowed that brush from 8 feet down right down to the dirt, so that they don't have a place to hide anymore. So the cop who came by and checked on me, I didn't even know he was a cop until much later. He said, "Yeah, it's good thinking. It's but they didn't have the
concealment."
And the city didn't have the personnel to go in there and do that. So he was pretty glad to see that a citizen is taking up the challenge myself. But I tried to get people to come with
Bob,
me.
I didn't know you were so awesome. See, Bob's just not awesome.
I tried to get people to come with me. A few people that I know. All I got was, this kind of goes back to prepping and all that. People will promise you anything, but when it comes time to show up, they never showed up. Nobody showed up. It was just me, always alone.
Yeah, I'll help you, Bob. And then it's like, okay, are you ready for Saturday?
I
wife needs my help today. So.
Yeah, I
Something
even
like that.
I even put that out on a local Facebook page that I'm going to be in this area, volunteer, it's our city. We need to, and nobody, absolutely nobody, and also some personal friends, and nobody showed up. They always promised, but there was nothing, That kind of goes back to, people who want to join groups of preppers and all that. It's like, I won't do that, because they'll leave you stranded. They won't actually come and help out. Well, I learned that through experience. But
Okay. So sometimes it's better to keep your group smaller.
yeah, and family. You can trust most of your family, but my daughter was involved because she would drive there, drop me off, and then I'd go in, do the work all day, then call her, and she'd come pick me up. So that's family,
Bob, this reminds me of times when I go out and just like I could tell people were using this area because they left so much behind.
Yeah.
And it always saddens me for two reasons, because now it looks like this in this area, it looks like it's been per se ransacked or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is because this is just polluting the landscape, making it look ugly per se, right? And then and it's not only just that, it's because sometimes they actually leave stuff that's actually very useful and shouldn't be in the garbage after the fact anyways. I mean, like, even, for example, the other day I found like a quarter or a third of a roll of hockey tape.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Pick it up.
Just like,
heck yeah.
Yeah, it's not even like the snow's been melting here, for example, right? So I'm like, it's not even wet. It's not even wetter. It looks like, it just has some little scuffs on it, probably from being dropped or whatever. I'm like, I can either put this in the garbage or take this with me. The garbage is too far.
Yeah.
Kind of deal, right? So that's something else I don't per se have to buy necessarily right away. So again, I'm reallocating the funds that, I have to buy hockey tape. Nope, I don't have to yet. So I can reallocate those funds towards like food for now.
Yeah, I hear you,
Auslander.
Yeah. That's another example of how, you just there's so few people out there who you can rely on, very few. And it's just disappointing, because when you want to do something good, no one shows up. But if you want to get wasted and do something foolish, then you got all these people who will come and do it. Just
that's like saying BYOB. It's like, oh, okay, no one showed up now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, here's the house party. Okay, everyone just shows up. I guess that's saying people like free and easy stuff.
Yeah, it seems to be the same in Australia as it is here in the States. That you got very few people you can really count on.
Yep.
Well,
yeah. I had a friend like that where I asked him to do some per se communities. Well, I shouldn't say community service, but to help the community out. Localized thing. It was a major thing, by the way. I asked him. I was like, okay, meet me at the place at noon. I waited for an hour. I'm like, where is he? 2 hours later, no. Never did show up. Even though, oh yes, I'll meet you there at noon on Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was me too. I just like, I ended up staying, helping for like the next 8 hours.
Yeah.
The next thing I knew, I was just actually having fun. I was almost having fun with it.
Yeah. The reason why my daughter would drop me off there, because anywhere in the rivers here in Washington State, if you go near any of the rivers and you park your car and leave it unattended, you're going to get broken into because of the addicts. There's so many fentanyl addicts here now. It's just sad. It's just
Yeah.
It's a shame, you know.
Yeah, it's a shame sometimes.
Although
not all homeless are like that, but unfortunately, some are. That I know.
Well, I'm just one of those kind of brag about my own personality for a moment, but I'm one of those people who if I tell you I'm going to be there at this time, I'm going to be there at this time. And if I live up to my word in my personal life and as much as I can. But it's hard.
Really try.
Yeah, I do.
You actually put some effort to try, right?
I do. Yeah.
My car broke down. I'm biking over there. I'm walking over there. Okay. I'll pick you up. I'll come meet you halfway.
Yep.
Kind of deal, right?
Right.
Because I always appreciate when people help. Because people always appreciate when others help ourselves, well, you or me or whatever, right? You know what I mean? So I always I want to give back that offer to someone else too, because they would appreciate the help.
Yeah.
Just as much as I would appreciate the help if I was in that situation. So I try. Yeah. I mean, if I'm not busy and I can get to the place, okay, spare some time.
Yeah. We're gonna fly out here soon, go over to the Philippines, and I was planning on maybe staying longer because my wife has to come back because she's still working and I'm retired, and but I'm gonna cut it short. I'm gonna come back with my wife because the first part of April is when all the larger cities do their homeless camp cleanup. And those people go somewhere and they come out here to the suburbs. And so my duty is to be right here guarding the house day and night and protect my wife, because those folks that are on fentanyl and methamphetamine, they're dangerous and they're unpredictable. I can't leave my wife sit there alone, sit here and I just can't allow that.
You just can in good conscience to do something like that. Like, nah. That's more important.
Yes, it is. Yeah, family's more important. Always is.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bob. I wouldn't leave my wife alone at home if we had lived in a neighborhood like that.
Yeah.
You're thinking I'm in Bob's stream or something.
April through September is the danger months during here in the Seattle area. I've just made a video about it, talking about warning the people of Washington State, get ready, because it happens every year. Seattle, Tacoma, Everett, all that will do their homeless camp cleanups. And, we solved the homeless camps, we solved the problem, but honestly, all they did was clean up the garbage and the problem is still there. And then over the last few years, I noticed that they all show up in the suburbs on April 1st, because I do believe, but I can't prove, that the cities will buy them a bus ticket or a rail ticket to move them out to somewhere. And that's what happens here. I've had 18 or 19 junkies try to do a home invasion on my house in the last 10 years. And last summer, I had 9 of them try to get through that garage door right there while I'm sitting right here. So 9 attempted home invasions where they're looking in here, trying to get inside. And only one did get inside here. He was a career
Welcome,
criminal.
Oliva.
Hi, Oliva.
But I think
good to see you.
In honest prepping, that's one of the biggest threats. And I've said that on quite a few of my videos, that your neighbors are a bigger threat than government or many other things. Just the people you live around are more dangerous.
Or the people that can come in the area.
Yeah.
Too, right? I mean, because well, there's a public road. Well, it's a public road.
Yeah.
Right. I can walk down it just like you or anyone else.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and they're about that, right? Yeah, they're standing in your door, unexpected, like, oh crap, here we go again.
What the hell's this?
And the problem, those who are addicts, they are not scared of guns.
Yeah.
Not if they are high.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care.
They don't care. Same with exterior cameras. I used to have all my cameras on the outside of the house, and guys, they just walk right past them. They don't care. You know. I do keep a handgun and a shotgun right next to me at all times, but I would hate to use it. I would rather use the gel, the pepper gel, and or what's
The
worked so.
non-lethal, the deterrence instead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What?
Versus escalating it up to something that's gonna be
Right. Because that'll
potentially
get you.
life-changing.
Yeah. Yeah. If you use a deadly weapon of any kind, well, that gets you into trouble too. So you better make damn sure
Well,
that
yeah,
it was
there'll be an
necessary.
investigation, and
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
the hassle of appearing in court and doing this other stuff now.
Mm-hmm. And I've been in court quite a few times because I was divorced years ago, and the courts, as soon as that's why they set a date for you to go in front of a judge way out, so they can go into your records, they can get your tax returns, your paycheck stubs, your banking information, whether you own your house or car, and the junkie has nothing. They have no money. So the courts are looking into putting a lien against your property, and they will. If you attack somebody on the outside of your home, well, even if the junkie doesn't sue you, the court's still going to investigate, and they're going to go, well, you're civilly disobedient, you attack someone without provocation. We're going
Now I
to.
gotta pay this lawyer.
That's right. And then you
Right?
also you
More
got to pay.
hassle.
You got to pay the fines the state puts against you, and they know that honest, straight up people like us who work will pay almost any amount to stay out of jail, so that we can keep working and doing the right thing.
Well, it all comes back to do what you can. It all comes back to that preparedness thing I've been thinking about more and more. Do what you can.
Do what you can.
And
I've had very good luck with these junkies about do not interact with them. One guy came by here on a bicycle, and he's looking over my shelves, and he sees me in here, and I immediately got up, and I had a 45, and I just stood in my doorway, and he parked his bicycle in the laneway, and he screamed profanities at me for 20 minutes. And I stood at parade rest because I was in the military, and getting screamed at doesn't bother me. And I stood my ground, and he didn't know what to do. And I didn't answer him. I didn't interact with him, but I stood my ground. And after 20 minutes of screaming filth at me, then he finally left.
It's like, yes, I won. I get to see you after.
Yeah, kind of like that. It's like, okay,
He's turning away and walking away. He's like, yes.
Yeah. He sat half on his bicycle with his feet on the ground, screamed at me for 20 minutes, and calling me an old man, da 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 da. And it's like, I'm not moving. He knows the laws just as well as I do. He knows that if he steps 1 foot inside this building, that's when things escalate. And I'm also not going to go out there and confront him. Just not going to do it.
Yeah, because you don't want to step on a public place then.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, that'll be a different matter. Well, Shadow, I really like our conversation for this Saturday. We're definitely lots of topics, that's for sure.
Well,
yeah.
And of course we got Harvey here. Of course, it wouldn't be complete if we didn't have Harvey here. I was going to put Harvey on that spotlight.
Around the topic about junkies and addicts, my kid's godfather, he's a cop. When he was younger, he was called out and to a store, and when they got to that store, that they thought it would be a routine case, basically. a routine job. But the problem was that dude threatened the cops and him with I don't know, what was it? Now I forgot the name of it. Well, a needle in.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Needle, and he were pretty violent as well. So they draw the batons. They couldn't use the guns, not inside a shop.
Yeah.
Or a store. They can't use that. So they use the batons, and he attacked them, and they beat them with the batons.
Mm-hmm.
But that dude didn't react at all.
At all. Uh-huh.
No, he just kept going, moving, and they beat him up and beat him up. He kept moving.
Would have almost been better just to restrain the person from being able to do anything.
It took them at least 45 minutes, an hour, before they could get him in cuffs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He was totally, and he was high.
Yeah.
He was really high.
That's the thing.
He didn't. He didn't feel any pain. Nothing.
Nothing. Mm-hmm.
You can spray them with pepper spray. You can beat them with a baton. They keep going.
Just walk right through it.
Mm-hmm. They're used to it.
I always consider stuff like that. It's like, people that drink or whatever, right, and black out, and then, stuff like that. I remember that when I was younger and stuff like that. And just like,
Hey, Shadow, could you put us back on the grids?
Bob
sorry, I forgot that.
Oh, no problem.
Bob doesn't like the spotlight.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets nervous when the spotlight's on him.
Well, a little bit.
Yeah, just like.
Yeah, I posted up a video about just that a few days ago, about warning the people in the Seattle and Washington State area that get your gear together. It's coming back again, and also how don't fight with these people. They're used to fighting. They grew up in abuse and violence, and that, they're long prison sentences, and the average guy doesn't stand a chance against one of those guys if you're going hand to hand, even with a club. They're used to it. They've been through it 100 times. They know what to expect, and they'll walk right through it. Good point, Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Boy.
I'm kind of getting buzzed off this topic that we're talking about. All these topics now. So to speak.
Yeah, it's easy to get off track, and
no, we're still kind of,
because most of the things we get into is related with prepping and
or survivalism, or
it is. It really is, and it's an international topic.
And these things happen in most, if not all, countries.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Not just here in North America or Europe or whatever, right? It happens probably in every single place.
Every place.
To a certain degree.
Yeah.
And what worries me is those addicts and junkies. If everything goes south and we are in a huge global SHTF, those junkies, they can't get any more drugs. They can't do anything. They will be total lethal and dangerous.
Extremely dangerous. That's when you would have to go to a firearm. I think, in my situation, I would have to go to a firearm in that situation, because there's a channel on my channel. I posted a video the other day with a link below. It's to a YouTube channel. It's called The Soft White Underbelly. It's where a fella here in the States, he interviews the people in the addicts, the prostitutes, the pimps that live on the streets, and he has a sit-down interview with them. He has hundreds of videos, and they've all done extensive prison terms, and in the camps they beat on each other and they rob each other. So that's why I warned everyone, don't try and take these guys on hand to hand, because the average guy, you're not going to win. You're going to get hurt. So I kind of advocate that if I can, I'll use whatever means necessary, but I also wear a sidearm, and that's the last resort, because I advocate if he comes in through the front door, and as long as he's nowhere near my wife or my daughter, I'm going to go out the back door. There's nothing in this house is worth my health or the life of a family member. We'll just leave, just go, and then call the police from there. But yeah, if the grid goes down, those guys are going to be on a rampage for a while, and I think we're a well-armed population here. Their numbers will be thinned down pretty quick. We will have to do something, Yeah. Hello, Ivy. But on that channel that I tagged below in my recent video, all of these people, the men and the women of all ages, they started off life with their parents being drug addicts and being left alone and hungry and get beaten up and raped, and they grew up with that. So if you think you're going to do them much harm, especially if they're on fentanyl, that's a painkiller. You're not going to
Yeah,
be able to do much to them. You can beat on them all you want, and they're not even going to feel it. And the ones that are on amphetamines, they're wide open. You're not going to hurt them either. So I know it's a kind of off topic of prepping, more or less, but it's something that you should be prepared for to be able to escape or fight.
yeah. Well, which make me think those countries that has strict gun laws like Sweden,
Mhm.
and if that happens, we are not well armed. It's only hunters and competition shooters
Yeah.
who have the license,
Mhm.
but where they are, they can't then use them for self defense anyway. So we will have serious problems.
Yeah. At first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you have the only choice is just run on the other direction or just fight them, but that is a bad idea.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I think the best thing you can do, like for your food storage and your necessities for your preps, um, learn how to weld cages, so that even if someone gets in your house and runs you out the back door, they still cannot get at your stuff. They have it locked up as best as you can. Uh, But yeah, the only way I would go to a gun is if someone's in the house and he's between me and my wife and daughter, and then in any I'm I would have to. But I guarantee you one thing: I would have a phone recording all of it. All of it would be recorded, because you're going to need it for court later. Because
Yeah,
uh,
Okay, guys, I did something proactive. I went and got food before you guys talk about food. Thanks, Jack. Just in case you guys talk about food, I'm ready.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I
Yes.
saw this kind of stuff coming years ago, and I've got stuff stored away, and it's all locked up, and I handmade everything right here in my shop to lock it up. You know, I know I heard something about that, some chatter about that old pedo Joe was already warning the population that he's going to start cutting off the food. You know.
Yeah. I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back.
Now they just leave. Maybe this is the time to put links to my channel. Just drop all these links. Selfless promotion. I don't know what to say. This is not my stream. And there's no topic. And I'm trying to eat something. Thanks, Jack. And I'm trying not to talk with my muffle. And apparently, yeah, might need more coffee soon too. Intermission. Yeah. This is halftime, everyone. Everyone, grab your snack and your beverage of choice, and your brew and stuff like that. Now's the time. He's already back. And you're back.
And I'm back. Yeah. Okay, this is like the intermission at the cinemas. Good point, Jack. But seriously, that would be a really problem for us here in Sweden. Because we have a lot of junkies in this country too.
Well, that'd probably be an issue everywhere, to be honest.
Yeah. Especially in my city where I live, there is a lot of drugs that are in the. It's easy to get by in here. So if you know where to go.
You know, I wasn't hungry until he said something. It's like, now my tummy's rumbling. No.
Yeah.
I just look at the screen, Bob already back.
Yeah. I had to run to the boys' room real quick. Coffee has to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I've learned sometimes it's better not to confront.
Yeah, it's better not to. I don't interact, especially with the ones that are on meth. They're out. Their mind is out of control. And in my situation, the folks that are high on something in this area, they're all 30 years younger than me. You know, I mean, I'm almost 60 years old, and I have no business trying to hand with somebody like that. It's not worth the injuries.
No, it is.
Well, yeah, because
I agree.
as you get older, you like recover and heal less and less.
Yeah. Well, for example, if I got into a fight with someone right here in this garage, and they're faster and they're stronger, and they could throw me around, break my ribs and steal my stuff, and hurt me really bad. And how am I going to guard the family if I'm sitting here with a bunch of broken ribs later? I mean, that diminishes.
Well, you can't help anyone if you don't help yourself, right? You gotta feel safe or whatever to help someone else.
Mhm.
It comes back to like if you're on a plane and the oxygen mask drop down, put one on yourself first, then start helping others.
Yeah.
Don't good to anyone if you're hurt and damaged too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
take care, Harvey. Harvey's taking off.
Take care, Harvey.
Yeah.
He must be canning or something again.
Yeah. I'm gonna later tonight. Mrs. and I'll go out on a dinner date, but
whoa.
My plans are, as you know, we're going to scoot out of here and go overseas for a few weeks, and I've got some more stuff to lock up. I'm a busy welder, guys.
Yeah.
Any piece of property in my house is locked up before we fly out. Anything worth stealing is locked up. So I've got a few things like
weld. I can see, Bob.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make that fun.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded funnier in my head.
What I did with some of the, we all open carry or conceal carry pistols, all of us. Right now, my son's in the kitchen. He's got a 357 on his hip. And the example is I took a 5/8 diameter round steel bar, 2 of them, and I welded them together, and it's over 6 feet long. And I drilled holes in it for padlocks, for locks. And one thing I'm going to do today is slide more of those pistols on that steel bar and lock them, so that if someone does get into the house, and I've seen interviews with these folks, they stay inside of your house stealing stuff for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then they get right back out. So if you think you're going to be able to pick up a steel bar with spikes and stuff on it, so you can't lift it up with pistols and shotguns on it, if you think you're going to pick that up and carry it out of the house, well, if you manage, good luck. You've got them. But I just want to make it hard for them,
Well, yeah, you make you don't want to be a soft target, right? It's just like, oh, hey, I put these in the safe, but someone can carry the safe out, by the way.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, maybe I'll bolt it into the ground or into like the structure itself, so it's much harder.
Exactly.
Because you want to make it as hard as possible, so time isn't on their side, right? So it takes like at least 10 minutes. Or whatever, right? You make it as long as possible for them to do it, the task. Yeah. Which gives you the time to react or whatever, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I watched a lot of interviews on YouTube with people who are sitting in prison cells, and they'll have an officer interview them about their method of robbery of your home, and they all in common said they're looking for just a few things: jewelry, pistols, maybe some coin collections, or cash, cash, jewelry, pistols, and cash. And they can throw that into a backpack and run right out of your house, get on their bicycle. That's how they travel here, is on bicycle.
Yeah, that would have well, for the risk, whatever it is, it's going to have a high return because there's potential value or black market value.
Black market, yeah.
And stuff like that. I mean, something like jewelry. I mean, like you can a simple one pocket. It's gonna it can be palmed too, right? So it's not like it's heavy.
Every part of the country, when they it could be a beautiful Glock or Sig Sauer handgun, Smith & Wesson, and they'll sell it for $20 worth of dope. Same with the jewelry. They can get a handful of whatever. They sell it for $20 to $30 of heroin, or that's what drives all that kind of crime, is drug addiction.
Yeah. And with the drug addiction, there is also a lot of illegal weapons.
Yeah.
And the worst case scenario would be a junkie who is high, who break into your house and begin to shoot you at you,
Mm-hmm.
and he's
I know.
high inside the house.
So
Uh-huh.
he's not even aiming properly. So
Yeah.
he might not hit you, but hit someone beside you.
Yep. I know. I've been doing this prepping stuff for years, and my wife carries a pistol. Most of the time, she carries 2 pistols and 3 knives because she works in a high risk area, and those have saved her life more than once. But what we'll do is we'll put our open carry on in the living room, and we'll do this with shotguns, AR-15s, and pistols, and we'll practice, like both of us shift left, shift right, shift left and advance, shift right and retreat, and pulling the trigger while we're doing it at the threat at the door, or I'll set up a pillow in the corner of the room, and then that way we don't have to look where the holster is at. We know automatically right where that handgun
Muscle
is
memory.
at. Correct. Yeah, because my wife's a black belt, and she taught me a lot of stuff, and that muscle memory is one of the most important thing that she taught me. And being able to grab your handgun or whatever weapon you have without even thinking about it, take the safety off without even thinking about it. That's kind of incorporated the two together to be able to protect ourselves.
Yeah, I agree. It takes some time before you get that muscle memory. You have to practice at least 1,000 times before you begin to get that muscle memory.
That's right.
And that is a lot of practice.
Yes, it is. But it's worth it.
It is worth it.
Well, it comes back down to like being ready, and so it's ready to go, just like the gear's ready to go. You're ready to go with it too, right?
Yeah,
it's part of the training, so
it's part of the training.
Default back to that.
It's a discipline about, like, all I got to do is, if I'm on another part of the house, I can yell to my wife, shift left, and I know exactly what because we follow each other's instructions, working as a team. But
Well, yeah, right. Well, because I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, you're the way you've been saying it, that's always assuming it's just one person. What happens if they're working in a team? You need to work as a team too, right?
Correct. Come at them from 2 different directions, advance and retreat.
Yeah, that way your coordination is on par with what your objective is, to stay safe, hopefully not escalate the situation, and all this other stuff.
But
so if they're not coordinated, then you might have that advantage, because
and we are
now they're wasting time, now and all this other stuff. You've been able to get your daughter to make an emergency call out, and all this stuff, right?
Exactly.
But they're still trying to think of what their next move.
And it's like, example is, if someone gets in the house, and what he's going to see is 2 people. He probably won't see both of us at the same time, but wife will advance from the left, and I'll be retreated to the right, and then she'll disappear, and I advance from the right. Do you understand? And now, and I'll retreat from the right and shift right, and then come back at them, and that way we're hitting them from 2 different directions, and we won't be just standing there shooting. We'll be in and out, left and right. It's called slicing the pie. It's where you put your footwork in a pie shape. You put your footwork in a triangular shape. You move your body in a triangular shape. So, all of a sudden, they don't see anybody. We both retreated, and one will come from the left and fire and advance, fire and advance. Well, that's some of the stuff that we work on right here.
I see.
I have an advantage of the wife's a black belt, and that's some of the stuff that and I'm the firearm guy. I've been shooting, and I was in the military, and I when we put the two together,
Memo to self: have Bob and his wife on your team.
Yeah. Yeah. Note to self: go to the neighbors. Don't break into Bob's house. Go to the neighbors.
Pass on Bob's house.
Go to the neighbors. They're watching Netflix and drinking beer. Don't come here.
Yeah, and a big pit bull jump on them.
Then my neighbor's got a pit bull. Yeah. Oh, my neighbor, the guy over here. Oh my God! Last summer, he's an ex-convict, and he's built like a bull. He's a big guy, and he beat the snot out of at least 3 of them trying to get into his garage. I mean, he attacks them. He doesn't use firearms, but he's big and strong enough to fight them. He beat the crap out of 2 of them right by my house, and I was a little skeptical until he showed me videos about how him and his friend will get together and they'll hang out in his garage, and he's got equipment stacked up in the front of his garage so the junkies can see it. As soon as they grab something, him and his buddy attack him. And I mean, this is no lie, but I saw this video he showed me, is that over in this direction is a parking lot where the dealer will sit in a car and sell fentanyl. And they'll patrol through with one car. As soon as they see a dealer, they'll go park the car and take another car that they don't recognize, and they'll go right after these dealers. And he filmed once when they chased this dealer over a few miles away, and the guy had a needle in his arm, and the fentanyl was taking effect, and the dealer just started collapsing behind the wheel. And they pulled up next to him, and he's filming it. And the last part of that video was when he opened up the door and he reached in and grabbed and pulled the guy out of the car, and I guess they beat that guy senseless and left him laying in the street, and they took his car keys and threw him out in the weeds and then just left him. Yeah.
Oh my.
That's my direct neighbor. And he buys and sells used tools, and to make friends with the guy, to pay the guy a little bit, I had a 10-inch disc sander that I hadn't used in years. So I said, "Hey Scott, do you want if you can, it's big and heavy," and I said, "If you can pick up that tool and carry it, it's yours." So he goes, "Oh, thanks, man." He picked it up and he brought it into his garage, and he came back out and he goes, "You're solid, man. I'll look after you and your family." I said, "Well, I do the same with your family when you're not home too."
Yeah, that mutual assistance group or mutual assistance community, right? And that way you're. Well, this is why, like, the kind, and generally speaking, he would support you as the best as he could.
Yeah.
For what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Depending on the situation, I guess. But that's why I'm a big proponent about doing stuff like that as much as possible.
Yeah, but he and I have talked right outside there many times, and I told him that, like, he's got a teenage daughter, she's still in high school, and I said, I sit out front and I watch your daughter walk down the street and get in the house, and I do the same for your wife. I know his wife, and I told him, and I always open carry during the summertime here, and I told him that my thing is I won't shoot anybody, but what I will do is call Johnny Law, get the cops, But I said the only way I would shoot anybody is if someone's got hands on your wife or your daughter and they're hurting them. That's the only way I would do something like that. It's a good mutual agreement. And he told me he's an ex-con. He did several years for assault, and he goes, "Bob, you got nothing to worry about. I don't assault older people or handicapped or whatever, and he goes, "You're a good guy for watching my family. I'll take care of you too."
Yep. Right, that's what you kind of want, right? That kind of community, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Tammy. Yeah.
The best, I mean, again, the best that you can do for what you have, right? I mean, obviously, we're all different.
Mm-hmm.
He's different, but
Yeah. There are some times when thugs are necessary. That's kind of what my neighbor is. He's a thug. Because when he, like the last few summers in a row, and he beats the crap out of a bunch of them, and the word gets out, don't go in this area. They stay away. But yeah, practicing your drawing your weapon, whatever it is, came in very handy. My wife's had to use show the weapon when she's leaving work 3 different times, and it saved her. But one example is she was having problems with one of the staff members where she works, so she chose to eat her lunch out in her car in the parking lot. And one afternoon she's eating, and a fella just walked up right behind her car and walked right up to the driver's door and grabbed the door handle, and she had the door locked, and she had her 9 on her, and she just took that right out and pointed it right at him. And the guy saw that she was armed, and he just took off. Well, he's got the
good choice.
He's got the hand. His hand is still on the door handle of the car, pulling on it, and she knew right where her pistol was at, and safety's off, and it's right at him, and that's when he.
Well, I think the more important thing besides that is to remember to lock your door.
Yeah,
especially
that's
if
very
you're on
important.
your own, right? Especially if you're on your own, right?
Yeah,
you're in a public area. I mean, it's one thing if there's no one around at all, right? Because if your door's not locked, unless you're paying attention to your rear view mirrors and stuff like that, or your side mirrors, you might not see them coming, or whoever it is, right? Because
true.
People can sneak behind and just be in the blind spot until that last second. Next thing you know, the door is open. And because they got the high ground, because they're standing, you're sitting. So you can't, even if you know martial arts and stuff like that, what can you do in that kind of position compared to someone that's standing?
If she
someone
didn't have
standing
her,
can kick, can do all this other stuff. You know, whatever you want to see in the movies and all this stuff, they probably could do that to you. And it's just like, that'd be a vulnerable spot. But as long as your door's locked and your window's up, well, they gotta do a lot more to get in.
Another really important thing for anyone is, like, she leaves the medical facility at about 10 or 11 p.m. and many times she's alone out in the parking lot. And this is a facility that's not in the parking lot is open to the public. When she leaves the facility, she's already got her 9mm here, and it's ready to go, and it's under her shirt, under her uniform, and she got
Spatial
her keys
awareness.
in her.
Always taking a look around. It goes back to anything like that, right? Because if you can see it coming, then you can prepare better for it and react better. When you don't see something coming in,
that's when you're going to get hit.
That's when you're going to get hit.
But when she was walking out of the building once, there was a pickup truck that was sitting next to an ATM machine. And as soon as they saw her leave, I mean, she looks like an easy target. She's about 100 pounds and she's Filipina. She's tiny. And she looks like an easy target. And they drove the truck around, and she always has the keys in her hand and she's ready, and the truck pulled in front of her car and turned the high beams on. And she doesn't unlock the door until she's standing at the car, and the high beams came on her, and she had the door unlocked and her stuff in her left arm, and they're parked right in front of her because they're going to attack her, no doubt about it. And she lifted up her shirt and showed her pistol, and nobody got out of that truck. They stopped, and no, she did not take her eyes off that truck, and she unlocked the car, threw her gear in there, took the pistol out, put it in her hand, got in the car, locked the door, and started, took off. She looks like an easy target, but if you're street smart, you're not an easy target.
Well, there is a true story from here, from Sweden. And there were a 64-year-old lady.
Mm-hmm.
She were going back home, but she was followed by a guy, and he tried to snatch her bag.
Mm-hmm.
But he had, what he didn't know was that she had black belt in jiu-jitsu. So he went straight through the ground and
got his ass.
He got his ass kicked, basically, and she
No,
hold
so he
still
asked
hold
for it.
her bag, and she didn't really let her bag go, and he just went straight to the ground.
Good
It
for
took
her.
it took a couple of seconds for her to get him on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she knows.
64-year-old. She was not that big either. She was a tiny old lady.
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
thought she was easy to snatch her bag from.
Good for her.
Yeah, but he regretted.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he got into the jail and the other inmates ask him, "What are you in for?" Snatching a bag. Yeah, and how did that go? An old lady threw me straight to the.
Imagine how embarrassed he was sitting in the lockup. Well, how'd you get all those cuts and bruises? I got my ass kicked by a little old lady.
A 64-year-old lady.
That would be one of those precious moments you'd love to see, How'd you get those teeth knocked out, man? You're covered in blood. Got my ass beat by a little old lady, Oh,
what old lady? That old lady.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Oh, wow.
Hey guys, I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a refill on my coffee. I'll get a refill on my coffee, fellas.
Yeah, do that.
That means you have to do all the talking.
Yeah.
Can you do that? Are
Yeah.
you trained to do that?
Yeah, I think I can keep up. I hope.
Yes, I'll be back. I'll be back on both the chat.
I can do some funny sounds otherwise.
Or else I'll be back.
Well, funny sounds.
Funny sound. Midshipman. That was fun.
Well, I couldn't help it. It's fun with those chipmunks. Ja, relativt. Jaha, kommer du nu? Va? Jag ska försöka. Ja. Ja, svansen i alla fall. Mm. Jag kör det. Sorry about that, guys. That was my wife. And now I have a cat in my lap, so...
Oh, looks like we lost CR, huh?
Yeah, it looks like that. We have simply me.
Simply me.
Or my world.
My.
I don't know.
How's your progress going on your food and water storage, Shadow?
Well, I had to try to see if I could find some new water jugs, and all I could find was 225 liters instead.
Oh yeah,
So
I saw those. Yeah.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so that is
Yeah.
better than nothing.
Exactly.
I need actually more.
Mm-hmm.
So
Let me open the door.
yeah. You're very welcome, Simply Me. It's good to have you here, ma'am.
Well, just a minute.
Yeah.
I can hear someone outside.
Yeah. Well, it's good to have you here, all of you. I appreciate that.
Okay, just one of the neighbors talking on her phone out there.
Yeah.
Neighbor lady. Yeah, we're pretty fortunate here. I was able to get water jugs. They're colored blue. That represents water, and
Yeah.
I think they're like 3 gallons, something like that. And I bought quite a few of them. And that 3 to 3.5 gallons is light enough to where my wife or my daughter can pick them up and carry them down to the kitchen or wherever they're needed. But that kind of stuff, I do it one at a time. I'll go to the market to buy the week's groceries, and I'll throw a few extra cans in, and then grab one of those water jugs, and just step by step by step. It just takes time.
Yeah. And for my water jug, 25 liters water jugs, I had to pay 120 crowns for each of them.
Oh. Do you know how much that is in dollars? US dollars, or do you know?
I can see if I can convert it.
Okay. So Sweden did not follow along with the euro and all that.
Our currency follow the dollar.
But I know some of the other European countries, they use the euro now. They
Well, that 120 crowns is about $12.69.
okay. That's about the price I was paying for these 3-gallon water jugs that I was buying, somewhere in there, $8 to $10 each.
Yeah.
So, like I say, when I had a little left over on my budget, I would grab one of those and throw it in the shopping cart and pick up another one.
Yeah.
How you doing with food storage?
Well, I'm gonna fill up a little bit more this month.
Yeah.
So that will be nice.
Yeah. Little piece by piece, piece by piece, piece by piece,
Yeah.
by piece, I wonder where my missus is at. She's been gone to the market for a while now.
Yeah.
Today's her birthday,
Yeah.
so she actually took a day off. Can you believe it?
A
She
day
actually,
off.
yeah, she actually took a day off. I'll take her out for a dinner for her birthday tonight. I'm not sleeping too well because I'm so excited about going overseas, and I was in and out of bed. I've been like that for a week or more, in and out of bed with anxiety, waiting to go. And I woke up very early this morning, and she and I did the same thing. We both woke up early, got a little something to eat, and went back to bed. And then I stayed in bed. Oh, geez, probably 2:30 in the afternoon. I just woke up not long ago. My sleep is so disrupted.
Jack says, "Do you guys know anything about chainsaw steel
Still,
036 in particular?"
well,
That's Steel is a chainsaw brand.
yeah, those are made in Germany. Those are a good brand to buy. And another, I don't know particulars, but I used to be a woodcutter before I went in the U.S. Air Force. So
Yeah.
I handled saws in my youth, and another good solid brand is called Husqvarna. That's made in
Yeah.
Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is another brand as well, Ljungsered.
Ljungsred? I don't think we have those here in the States yet. I don't think.
That is also a brand. They make chainsaws and things like that. So.
Are those Sweden?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know stuff that's made in Sweden is good quality. You guys do good work. You have fine machinists and assemblies, good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we have. We produce good quality.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Axes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. There's a channel on YouTube. He's in Washington State, where I'm at. His channel's called Wrangler Star, and I think
Wrangle Star. Yeah.
You know him? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, follow his channel.
I think his wife is Sweden, is maybe second generation. His wife, I think, but yeah, he does reviews on axes and saws and all sorts of things, and he swears by the Swedish steel, the Swedish axes and hatchets. They sharpen easily. They stay strong. They don't break.
They are reliable.
Yes, they are.
And they last for basically forever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I've noticed back in the 80s when I was doing wood cutting, compare the Husqvarna to the Stihl. The Stihl brand were very powerful and reliable, but it's very wet here. It rains constantly, and they were a little temperamental with moisture in the machine. Sometimes it was a little temperamental, but the Husqvarna was just as reliable and not quite so finicky. You know what I mean? It's they would keep running, but they were not as powerful as the Stihl, but they were durable. Both quality. You pay for quality, but they're both really good saws. But you'd see a logging crew up in the Cascade Mountains up here when I was working up in the mountains, and it would be a mix of Husqvarna and Stihl.
Yeah.
Some of the loggers would carry McCulloch. Those were an American brand, but they didn't last as long as the European brands. The steel that they used on the bar and other things wasn't as durable as the European brands.
That is a little bit odd that American brands are not that good as the European.
Yeah. Well, what I think that comes down to, now this was in the 80s, okay? What it came down to is the smaller countries have to make the highest quality to be competitive. They have to have a really good reputation, but because in the 80s there were several brands that were made here in the States, and they were everywhere. Poland, Home Light, well, the other brand I mentioned, they were cheaper, and the market was flooded with them. They were everywhere. I think that might have something to do with it. The smaller countries have to build high quality with a reliable name to it to be competitive.
But they sell a lot of it.
Yeah, they do.
They are more expensive, but they sell it.
That's why, because they build quality and it's a recognizable quality name still, and Husqvarna.
Yeah. Volvo are really good cars as well. They are built to last.
Yes, they are.
Those Volvos from the 70s and 80s, well, you could get hit by another car and they would stay in...
Going.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if you did that with another car, they would split in half.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But Volvo didn't.
Yeah, they're here.
Put a lot of money and energy to make them safe.
Yeah, they're still fairly popular here in the U.S. There are not too many dealerships, not many. I had a teacher in high school. She had a Volvo station wagon,
Yeah.
and it had reinforced steel bands in the doors,
Yeah.
and it had a full roll cage inside of it made. And she said it was heavier than many other cars, but in the snow and the ice, that little bit of extra weight and stability, she said it was like a tractor. It just
Yeah.
it never failed. It always got her to the school and back home, even in the worst conditions. And she was so lucky because one day on a weekend, or maybe after she left the school going home, was forced off the road because of another accident, and she tumbled over.
Yeah.
And she came back to school with just a couple of scratches. The next day, she was right back at work, a couple of scratches and a bruise or two. And she says, I'm lucky I was driving that Volvo because it has a full roll cage in it. And she rolled over and she really came out of it unhurt because of the safety built into that car. And one of the students was dumb enough to ask her, what kind of a car are you going to buy next? She says, I'm going to buy another Volvo, of course.
Yeah. In US, Volvo is considered a luxury car.
Yes, they're taxed pretty highly on the initial purchase, yeah, and license fees and stuff, yeah. What did he say? Was a
Merc G500.
I've never heard of Merc, MERC.
No, I have never heard about that car either.
Was it a Mercury? Like
And yes, I've driven a Hummer again. No comparison. And the G500 kicks the S series in luxury. Mercedes.
Oh, Mercedes. Oh, okay, a Mercedes. Yeah, yeah.
But I never heard somebody call them Merc.
No, neither have I. Yeah. A lot of people here in the States will say a Benz.
Yeah. And the interesting thing with the name Mercedes on the car is that the guy who founded the company, he needed a suitable name for the company.
Yeah, I heard about this. Yeah.
So he had a daughter called Mercedes. So, well, why don't we name the company Mercedes? And that's the way it is.
Yeah, isn't that funny though?
Yeah, it's funny.
I know in aviation, at least during World War II, quite a bit of aviation parts for the German Luftwaffe were made by Daimler-Benz and Bavarian Motor Works, and there's a lot of BMWs here in the U.S. And my neighbor drives a BMW. He just bought a new one, and
Yeah.
the white and the blue logo on the car, I understand that came from
The shop helicopter.
Yeah, the propeller.
Yeah.
Yeah, propeller cutting through the sky, blue and
Yeah.
white. Like, oh wow.
I heard that a couple of years ago, and I didn't know that either before until I heard it. So they made helicopters? I didn't know that. That explains the blue and white.
I understand during World War II they made a lot of aircraft parts for the Luftwaffe, for engines and engine parts and gearboxes, and for the different aircraft. That's how they got started.
Note the G series, not the GL. That is a SUV. It was originally a push Austrian.
Austrian. Okay. Hmm. And it seems that the BMWs are more popular here in the States than the Mercedes Benz. I think it's price. I don't know.
Here in Sweden, Mercedes and BMW are considered luxury cars.
Yeah. Same with the States. Yeah.
Yeah. There is a engine I really like that is really durable and reliable.
Mm-hmm.
That is the Boxer engine that Subaru use in their cars.
Is that Sabario? Is that Saab? SAAB?
Subaru. Subaru.
Oh, Subaru.
Oh, you call them that.
Yeah, Subaru. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They have the Boxer engine. That is a really reliable engine.
Yeah.
That you can do almost everything with that without failure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's Subaru is another that we have them here, but there's not very many dealerships. But everyone I've known who'd owned a Subaru, those things are made of iron. You can run them to death, and they'll just keep moving. Is Saab still in business making cars? SAAB.
Yeah, Saab is not in business anymore.
Oh, okay.
They had to shut down the whole business.
Do they still make fighter planes? Saab was making.
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. They still make trucks as well.
Okay. I was curious because I hadn't seen a Saab automobile in my area for many years. I was wondering what happened. Maybe but
they had too many debts. And they didn't sell that many cars as they hoped for, so they get bankrupt basically. CR. Unfortunately, the G-Wagon G-Class is not really available in Australia. Total luxury item. Okay.
Well, sorry about that. That's definitely a military aircraft going over. Sounds like a C-17 flying out of McCord Field.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically Saab was mismanagement. They went into debt and they bankrupt.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was really sad actually when that happened. Welcome, Maclean channel. Good morning to you. Well, it's more like after midnight here. So, yeah.
Oh, I was on a Friday Night Live with Fishes and Loaves Live. She has a Friday Night Live.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have a couple of drinks and she said, "Hey, Bob, some of the Filipinas that I'm subscribed to know your name. They know you, Bob." Well, that's good, you know. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Gallon the Wagon. I'm not sure. Yeah,
Another
Oh,
one from Philippines.
hello, Philippines. I love your country. My wife is Filipina. Yeah. All right. Welcome here. What part of the? Can I ask? Are you from Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao, or Macallan channel? I told you earlier, Shadow. I'm not sleeping too well because we'll be going back to Davao soon, and I was like, oh man, come on.
That is frustrating.
It
isn't
is. It is frustrating. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. I can tell Mrs. is not sleeping too well too because she was up and down out of bed a couple of times last night because we're all just so anxious. Go get to see the family and you know. Oh, from Mindanao. Yeah, that's where my wife is from. My wife is from Davao, and we're going to be going there in just a few days from now. So, if you're on my channel, you can see us having lechon with the family soon. I hope. My brother-in-law, we have a house there, and the family has really helped us with furniture and everything, and we talk on Facebook occasionally. And months ago, when we first got the house, getting furniture in it, and my brother-in-law goes over to the refrigerator and he opens it up, and the only thing in that refrigerator was a big bottle of San Miguel Pilsner. And he goes, "Bob, bro, this is for you when you first arrive." Okay, man, let's split it. Let's have a beer.
San Miguel is a good beer, actually.
Yes, it is. I can't get that here. I can't get it. We used to sell it locally, but it's no more. Maybe the disease affected it. I don't know, but my wife sent Ate, the oldest daughter, some money and a grocery list, some food to get and put it in the house for us when we first arrived. And she's on the phone to Ate, and I said, she said, "Hun, what do you want Ate to pick up and have it in the house ready for us?" I said, "Microwave popcorn." Because that's one thing I've been looking forward to be sitting on the sofa with the family, turn on Netflix or movie night, and have microwave popcorn.
Yeah.
Just sit there with everyone and catch up and watch movies together. After the last 2 years of staying at home mostly because of the different conditions around, and I'm really looking forward to that. Just simple times. Just
Yeah. Creative with a yeah. popcorn.
Popcorn. There you go. Thanks. Thanks, CR.
Yeah. He's funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
I didn't even know they had an emoji like that. I had no clue. Popcorn.
well, I have seen it, but I never thought about it. But
Mm-hmm.
well, it's interesting. I guess there will not be much YouTube time for you when you arrive to Philippines.
Oh yeah, I'll still be on YouTube.
Yeah.
What I will probably do is, we'll arrive there and I'll give a first look at the house. It's just a modest three bedroom house. Give a look around, and what I might do is I might have my first live from the house, and because I've got my nieces with me and they're all in their early 20s, so they're so much faster and better at the computer than I am. I'm old and slow at this stuff. I'll see if they could help me get up on a live and introduce the family to everyone and stuff like that.
If they show you, you will get hang of it.
Yeah. But it's at my age with a lack of training. The first time doing something is frustrating for me.
Yeah.
But if you got a 20-year-old girl sitting next to you, just go, uncle. You're all set, uncle. Go. And I've got a 21-year-old daughter, and I used to go to her, and she would get frustrated sometimes because she's doing something on her own. How do I get through this? It's driving me crazy, And she'd sit down, go right through it. And you got that, Dad? Well, I'll try.
Yeah.
I can do minor gunsmithing. I can do welding, machining. I can fabricate almost anything. But when it comes to a computer,
welcome, Minnie and Big's vlogs.
Hello.
Also
Mega
from
love
Philippines.
Oh, really? Oh, I like Filipinos. Well, I like them because that's why I married one.
Yeah. Yeah, if you didn't like them, you wouldn't be married with one.
No, sir. No, I would not.
Asian people are normally very friendly and
I agree.
they are friendly and they are helpful, and because it's in their culture.
It is, yeah. And I especially like the way that they treat the senior citizens. I really respect that. They treat them like gold. They're treated like king and queen.
Yeah.
And example is many years ago when I first met my wife, and I had to wait for her for 4 years because she just started medical school. She was already a civil engineer, and she went back to university. So I had to wait for her to finish her degree in medical, and I would go visit her every year. No, it's back in those days. I had brown hair. I was a young man, and over the years, after the marriage and all that, now I've got gray hair.
Yeah.
Once you get gray hair in Asia, life's easy.
Yeah.
It was funny because once I got gray hair, then I could sit at the same table with my wife's dad and all of his gray-haired friends, and those fellows, they never had to all they would do is tell one of the granddaughters, I'm hungry, and they'd bring them out a plate. I learned that too. I go to Ate, the oldest daughter, and Ate, I'm hungry. What do you want, Uncle? I said, whatever you have. Next thing you know, out comes a plate. Boom. Here you go, Uncle. And do you want a beer, Uncle? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I would. She'll run down to the sorry and get a bottle of beer, and it's the funniest thing because I remember one time when I was sitting there, had a glass of beer, and Ate runs out with some ice cubes without asking and drops ice cubes in my beer. It's like, well, thank you. Wow, this is nice. And showing respect,
Yeah. Yes, you treat Bob like gold because he's wise. Yeah, at the
Oh,
word.
thanks, CR. Yeah. Well, I'll smoke another cigarette with you guys, and then I'll go upstairs and lock up a few more things preparing because we're gonna fly out next Thursday.
Yeah.
My wife's all worried about, I don't know if I'll have time to pack a suitcase. Well, whatever you forget, just go to the mall and buy it there.
Yeah.
And she says she came home frustrated the other day because she wanted to buy some more short pants because they don't have them in her size here. And I said, well, just buy them when we get there, hon. They're guaranteed they're going to have your size. For me, finding jeans and shoes, it's very hard. Does hair tie coming correct? I don't know, brother. You're going to have to look into that yourself. You're going to have to find that out.
Yeah, that would be funny to see her in gray hair.
Mm-hmm. No worries. It comes natural, man. Next thing you know, one will show up, two, then, a whole bunch of them. Just they.
Yeah, my beard begins to be gray, actually.
Yeah, that's usually why I'll keep my hair shaved or my face shaved because it's my face is almost all gray now. It doesn't. I don't care for the look.
The food thing got me interested.
Yeah. That's how those Filipino ladies are. I've been to so many Filipino homes my whole life. There's a lot here in my area, and when you walk into a Filipino home, almost every time, as soon as you enter, the lady of the house will hand you a plate, an empty plate, and a spoon and fork. Here, you better show up hungry because she's going to feed you.
Yeah. And you probably will eat more than you normally do.
They make sure you do. Because while you're sitting there eating, a lot of times the lady of the house or one of the daughters will come over and put more food on your plate. No, taking notes. Yeah, well, find yourself a nice Filipina there, CR, and she'll take good care of you.
Well, in my community, I have a lot of Filipinos who are single, and they ask me if I'm married.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
Or single. I said I'm married for 22 years.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, I've heard it too. Yeah. That's why many times as soon as I see a Filipino show up, I'll say, my wife and I. I'm
Yeah.
married, happily married, but still I get it from my oldest niece, the one who's a nurse. And Uncle, find a good one for me, Uncle. She says the same thing to my wife. Uncle or Auntie, find me a good man. I can't find a good man here. Hair dye comes in gray. Don't rush it, CR. The gray hair will be here before you know it, my friend. Don't rush
Trust
it.
me. You go to bed at the night and wake up with gray.
Exactly. That's how it works. Yeah, you wake up in the morning, brush your teeth for work, and what the heck is this? Where'd that come from? On my head, they first started showing up here. That was the first place, right here on
Yeah,
the sides. On the
the
sides.
same for me.
For you too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I look back at my older videos on YouTube here, and I had it was like streaking through here. Oh wow.
Yeah.
I never even noticed it at the time, but now I look back, I can clearly see it.
Yeah. And today I was on a channel. Yesterday morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's Sunday now. And I was on one day's channel, a Filipino.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on her panel, and the interesting thing was she asked me if I was single. No, I'm married for 22 years, and I have 2 kids.
Uh-huh.
And she began to ask me questions, and she said, well, he's married, so we have to be careful with what we say.
Well, you guys know how I am, how I flirt with the Filipinas. You know that.
Yeah.
And I make sure that they know that I'm happily married, and I'll flirt with them like that. And I think one of the greatest things in the world is to see a lady smile and blush a little bit, I'm not hitting on them. I just,
Yeah.
And there's a word the Filipinos use. We were at a Filipino party here at my place, and I was holding my wife's hand, and Cecilia is her name. She's another Bisaya lady. She lives around here. We're still good friends. I was telling my wife, when I look into your eyes, I see a deep sea of love and passion just for me. And Cecilia overheard that, and she burst out laughing, and she goes, "Bolero." And my wife said, "Bolero" also. And what's that? It's kind of a polite way of saying, "Oh, bullshit. What a line of bullshit." They both said the same word, "Bolero," and they both started laughing. Your love for me is unending, and I'd like to hold you in my arms for my life. Bolero, and what the heck does that mean? That was so fun. Yeah, see, she knows Bolero. Yeah.
She laughing her ass off.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, like Verna, Miss Verna, if your heart was with me, I would keep it safe for all times. You go, what about your wife, Mr. Bob? Oh, shoot, don't say that. Don't remind me. Well, Shadow, peace to you and God's love.
Yeah.
Everyone out there, take
The
care.
same to you, buddy.
I'm gonna bounce out. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find my cursor later. I'll take care. Bolero.
Oh man. Now we have one person in the house. We need to do something. We do like this.
Only 3 people in the house. How nice! We dropped to 1, and now it increased to 3. Fear is back.
I must be in the wrong stream. I must be in the wrong stream. Bolero. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
I don't know what to
you
say.
are in the right stream. My stream.
No, I'm not. But you are. That was funny.
It's always fun.
Why am I looking up this gray hair dye now?
Yeah, you should. You should.
All right, so 5 hours now. You'll probably go for another 5 hours. The typical 10-hour stream from your channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now say it with enthusiastically.
Yeah. No, I try to play fooling around with new voices. It's so nice and so fun. It releases the tensions. And Tammy Eisenblätter laugh her ass off by now.
Again.
Yeah.
I think she wrote that in the last 5 sentences that she wrote. She's like, LOL somewhere in there.
Oh my. I use a voice modulator that is called voice mod.
Yeah, I think I've heard about that.
It is fun.
You should use that for your videos in a fun way though. Now in serious way.
I can't use that in my videos because I always do my videos on my phone. But you can download voice mod on the phone too.
Well, in such a way where you're making trying to elaborate on a statement or like how I say, "Hey Sarah, what are you doing?" I don't know. What are you doing? So, something like that, where you're just trying to make it sound like you're, you know what I mean? Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
could be interesting. Could be interesting for what it is, right? Just because you can just, kind of set up a story, for example. As an example.
Exactly. I'm just a chipmunk.
Exactly. Why am I doing this voice? It could be interesting. It could be interesting. Mix it up a bit. Especially on something that's maybe a little bit more fun of a video, so to speak. I probably would never do it for anything serious, but
I needed to have something. Yeah, I don't have a V8 sound card, so there must be something else I can use. And I were unsure. The Sure Pencil, the artist's live stream, and she suddenly it popped up a strange sound from her side, and it was less sounded like she had a sound card or something, but she said it was voice mod. So okay, so I searched for it and I downloaded
I
on my
know
computer.
people have used it in the gaming world and such and such. I've seen that before. Well, seen, more like heard it before. I guess I should use the right words here. You're starting to make me like miss one of my things. Ever since I don't have access to that other PC, that other laptop, I haven't set it back up for it. Ugh. Just some hardware I have. Yeah, I miss using it too. It was so much fun. It wasn't a voice changer, but it was used for sound and stuff like that. So it's kind of fun to be able to do that. It varies up your videos if you want to add them into videos or something like that. And just mix it up. That's a fun thing. I wouldn't use it during a serious discussion or topic, but just to emphasize something funny or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes. So. Yep. Like I said earlier, right? I found a whole bunch of things this week. Whole bunch of things. So.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of things. I've been watching Ark Wildman's and some of his videos lately.
Okay.
A little bit more. He's been showing a lot of the things he's managed to find. I keep saying, keep thinking, I'm like, Ark, at this rate, you already have a full survival kit. You already found a bag. You're already finding this. Well, you can set up a bag already.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So, because I think there will be a point where you're not going to see people do that as often, just because. Back to the resources again. If people, right, things are that, right, you're not going to be throwing away things per se. Well, at least not without thinking about it first. Because we live in a more disposable type of society, I guess, to a certain degree. Which is unfortunate. I mean, yeah, there is reasons why you want something disposable. I get that. So, and stuff like that. But then there's other things, well, is it necessary? You get what I mean, Joe?
Yeah.
Like I got paper plates and stuff like that just in case if water was an issue. But I'm not relying on them. Hopefully I would never need to use them for that reason. They're there for that reason. I've had them from before, right? From throwing different events before and stuff like that. So I always had them. I just don't they're an emergency type of thing or, big gathering or something like that. Maybe at best. Every other time, I'm using real silverware, real dishes, right? Because we have access to water. Water's not, and stuff like that. I mean, I don't even like using that stuff when I go out camping.
Yeah.
People. I bring my own utensils. You know, I bring my own utensils. I bring my own kind of knife to use for cutting up like cook stuff or vegetables or something like that, because I know it's good to go.
Yeah.
That way I don't have to rely on someone else's or have to return it or something like that. And I know that, you know, the cutting tool that I bring is sharp. I don't have to worry about it being dull because I'm using someone else's, right?
Yeah.
And if someone wants to borrow it, I'll be like, oh, it's sharp, by the way. You know, I actually have to warn people this. Because I think sometimes you get so depending who you are or whatever, sometimes you get so complacent and just like you're used to having like stuff that's like not as sharp or whatever, and it's just like, oh, CR, this cuts so well. That's because it's sharp. It's sharp. That's why I keep my tools sharp, just like my mind. Yeah, I'm still listening. Well, you can hear my voice, Ivy. I'm not doing a voice changer, and I'm not trying to wow you like Bob does by saying something brilliant and sweet talk you. I'll say it how it is, but you're awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, sometimes I just find stuff that just, I don't know, it just boggles my mind. That I mean, I guess I understand when people drop something or whatever, but then there's other times where it's just like, either someone just dropped this later or no one noticed this bright neon later for the last like 2-3 hours. Because, you know, it's like, whatever, what kind of deal, right? And I'm like, oh, look at this. Here's a lighter that's almost full. Oh, I better pick this up. I don't want littering out here in the environment. It just happens to be full. Go figure. I'll put it could use. Something like that. At times I almost feel like I can start bartering with the stuff I find.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, because I mean, I find useful things. It's not always the case. Sometimes I get punked, so to speak, or nope, lighter's empty or something like that, or it's almost gone. The fuel or butane's almost gone, or something like that, or the flint's gone in it or something like that. But sometimes I get lucky. Because I always figure, I mean, anyone, pretty much anyone out there, if they found, let's say a $5 bill, $10 bill, yeah, they're gonna pick it up, right? But because it has a perceived value to it, right? That kind of thing. But then if you saw something else that might not have cash value like a 5 or a 10, but it's still useful or whatever, but then you don't pick it up, I don't know. So, maybe it's just me. I'm still here. This Tammy's saying, I'm still here. Tammy, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, you never really know. What's with this one? See, Phil's still here. No, one of my buddy wants me to get into the scrapping of metal and stuff like that. He's getting into more and more into it. You know, so copper, etc., etc. That kind of thing. I actually generally support doing stuff like that just because the resources come back into that circle, right? Into the cycle again. It's not ended up in a landfill or something like that. So that's why I tend to support it. Just because the resources get used again. They stay in the cycle or stay in the out from the landfill, but used by people again, and whatever it's recreated for or reused for. And I'm talking about like not just metals, but other things too. You know.
Yeah.
Because like lately, I've been like, you never know. I mean, you just never know. Sometimes you'd be surprised what you could see out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on an area, but I mean, you'd be really surprised what you can actually randomly people leave behind.
Theo says, "Yeah, I pick it all up: fridges, stoves, wire, anything. You recycle it, and you get some nice crisp cash. Lol." Well, you could.
Well, I mean, like even here in Canada, I know some places in the U.S. except there's bottle deposits and stuff like that available for refund and stuff like that. I still do that just because I've been used to doing that stuff like that. Even like, but everybody still does that. He'll go down up and down the ditch line by the road during springtime, stuff like that. Because people are always throwing bottles and liquor bottles and stuff like that because for obvious reasons. So yeah, so he brings them back. It's money for him. He does it sober, just a case. But you know, it's one of those things where it's just like those resources, right? And again, it's those resources that stay out of a landfill but come back into the community and such, so someone else can put it to good use and stuff like that. You know, like aluminum cans and stuff like that. I would say plastic to a certain degree, maybe glass and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, especially something like aluminum and glass. Those are indefinitely recyclable too, reusable indefinitely because they're raw. I mean, not raw material, but they're a base resource, right? Plastic's a little bit different. Plastic cannot be reused indefinitely, but it can be reused, just not indefinitely.
I go out on different garbage nights. It's just a different way to make cash. Not my full-time job. I just go out at nights and hunt. Even aluminum cans. Got tons of those.
Yeah, I mean, like, and the thing is, you know, there's supposed to be an aluminum shortage or the price has increased or something like that. One to two. I mean, like, but we're getting more it back into the system to be reused again. Because just imagine if the people that recycle aluminum cans or bring them in for deposit stop doing that, you probably would notice that because the supply of the material would be less. They would all have to be used from raw ore type of material, not just from reused material. So you would notice that. Because it's one of those things that during the Great Depression, they used everything, right? They reused as much as they could, I guess, right? I'll say there's certain things, you know, that are too far gone, too toxic, or too small to reuse. But there's a lot of things you can still reuse to a certain degree or recover, whatever it is, you know, where it'd be like nowadays, I guess, coffee grounds, eggshells, peelings, and stuff like that for compostable type of reasons to metals getting remelted back down, steel, aluminum, copper, brass getting melted back down to recreate something or to help recreate something else, right? So you get that cycle coming back of the resource, so it get puts back into the system, give it new life, I guess, right, to a certain degree.
Yeah.
So I'm always been a big fan of doing that kind of stuff as much as possible.
Yeah, if you can and have the possibility to do so.
Especially if there's a value to it, all right. You just have to acquire enough of it to make it worthwhile to bring it in the first place. You know, because I was always thinking, if I lived beside a facility that I can just bring in deposit bottles or whatever and get cash out of, I'd be like, yes, I like this place. I could just walk across the street, right, with it. I wouldn't even have to like bring a car or a bike or anything. I could just walk over. So that'd be very convenient. That'd be convenience right there, right? I'd be like, yes, I totally like this place. You know, because when you have access to that, then yeah, you know, then you're more likely to want to use something like that or go over there, because it's a very convenient thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's convenience, and I can make money off of it, or reallocate some of those funds that I'm making out of it, like food, or preparedness type of stuff, whatever it is. Because I always look at it like, if you're getting like, let's say, $5 or something like that. Well, I live here in Canada. That's another $5 I could use towards spaghetti and such and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel, yeah, my friend's been mentioning that too. Yeah, because when it's unpure, then you get less for it because they have to actually spend money at separating it. For example, like copper wire that's surrounded by that, like a power cable or something like that.
Yeah. Copper is valuable. The price is pretty high on the copper.
Yeah. Well, because it comes back to, I mean, to me, it comes back to not only doing it in terms of a cash flow or whatever, but environmentally. And besides, this might help in time, you know, especially if more of us try to do it to a certain degree. You know, I mean, it'd be really awesome to have a forge so I can actually just make something out of it too. That's another thing, you know. But first, welding would probably be first and stuff like
that. Theo says copper is $5.20 per pound. So that is per pound.
Yeah.
That is pretty good paycheck on copper.
See, I'm not really into the silver and gold part per se, what that we were talking about earlier, but the aluminum and the copper part and the brass part, yeah, because I can do that today. And there's obviously it's not as valuable, obviously, as a metal, but it's useful for us as a society, the community, and all that stuff. Because that can be exported out as a raw material and stuff like that. Put in a baler, and you know, here's a ton of aluminum from this community. That's not have value to it. You know, they just gotta melt it down, and they can make something else, whatever it is, more cans and stuff like that. Yeah, I hear you, feel.
I strip the metals, save them, and make monthly runs.
You know what I was telling my friend who's doing this more often. I was telling him, I'm like, yeah, when you take off with your truck or whatever, right before you leave, just put all this metal behind it so you can squish it down on your way out. All right. Because I've seen people do other things and use pliers and stuff. I'm like, Hello.
X said, "Why, channel official, welcome to the stream."
Yeah, we're just I guess apparently I need to plug in my phone.
I have no idea.
I was about to say is that we're just talking about scraps now, I guess. But again, like I said, that still comes back to the preparedness part to a certain degree, just because when you have less, or you just can't buy your way out of things, well, you don't have to make do with what you do have or can get. Stretch it as much as possible. I mean, they did that during the Great Depression with food. A lot with food too, right? Stews and stuff like that were more common because, you know, the offcuts of meats and stuff like that, right? You don't want to waste it.
Yeah, I agree.
Stuff like that. So you made something out of that. I mean, I think I'll take a soup over hardtack. I think so. I think I'd take soup over hardtack. Hardtack's one of those things, that'd be hard thing to swallow, that's for sure. Oh, I'm here.
Oh, Ivy Styles. I have no idea. She's here, probably.
I've been in and out of the stream.
Yeah.
In and out of the side chat too, so. Yeah.
So probably it is a problem with her signal.
I mean, sometimes I'll even find stuff and I'll actually I'll clean it up and put it back into the system per se. For example, here sometimes during the wintertime, especially here in Canada, people drop stuff all the time here in Canada in terms of in the winter, just because you know when your hands are cold, you're wearing more clothing, so things can slip out without you noticing, right? So like articles of clothing like gloves and hats, right? So I laundered, I washed them and stuff like that, and I'll, depending how good it is, I'll just donate them back to the church. So other people like the homeless can use them.
Darren Dobson is not here today.
I haven't seen him.
No. I know he will go live.
Oh. Okay.
He will go live 2:30, I believe. Yeah, 2:30. In an hour. So I guess he prepared for that. So.
You know, coming back to what I was saying, Shadow. Like I mean, aside from the last 2 years of seeing literally the landscape, like everywhere I go, it's just like, oh, there's another disposable mask or whatever. It used to be during the winter, I used to always see the gloves and the hats all the time.
Yeah.
Like one, usually, right? Just because that's the way it goes. I would rarely see a matching pair of gloves dropped, right? Because usually you keep them together or whatever, right? But you know, people are getting out of vehicles and stuff like that, so they fall out or whatever. I mean, but sometimes I'll wash them and rematch them up the best I can and redonate them.
Yeah.
To a church. And that's a Goodwill or something like a charity like that, or a facility like that, but to a church. Because the church will automatically have something available for other people that don't have anything. So the resource gets back to someone that actually would like to have it or needs it as much as possible.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, there's a lot of resources out there that are wasted at times, unfortunately. Kind of irks me about it at times, but I do what I can.
Yeah, that is the only thing you can do. Do what you can.
Yeah, right. Because, like I said, I mean, like I found like a quarter or a third of a roll of hockey tape, right? I mean, like I know that still is useful. This reminds me of my other friend who stopped suddenly. He's like, "Go back, Sierra." I'm like, "What? Do you see that back there?" I'm like looking. I walk up closer to it, and it's like, "What? You noticed it?" Because he was in the driver's side, I was in the passenger. it's like half or a third of a roll of like duct tape. I'm like, yeah. And it was still in a pretty good shape too, right? And I'm like, yeah. No. Because I realized if it got wet, got flattened, then no one would probably want to take it. It'd be too far gone. No one would take the time, right? But we're taking the time now because the roll was still round. So it's still sticky and all that stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Theo, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's why it would. Well, I take it to a friend who can take it to a church for it, but I just gather it back up. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. All right. You'd be surprised at times. I just take time for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because once it's in the garbage in a landfill, basically that resource doesn't get cycled back into the system again. It becomes a wasted resource that just almost indefinitely stays there. It doesn't really help us out, right? Gloves I find are in good shape too, right? Mind you. So there's no holes or it's just been used or wet in that case, right? I mean, ran over by a vehicle or whatever, right? It just needs some cleaning, right? Because I'm pretty sure someone that doesn't have gloves or whatever would greatly appreciate it, especially if it's in their size.
Yeah.
Helps them stay warmer, right? Stuff like that. That's why I do it in the first place. And feel that's why when the deposit and stuff like that, cans and bottles and all that stuff. That's just another reason for it. I have my reasons for doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, reusing the materials as much as possible. Because I just see it all the time, right? It's just like, because just certain little things, I'm like, oh, wow, that was waste. Well, channel, remember that story that I've told this story before on my channel before, on my one time that I went camping, right? So there was it was a much larger event, right? So lots of people camping, right? Okay.
Yeah.
For example, during the summer, people left paracord behind. And it looks like they just used it for that one trip. Right? But they didn't have the skill, the knowledge and the skill of using hitches and stuff like that to be able to recover the cordage. So they're just putting granny knots and hard knots in there, right? They couldn't be bothered to untie it. I took the time to untie some of it. Some of it I had to cut, unfortunately, right? I managed to gain well, obviously it's not continuous, but 30 feet worth of cordage. Some of it's actually paracord, right? Some of it's actually 7-strand and et cetera, right? Stuff like that. But I'm like, so someone just spent $8 to buy, or $9, for example, let's say $10 to buy this cordage, and they only used it once for one trip.
Yeah.
Right. And the next trip that they do, they're done by more. That's wasting money. Right.
Yeah. I agree totally with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Exactly. Feel. I mean, I was just like, oh, if anything, I'm doing it for the environment. It just happens that I can use this resource. So, because they have people would pick up, clean up the sites and stuff like that. And I'm just like, well, I mean, if they just threw it in the bin, then it's just another resource that's out there that just got wasted, only used one time, one weekend, 3 days, and just got tossed. Right? For something with a little bit of knowledge and skill, could have been reused, recovered a little bit more often.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I was just looking at these are just hard granny type of knots, no rhyme or reason to it, right? I'm not saying, it's not like I'm saying like some arbor knots, some taut line hitches, or so stuff like that, or here's a Prusik knot. No, that's not what I'm seeing. I'm just seeing like people with have the gear but don't have the knowledge to or the skill to back that up, which means that they only use the resource for one weekend. So that's why I randomly have this bracelet now. I actually have the bracelet for it because I made a bracelet out of it. Because it was like almost bigger than 10 feet worth. That was continuous too, right? So it's not daisy chained together. So I'm like, yeah. I could be using this for a lot of different things too, right?
Yeah.
Zipper pulls and stuff like that. I just happen to have it as a bracelet right now. But I'm like, wow. Because I know, I'm not saying it's expensive, but it's also something you paid for, right? Then you only get one-time use. So again, it comes back to that disposable type of thinking at times, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's not as expensive as, let's say, an axe or a saw, but you don't just leave your saw or axe behind unnecessarily. No, you take that with you because you paid for it. You can still use it. Cordage should be more or less the same when possible. When possible, I say when possible. Let's say you start to use the paracord, start to stretch, or you had to use it for that kind of reason. Well, then use it for secondary uses, like I don't know, making a zipper pull, start making zipper pulls or something like that. Start making Prusik knots for your ridge line with this used cordage and stuff like that, or use it for like tie down points on the corners of a tarp, and for a ridge line aim line, that kind of thing. That's secondary uses or downstream kind of thing, because it's in the same way that I'm starting to think about like how people may in the survival preparedness community they have their go bag, their bug out bag, right? But they may have some sort of everyday carry type of or get home type of bag, right? And I say instead of tossing it from out your bug out bag or go bag, whatever, put it in your EDC rotation then. Or give it to someone else so they can start in their family or whatever, or friend.
Yeah.
Hopefully that makes sense.
No,
because to me, like I said,
sense.
Sometimes I'm just like, wow, I can put that back to use. I know I can. And some things are just one of those things where I'm just like, just thinking to myself, well, here's more tape. I mean, my friend found duct tape. I've been able to find electrical tape and hockey or sports type of tapes before, so and honestly, everyone's different, every situation or place is different, so so I always take a look. It's a spatial awareness thing for me too, so being aware of what's around, stuff like that. And sometimes I'm nice and give it back into the community, especially if I can spare it, right?
Yeah,
stuff
exactly.
like that. That way it actually gets reused, put back into a useful state. Or I generally know someone's going to take it because they need it. And not just that kind of wishful thinking, oh, if I give it to this charity, it'll probably get reused or to someone. No. That's why I'll take it to the church or have my friend take it to the church. I'll just gather it up, put it in a bag, and can you take this to the church next time you go? drop it in the donation bin and stuff like that. So I've done that before. I mean, especially, let's just say gloves. Let's say if I found some gloves, maybe they don't fit me, they're too big, too small, or whatever. Found them on a bench. I'll be like, yeah, I'll just wash them, hang them to dry, let them dry. I'll bring them to my friend so she can bring them to the church. And it comes back, right? Yeah. Because a lot of the time when I see stuff like that, it's not that it's a bunch of holes in it or ripped. It's just because it's either been wet because it's sitting outside in the rain on the snow, or the snow melted. But generally, it's not that bad. So, stuff like that. And sometimes I find stuff and it's perfectly dry. It's just because someone just dropped it. Just the way it is, right? I mean, I've dropped stuff before too, unfortunately, but... Shadow, did I ever tell you this story?
Which story?
Well, it was like a day before New Year's Eve. Well, New Year's Eve long, a couple years back now, probably 4 or 5 years ago. I was just going to a friend's place. I just pulled over for a moment just to, I don't know. I just looking around. I just see this hat, right? I'm like picking it up. I just picked it up, right? I didn't realize at that time, but when I got to my friend's place, I pulled it back out, and it's like, yeah, I found this hat, and I just looked at it, and I'm like, hey, this was 100% wool. I can, wash it really well and stuff like that. So basically, it was just probably someone just dropped it outside there on the passenger side, and you know how it is, right? You get out, things drop out, or you're getting into a vehicle and things drop out, and you didn't notice it, and you close the door and you take off, right? So, like a resource like that, for example, right? If I washed it and it was clean and smelled good, and I gave this to a homeless person and I needed something like that during the winter, they'd be graciously accepting it because, generally speaking, because, I'll be like, here's a wool hat. They'll be like, what? Because there's perceived value to it, right? It's not just some, cheap dollar store kind of hat that's a dime and a dozen. It's something like, perceived has some value to it because it's 100% wool and stuff like that, right? It would keep them warmer and stuff like that. So
yeah,
because one of my friends have shown me, well, one of my subscribers here has shown me about this channel. I have not subscribed to the channel. I've seen some of the content where they actually pull the strands out from like a wool sweater to remake and re-knit it into something. Which I thought was kind of cool. I'm like, yeah, that's a way of reusing something, right? Because let's just say you didn't like that wool hat or whatever. Let's say if I found a wool hat, you didn't like it. If I start converting it to something like wool gloves that you do need, you'll be like, oh, okay. It's clean, relatively speaking. It doesn't smell because you just cleaned it and stuff like that. It's dry and be like, yeah. It just comes back to that kind of thing. Because unfortunately, even clothing's disposable nowadays to a certain degree. It's actually cheaper to buy clothing than to buy the material per se, because it's all mass produced and stuff like that, right? That's why they can cut that cost down so low, because it's mass production. So, because as everyone's aware, and I've spoke to Second Start about this before last year about the Texas freeze and stuff like that. I was asking him, what would you see in store or at a thrift store or a secondhand store, right? He'd be like, no wool, no nothing. you barely even see a jacket because people tend to have certain things, you know, they just don't keep it around, right? Because it's not really necessary per se, right? But now I was always thinking of myself for those people that were cold and stuff like that. Well, there's more, just put on more layers, put another shirt on, just stuff like that. I mean, I think I've mentioned this to Hoopless Cat before. It's just like, if you had like, let's just say no winter jacket. Well, okay, maybe a lighter jacket. You have a jacket, but it's not quite too thick, not too warm. You can always add stuff to it to make it thicker, to retain more heat, to trap more airspace in between the layers, so you'd stay warmer. Especially if you had access to additional clothing and things. You know,
yeah,
like extra shirts and stuff like that. Or if you can find them, if you had to do it like that. You just have to alter them to a certain way. And that comes back to the sewing skills if you had time. I mean, you don't need to. You could probably use pins if you really had to, but sewing would be a little bit more permanent.
Yeah, I'm not that good at sewing, and
to me, sewing's just been another way of creating for me. It's just like it's unlocking more of that, being able to convert something, because now, and yes, convert has CR in it, right? And because when it's just like the way that Bob likes to fabricate something, because he can change a piece of metal, scrap metal, into something useful. For the same reason why he's taking scrap material, sewing material that you can sew, and creating something out of it. I really like that kind of thing, because for most people they'd be like, "Oh, that's just a piece of worthless piece of scrap metal, or whatever," right? Bob would see it. No, I see potential in it. I can make blah 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 blah, right? Something like that. Or if I see a wool sweater, I'd be like, "Oh, it's got a bunch." You know, other people would be like, "Oh, it's got a bunch of holes in it." Is it clean? Yeah, it's clean, but it's got a bunch of holes. I don't want it anymore, Sierra. I'd be recreating it or converting it to something, especially if I saw potential in it, right? You know, hey, there's enough surface area that doesn't have holes. I can make gloves, mitts out of that still, right? So at least part of it would not go to waste. Hi, One Day TV.
One Day TV, welcome. Good to see you.
Because people will wonder what I do on the channel, and that's more what I enjoy doing. You know,
I
got
on
great joy out
her
doing
channel yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I take a great joy of doing stuff like that, because it allows me to. Let's just say you didn't have access to buy like fabric or whatever, right? But hey, someone's donating all these free T-shirts. Oh, hey, maybe I can try something. Put that skill and knowledge to use, and be able to gain experience from it and recreate or change it and alter it or convert it to something, whatever it is, right? You know, stuff like that. Even the simple bandana. Yeah, I got bandanas, but now I'm starting to use an old T-shirt instead. That's clean, and obviously, and stuff like that, right? For doing stuff like that. So I would use that to make charcloth, for example. Or in my case, I'd use it as a rag first, then I could still make it into charcloth. So I get more uses out of it before I start making it into charcloth. Okay. I see your comments in there. So that's what I tried to do. I mean, I'll say I still have. We're all human, so we still create some sort of waste in the stream. But generally, I try not to as much as possible. I try to use up the things as much as possible. Yeah, put it to good use as much as possible. Because it comes back to like when you don't have money, you can't just buy your way out of solutions or buy a pouch, buy a pack, right? Like a backpack or whatever, right? Yeah, you can get secondhand or whatever, but sometimes with skill and knowledge, you can create something then with time too, right? Like sewing, for example, right?
Yeah.
You know, because let's just say you wanted a pouch. Let's say, for example, you had this nice tab, but you wanted to protect it or whatever, and you're like, oh, I don't have much money, CR, and I don't want to go to the dollar store to buy something because it might not fit or whatever, right? For this tablet or whatever, you can make one, right? Just acquire quality resources. You know, put your own kind of stitching in. You know, backstitch it. You know, triple, quadruple backstitch it. Maybe you can personalize it too with color or something like that. To put an extra pocket so you can put your berry bank in it. A way to hold it, like a shoulder strap or something like that. You know, and all that takes is like maybe buying or using a sewing needle that you either got from someone else or purchase some thread that you had laying around still, or from someone else that could offer it. Next thing you know, you took all these scrap materials and made something useful out of it with a little time, skill, and knowledge. And then you start gaining experience because now you just created something to put a tablet in that you can use.
Yeah.
Right. It's, you know, and stuff like that. Then you know how good it is because you put the time to make sure you use quality materials. Your sewing was pretty good, so it's not just running stitches back and forth. If there's back stitches, then there's other back stitches, then there's more back stitches, and the next thing you know, you got quadruple 4 layers, and you've put like four lines of back stitching in. So that's no deal. So it's not just double back stitch, double. What's the word I'm waiting for? The craftsmanship, I guess, would be a lot better because it's also not mass produced. Backstitching is considered a fairly strong hand sewing type of stitch to use. So, especially if you start, you know, being more taking the time for it, you know, so you put the craftsmanship into it.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree. Because,
you know, when it comes back down to like, let's just say the grid was down, power was out, you know, I'd be like, okay, I guess I can't watch YouTube or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'll sew. I'll start sewing, all right? I'll just start doing our projects that don't require power or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that.
Actually, I wish I could sew better than I do. I had thinking to take some form of class or to learn it.
I don't know. I just learned by doing, trying. Yeah, honestly, we take advantage of stuff like here on YouTube for instructional videos, how-tos, right? But you gotta apply it, learn it for yourself, so it's more muscle memory kind of deal, right?
Yeah,
I
you're
mean, it's just
probably right.
like anything, right? I mean, like if you start. When I started some of the stuff, I started making very small pouches first. Now I'm starting to up my ante on it, so to speak. So it's more complex.
Yeah.
You know, it just start off simple first, right? You know, just sew a simple little pouch. It does. Let's just say a pouch the size like an Altoids, to put an Altoids tin in, right?
Yeah.
Just a pouch, right? Simple pouch. Doesn't have anything fancy on it, like zipper, a button, buckles, or a belt loop. So try that first, right? Then graduate to more complex things to add in.
Yeah.
And just build upon that.
I'm gonna go for a bathroom break, a quick one.
All right. Yeah, 6 hours later, and Sierra's still here. Again. Well, I'll wait for him to come back to elaborate on something else I've started to do too. I don't really know what you guys are saying. Yeah, I know. It's a long stream feel. It's usually a long stream with him. Hopefully he comes back sometime soon. But yeah, I mean, well, I'll wait for him to come back. Oh, there he is. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yes. I was going to say, let's just say, for example, you can't buy, let's say, a higher quality bag for whatever reason. The funds aren't available, or you gotta buy more than one, for example.
Yeah.
I always say, well, just because it only has single stitching in this bag doesn't mean you can't just add more stitching to it and reinforce it with some sewing skills, right? I've done that before with bags where I've actually added back stitches into the certain spots along the pouch or bag or whatever. Especially if I can, just looking at it and just kind of mimicking along the same lines. So
yeah,
and again, that gives you experience because you're doing it more and more often. So that skill becomes more and more muscle memory. And you start gaining knowledge because now you've done different things. Not just mending or making a pouch, but now you're adding to it, almost like if you had to repair it. So stuff like that. I mean, it's all good if you got a sewing machine or whatever and you use it, right? But some things you have to sew by hand, and some things like mending or whatever you'll probably have to do by hand. So.
Well, I know how to use a sewing machine, but stitch by hand, I'm really.
I think I might be rusty at using a sewing machine because I've been sewing by hand so much. I enjoy it. Sometimes I'm just watching a stream or whatever, or watching a video or whatever, and I'll just be there sewing real quick. Stuff like that. Or let's just say waiting a couple hours for a stew to kind of warm up and stuff like that. Also. Some of these projects I still have to finish. Yeah, exactly, Tammy. Yeah. Making what you need from what you have. The best you can do. Also, with skill and knowledge and experience, you can probably do a better job at it.
Yeah.
You know, especially with sewing, right? I mean, like, if I want something like I'm making it because I'm making it for myself to use and stuff like that. I'll make sure that my stitching is fairly good, fairly tight. So there's more and more stitch lines in it and stuff like that. Because I'm starting to try to up my game on the hand sewing a little bit more and stuff like that. I've made little mini pillows and stuff like that, little smaller pouches. I'm starting to graduate towards like medium and larger pouches. You know, Shadow and such. I still have this dream of sewing a backpack from scratch. But that's one of those things that I have to start gradually get into. But can I do this in a small scale first? I mean, just imagine just taking scrap material that wasn't part of a backpack in the first place and using it to make an actual backpack. That'd be something.
Yeah.
Especially because then you'd start to understand the procedure on how to do it because you've actually gone through the steps yourself, right? Especially if you did that by hand.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be, because then there's certain little things you would know, because when you're sewing or whatever, there's certain putting something together like a bag or whatever, there's certain things you have to do first before you do other things, just because access to the inside of the bag, you got to do certain things first. Maybe put the belt loop in first, because you won't have access to that if you start sewing it up on the inside, because you won't have access to it. So it's just things like that I start to learn by doing and try to apply that skill and knowledge to something, and stuff like that. So that's what I try to do as much as possible.
Yeah. And I think you have done a great job with your pouches you made.
And, it's just, maybe not all of them turned out the best that I would want at times, but I start to learn more about it and gain the experience from it, right? So let's just say I got access to higher quality materials or resources and friend. Well, honestly, that'll translate to probably higher quality pouch or whatever, right? Just because it'll last longer, whatever it is. Then I'm starting to gradually start to go up to like leather, and material that's a little bit harder, less forgiving if you make mistakes. So and stuff like that. I mean, I've been able to reuse some other things too. Actually, I made something specifically for my flashlight too. I had to update that actually. It's the last pouch I worn it down. That's because it was nylon.
Yeah.
I wore that pouch down. Now I have more of it's made from a leather belt. I used old leather belt and seen better days. Right? But most people would have tossed that material. No, I'm like, wait, I can make a belt. I mean, not a belt. I can make something for my flashlight, and hopefully it'll last longer than the last one. So that's what I did. Because if I ever showed it, people would be like, "How come there's that hole in the back of it?" That's because it used to be for a belt. That's why there's a hole there. I didn't take the time to patch it up, but I started to learn from that experience too, and how to start working with it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because you start to plan it better, and stuff like that. From making a simple pouch that has no fancy things with just running stitches, then to something more complicated, and you start, now instead of running stitches, we'll use those back stitches. CR says they're supposed to be stronger, and even you see online, most people would consider back stitching stronger than a running stitch, right? And then next thing you know, you start making something that you can use. Next thing you know, you're enhancing it or upping the ante on it a little bit more by adding certain things into it. And the next thing you know, it's just like, oh, look at that. I've just made like a pouch that has 3 compartments and an inner compartment. And then you just, right, you go from there. Because sometimes off the shelf things don't always work for someone because you need something very specific for, let's say, a phone tool, whatever, right? Or let's just say you don't have enough cash or whatever, so you're forced to go to the dollar store. It's like, I don't like these dollar store things. They barely fit my phone or whatever the tool that I want to put it into. I don't like it because it doesn't have the belt loop, right? Well, make a customized one then to your own specifications. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or if you have to, take a more existing one and then add to it. I mean, I've taken stuff before where I've reinforced the stitching back into it, like a bag or something like that. I just inverted and just literally hand sew back stitches back into it all the way around and stuff like that. So stuff I can do. So I would, if I had enough threaded material and enough sewing needles, I probably would never get cabin fever. I'd just be making stuff all the time. I'd just be making more and more stuff. Right. So yeah. I'll probably have to go in like 5 minutes or getting hungry.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll stay in the side chat, but I'll be making too much noise.
I'm looking to find an old turtle machine for sewing. Yeah,
I think my friend
those
has
old
one.
machines are good.
I swear I gotta get my hands on that one. I haven't tried it out personally, but we'll see. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I just kind of figure if I can hand sew it, I should be able to use something mechanical or electrical sewing machine.
Yeah.
It should just be easier or faster, anyways. I need to learn these skills from the hand sewing.
Those require foot power, not electricity. Well, that's good.
It's starting to remind me of like pottery wheels and stuff like that. Because they would have a counterweight that would continue the momentum. You just have to every so often keep pushing it. So, with that pun intended, I feel like creating something now after I eat.
You're
And who
always
knows, maybe,
creating something.
well, who knows? Maybe I'll come back in after I eat. Knowing you, you'll probably go for longer again.
Yeah.
Now, when you don't go for 8 hours, I'm just like, what? You're not going for 8 hours? Stuff like that. So, no, but I mean, there's a lot of things where I just like easily reconverted piece of article clothing. Sewing and a sewing needle and stuff like that allow you to do that kind of stuff. It's just like how Bob from Bob 924, not 942, with access to a welder and stuff like that, can rejoin metals together. If you had a forge that can melt metals, you can change the shape. Once you start changing the shape and put things together, well, sky's the limit on what you can do. Because you can do a lot more of that, right? There's a lot more options available.
Yeah. It
for
is.
example, right? And it's just like woodworking or woodcrafting, right? Once you can shape the wood into something, you can start joining it in different ways. Then next thing you know, it's just like, hey, I made a chair or whatever, right?
Yeah.
We're just building upon those simple, small things first and getting somewhere with it. All right. Anyways, here I probably should get going here. I'll still be in the chat, but I will be not in the panel for a bit. All right, I'll catch you later, Shadow. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, catch you later.
I'll still be in the chat though. All right.
Of course you are. Well, that was CR going for some food to eat. It's needed to, especially with CR's metabolism.
Yeah, I know you will be in the chat. How nice of you. Well, we have three in the house. And we run for 6 hours, 16 minutes, 40 seconds. That's awesome. Well, I'm really lousy at sewing. So, that is, I guess, something I need to learn a little bit better. So I need to find out a way to learn. Probably I needed someone who can teach me. So the only way is to take a class. Yes, CR, voice converter, or voice modulator.
We can use this voice as well. But this voice I will use for special. Namely, for trolls. But we don't have any trolls. So we can go to another voice.
So now we have changed our voice again. That sounds really fun. Now I am a robot. And now I choose the cathedral. Welcome back, Oliva. Good to see you. I think I will drop the link again. It's always fun. And let's see if somebody else wants to come up and join me. It's always nice because it's always lonely up here, so okay, CR. Okay, Tammy. The turtle machine is the next step from Hanson. Okay, Tammy, you were probably right about that. You seem to know more about sewing than I do. And we have Verna.
Hello, good morning.
Well, yeah, good morning. 3:21 a.m. in the morning.
Just open up.
Yeah. Did you get any sleep, Verna?
Yes.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, I had. Yes, I did.
Well, that's good. A good night's sleep can do marvelous things.
Yes, it's now 9:21 here.
Yeah.
Oliva, hello.
Yeah, she dropped out earlier. She just come in and then she dropped out after a while, and now she's back again, which is nice, awesome. So it's always good to see people pop in again.
Nakang-init. Nakang-init. Nakang-init.
And your chickens obviously have wake up too.
Yeah, that's my neighbor's chicken.
Yeah.
Verna Carton, good morning. Hello, Oliva. Everyone's get to eat something. Yeah, I will. Just woken
Yeah.
up, guys. Good morning.
Yeah. Everybody needs to eat something sooner or later.
So, how's how are you? How are you guys? How's your stream?
Well, I'm on 6 hours, 23 minutes, 26 seconds.
Yeah, not bad. The moment I turned off my camera and my mic
Yeah.
earlier, I fell asleep.
Yeah, you have a tendency to do that.
Kuya Bob, good morning.
Yeah, Bob is back. He was up here for a while, and then he had to go, and now he's back again. It's always nice. He can't stay away when you are here, so we know how much he likes you guys.
Sabi kasi wag na pa ikutin ay.
Yeah, it is, Tammy. It is a long time.
Miss Bernia use I sorry.
Welcome back, Bob. Welcome, Macy's live from Taiwan. Good to see you this early
Mace, hello.
morning. Yeah, now Bob has a big smile. Big smile. Hey, Mike G's vlog. Good to see you again and welcome back. Hello, Macy's life.
Hello, Kuya Bob. Kuya Bob is here.
Yeah, he is. Oh my god, Diablo to Terminator, lol.
OMG, Diablo the Terminator.
OMG, oh my god. Yeah, Tammy has a sense of humor.
Hello everyone. Good morning, Kuya Bob.
Yeah, he's
Gosh,
still muted.
that sounds like
Yeah, Macy's, he's muted.
yeah, Kuya Bob, you're mute.
Yeah, I got it.
Now,
Miss Verna uses her guapa mind control. Her cuteness mind control. Hello. Should I call you Anak or Dai, Indai, or Guapa? What should I say?
So I love it if you call me anak. So
Anak.
I have tatay.
My missus is home today, and we just went out for a walk. I needed to go get 3 more of these to lock up some of my property before we go overseas.
yeah, that looks like nice and sturdy padlocks.
They are, yeah. And there's on that steel rod that I put my rifles and shotguns on, there's what 12 of these locks on the rod in different locations, and with I took some pipes and cut them this long and welded nails onto them in between the firearms. So yeah, you can try to pick it up and carry it out of the house if you want to rob my house, but it won't work.
It won't work.
It won't work. No.
And to cut the padlocks will take basically forever.
Correct. Yeah.
These padlocks look like they are high security padlocks.
Yeah, they are. There's a very trusted name, Master Lock, here in the U.S. It's
yeah.
Hello, Mike G's. Good morning.
Miss Verna,
And
you know
hello,
the
Sunny.
Miss Verna, you know
Yeah.
the word bolero, right? Bolero.
Yes. And
Yeah.
it's you.
Yeah. I the first time I heard that word was when my wife was arrived here, and I was holding her hand and I was looking into her eyes, and oh, my love for you is forever, and I will, your passion inspires me to live,
Mm.
How romantic.
And a friend of ours, she's Bisaya. We were up at their house, and she overheard what I was saying to my wife. She goes bolero, and my wife said the same word at the same time, bolero. And what does that mean? It's like a polite way of saying oh bullshit. Let's listen to the BS. Lay it on thick. Oh, my love for you will never die. Hold me now to keep me alive. Keep my heart beating if you hold me close.
Yeah.
NBA Highlights Idol, good to see you and welcome to the stream this early morning.
Kumusta, miss? Uh, Mike, do you wanna come up?
Who's this? McKay's life in Taiwan. We have an overseas OFW. Oh, nice,
Yeah.
nice. Hmm.
Come up and join us here if you want, guys. See, I invited them. I'm inviting them. Like this, my panel charot.
Okay. Wife and I walked over to the market, and she bought a Bluetooth speaker so that
Oh.
I can be outside and hear music when we're at the new house. And she
Mm.
said and to
Oh.
thank my brother-in-law, when we go back home, we can give it to him. He has a business at his house where he's got a gym, and
Mm-mm.
you know she said we'll give it to him to thank him for doing all the furniture and all the hard work to get our house set up.
Mm-mm.
My wife is very kind, very
You're
good woman.
so good. Yes. Sing, Luna. No, I can't sing because Shadow may get the copyright.
So you say bolero is me, huh, Miss Verna? You're bolero.
Yes. Yes, Kuya.
Oh my God.
Your bolero and also Mikey's here is also bolero.
Bolero.
Diba, Mike? Yes.
Pag sure ka. You pag sure ka. Oh, okay, okay.
Yes, pag
Bolero
sure
sounds
di ay, pag sure di.
Spanish.
Yeah, it is. It's a Spanish word. Yeah. American English translate is kind of like laying it on thick, or whoa, God, you're so full of BS.
Getting ready
So,
for life. Oh, you're okay.
I see my son in there talking to my wife. My son always carries a 357 on his hip. He's a pistolero too.
Mm.
Yeah.
a 357 Magnum is a nice piece.
Yes, it is. It's overwhelming. I mean, I'm used to target shooting, and wow, it's got a muzzle blast. You know, my wife has a smaller 357, but we shoot 38 special through it because it's a lesser recoil, and
Yeah.
it's the ladies, my wife and daughter, can handle it very well. You know. Oh, he's a good shooter. Oh my God, is he a good shooter? He's better than me.
Well, it is good that he's a good shooter.
Mm-hmm. And he also went to the United States National Championship for judo a few years ago. So he's one of those kind of short, really built Filipino guys you don't want to fight. Somebody who knows judo, they can throw you just bam. You know, it's a very tough. It's a very, very complicated system of fighting.
Yeah, I have practiced judo myself when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I have after that I practiced karate, and then I have practiced eskrima.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Wing Chun.
Mm-hmm.
Hapkido, Taekwondo.
Good for you. Good. Very good. I've
I
only
forgot most of it.
Oh, it'll come back to you when you need it. It will. It'll come right back to you. You know, you'll just react. You know, the only one I learned was Arnis or Eskrima from Miyazawa, from my wife, because I didn't start taking martial art lessons until I was over 40. I was 43, and she decided that would be a good one for me because it doesn't involve you getting thrown on the floor. And when you get over 40, those landing on the floor can hurt you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So my wife taught me stick and knife, and all of us got some training. You know,
I told you are the bouncer.
the bouncer. Huh?
He always called me the bouncer. I don't know why.
I don't know. It's a good name.
Well, I'm a big guy, so
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, are you? How tall are you, Shadow?
6 foot.
6 foot. Same here. Yeah.
Yeah, but my upper body is pretty big, so.
Uh-huh.
Well.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. When I was. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty big.
You can handle yourself. Yeah. Yeah. I used to be built like that until I got older, and then, you know, and I had cancer last year, and
you can kick ass.
a bouncer, you can kick ass. Exactly. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Maybe I have been in too many fights. When I was a kid in school, I was always in fight every day in school.
Me too.
Almost. And when I was I was 14, 15 maybe.
Yeah.
There were a guy. He. I had my wallet in my back pocket, and he reached for that. And before I felt his hand on my wallet, so before I knew it, I reacted as a lightning fast to grab him, throw him into the wall where it was a big window and a decorative, what you call it. I threw him with his head straight into that wooden, and he was knocked out. And it went so fast. I was surprised over it was the judo thing I did to him. Just grabbed him and And he didn't weigh anything. I felt no weight in nothing.
Yeah.
He just fly like a glove.
Yeah, my son, he's the same. He got a reputation very early when he arrived here in the States. He was 12,
Yeah.
and then one of the Americans tried something with him, tried to assault him in the school, and he was in the hallway, and someone came up behind him like this or full Nelson or whatever it was, and he had been taking judo and karate since he was 5,
Yeah.
Oh.
and he just grabbed him and effortlessly, like what you just described, and he helped him. He threw him, but he didn't throw him hard. He threw him, but helped him down to the floor so he didn't hurt him. And the other
Mm-mm.
students saw that and they went, "Oh, stay away from this little Asian guy. He'll hurt you." he, and he never had anyone try anything again. Is it just like that? He reacted, boom, that guy's on the ground, and the guy who tried to assault him was just laying there, what happened?
The power of NTB Master. Good morning
Mm-hmm.
and welcome to the stream. And that guy I throw in, whether I had him first in the wall, basically he were knocked out.
Mm-hmm. Well, I grew up similar to that, Shadow. My brother, he's a career criminal. He's been in and out of prison his entire life. Robbery, theft, assault, and I grew up in the sharing of one bedroom with him. Every day it was a fist fight. Every day, my childhood. I mean, every day he would assault and attack me, and yeah, I'm not a martial artist, but I can take a punch and I can hand one right back to you. You know, but he's crazy. He's out of his mind. He's, in my opinion, he's an animal. He's just a monster. You know.
Yeah.
I check his criminal record occasionally online here, and oh yeah, he's keeps getting arrested for beating up women and beating up children and robbery and theft and assault, and it's like, oh my god, man. When my mother passed away, I cut ties with him completely. I told him, don't ever come around me again. Don't get near me, you know.
I think it's the best
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because you wouldn't feel good at all
Yeah.
to have him near you
No.
or your wife or
Yeah.
anybody else.
Anybody else? Yeah. Mhm.
Tell
Just a
us where
Because
monster.
you
he's a danger to your
don't
family.
go there.
Yes, he is.
And if you have the bad luck and he assault your wife or your kids, you might be forced to shoot him. And
Exactly. In fact, I would, because I know what a monster he is, and if he got away with it once, he'll come back and do it again because he's a monster. He's a beast, and
Yeah.
I think his future is either going to be held in a prison for the rest of his life sooner or later, or get killed by someone. He'll probably assault some really small guy and get killed. I hope I hope he does. He doesn't belong on this planet with the rest of us. He's a monster.
it is a strange thing. How and why does some people turn to be that kind of monsters?
Uh-huh. Well, here's my theory on it. Okay. I have 2 siblings, a brother and a sister, and they were both adopted.
Yeah.
I was genetically came from my mom and dad, but we
Yeah.
were all raised in the same house, same food, everything the same. But it's genetic. I think a lot of it is genetics. Um,
Yeah.
I recall one instance when I was very young, sitting next to my dad, and we were watching television, the whole family. And if my brother didn't get to watch the TV show he wanted to, he'd throw himself on the floor and scream and pound his fists and scream for a half an hour. And my dad leaned over to me once. He just looked at me and he goes, "You know what? That kid is going to spend the rest of his life in prison, and there's not a damn thing I can do to stop it." And he was right. He was absolutely right, because he came from a different gene pool than me, you know. And we were raised the same. If we did something wrong, we had the same punishment, and it just.
Where is he now, Kuya Bob?
I don't know, and I don't care. I hope he's dead. I honestly do. I hope he's dead. I do.
Yeah.
Because that monster will never stop hurting women and children and smaller men.
Yeah.
He's a monster, you know.
Theo said, "Tell us where your brother lives so we don't go there." Lul.
Yeah, as far as I know, he lives somewhere in the Seattle area. I think he's not too far from here, but he knows me, he knows my wife, and he knows better than to come here for any reason. I don't care, no matter how much help he needs, I will not help him for any reason. Even if he's homeless or needs stitches, I'm not going to help him. That's what I had to. That's how I had to grow up, and it affected me too. I'm not violent, but I can be. If you put your hands on me, I won't allow that.
Yeah. And that guy, I threw him straight into the window. Well, he didn't try to steal my wallet again.
It taught him a lesson, didn't it? Where is that guy now? Did he learn?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. It was so long time ago. I'm 50 now and turn 51 soon, so I have no idea.
Yeah.
And another guy, it was outside the school, and we had a special area where you could smoke and things like that. And there were a guy, he began to mess with me, and so he just began to push me, and I couldn't stand that, because I don't like when somebody push me.
I understand.
For no reason. So I grabbed the guy in the belt and put my hand here, straight under the chin, and I just lift him up. He hanged this, where his feet was that far above the ground. He couldn't. So I just hold him there.
That stopped it before it got started, didn't it? What are you going to do now?
He couldn't do anything.
He couldn't do anything.
Not if you have a good grip under his belt and put your hand here. He can't do anything.
Yeah, I understand.
And I was surprised that I lifted him that much over the ground.
Yeah. It's that adrenaline,
And that guy was not very happy after that. And another guy gave me a pretty good punch on my chin. and he thought he could knocking me out.
Mm-hmm.
But I just stood there and just shook my head and what? Can't you do better than that?
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. And there were a guy behind me. He just hit me back in the neck. And it blackened for I couldn't see anything. It's black, just black.
Yeah.
And you get dizzy.
Mm-hmm.
But that it just went over pretty quick. He thought he could knock me out, but it didn't work.
Didn't work.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. He hit too. Not that. Not enough. He had not enough power to knock me out.
Yeah.
Because if you can hit somebody in the neck and you can knock him out for
Yeah.
a good amount of time. So
You know what will put you down?
Making me nervous with this
What
violence.
will put you down on the ground is getting punched in the kidney from behind. If you take a kidney punch, I had one guy come up to me in high school and he punched me in the kidneys, knocked me right off my feet, and I just But I got revenge about 2 years later. This guy is I heard he became a Washington State patrolman. He was a bully, and we graduated. It was our last day in high school. This was my revenge to him because I knew I couldn't fight him. He would have hurt me worse than my brother, and we were the last two people left in the building, and he had a broken leg, and he's walking with a crutch. And we had all these papers that we had to take from that building, walk over to the main office and drop it off to the main office, and we were done with high school. Well, I was going down the stairwell and he was behind me, and I noticed that we're alone and he's crippled. So I stopped in the stairwell and it scared him. And he dropped all of his papers because he knew it was coming. He knew it. And he didn't have a crowd around him to help him, with just you and me. And now you're crippled. So he dropped all of his paperwork. He fell down on the stairs. So rather than assaulting him, I took all those papers that he had to have to graduate from high school, and I threw them down the stairs, and I kicked all of his paperwork all the way down the stairs, and I kicked a lot of it outside into the wind, and all of his papers went flying off in the wind. And I casually walked out of the building, walked over to the office, handed in my paperwork, and I said, "Okay, Robert, you're processed out. Thank you. Goodbye." But here he is with a broken leg.
yeah.
Some of his paperwork is now missing. The rest of it was torn to pieces, and he had to start gathering it up on his hands and knees, trying to gather up. It's like, kidney punch me, huh? I'll do something even worse to you later, but I'll just wait until the time is right. That was one of the best moments of my life. I walked out of that building smiling. It's like, you asshole, you got yours, but it took a couple years.
Welcome, the dreamer Samson Joseph.
Yes.
Welcome, Rini Siswoyo.
Oh, sweetie.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go bounce. Mrs. is getting that Bluetooth speaker all set up for the house, and I'll go pay her some attention since it's her birthday.
Yeah.
And we're just going to order dinner in today rather than go out to a restaurant and maybe take a chance of getting sick, because We don't. We want to be able to get that COVID test in the airport and pass it.
Yeah.
Well, fully understandable.
Yeah. This stinks, Shadow. Sooner or later, very soon here, I'm going to be in an entire country with beautiful ladies like Miss Verna, right?
Yeah.
Surrounded, beautiful, beautiful little ladies everywhere. All right, guys. Peace. Peace to you guys. God bless. See you
Yeah,
all
God
later.
bless. Take
Mhm.
care. Stay safe.
Bye bye.
Now I'll go harass my jeez. Oh, he's live now. Thank you. Theo, why don't you come up here? I am sorry to hear that Bob 942 you must assuredly made the right decision. Yeah. Ma'am Idel, ayan, akyat na kayo guys para may kasama kami dito. Tahimik ni Sis Ivy, tulog na yata. Shadow, you can't sleep at night.
Oh yeah, I can. But I don't get much sleep when I do my live streams. I'm on 6 hours, 56 minutes, 42 seconds.
Yes, it's not bad. For the WH. Be back guys, just background work. I know why the chatting is addicting for subs. Yes.
Yeah. Especially you have to work hard for your WH. Your watch hours takes a lot of work. I'm in
Well, I might
BD mode, bed mode.
I'm in bed. Should I close? Yes, I think it's close to get.
My watch hours are basically. I'm gonna check
Don't
them
check
up.
it now. Don't check it now.
Uh, I believe it was 3,351. I checked last when I checked last.
Just
Thank you,
busy
Theo.
lang.
Well, 3,351. So it still goes up. So my watch hours go up.
Who knows? Maybe by April you're monetized. I'm at 6. I'm doing okay with ours. Yes, same as my watch
Yeah.
hour. The last time I checked, I had 5.7 watch hours. If only I can donate that. When I was working with my watch hour, I won 200 WH, but I never claimed it. I never get a chance to claim my prize. It's 200 WH.
The hard part to gain your 4,000 watch hours is that you have to do it. You have only 12 months on you, and you think, well, 4,000 watch hours is easy to gather. Well, I have 12 months. Yeah, it's not that easy.
Yes. Every year it reset, yes.
Yeah, every year it resets. Yes. In August last year, I had 495 watch hours. I began to do videos again after my YouTube break because I had a YouTube burnout, so I to take a break from YouTube, and I felt that in August that it might be a good idea to do more videos again. And here I am.
Yeah.
Well, I have limited time to do that, Theo.
Shadow may upload.
Upload more
Miss
videos.
Victoria. Hello and welcome back, Miss
Victoria
Victoria.
May Life. Good to see you again.
Yes. You know what? I feel asleep because of your music, Miss Victoria. It's really great. You're back in action. Yes.
Yeah, back in action.
Yeah, I was watching her live stream. No, I don't know if it was live stream, that 1 hour video, and then I fell asleep. That was when I turned off my camera and mute my mic.
Yeah,
Thank you, Verna. Yes, you're welcome. That was really very relaxing music.
it is. I like that kind of music actually. It's
Yes,
really nice.
when I want to relax, I always listen to meditation music or the sounds of nature music,
Yeah,
piano, and and Mike I Mike Kenny G's the saxophone man. Victoria, I want you to get a few Cobra Snake and play that same song. You will put them to sleep. Yeah, maybe. Is that your son, Verna? Yes, po. Yes, I'm sleeping with my kids besides me. And He's a 9 years old boy, and my daughter is here. Is 11 years old.
Yeah. And before you know it, they are adults.
Yes, and my daughter is a bit taller than me, just like this. And we
Yeah.
look like siblings now. Yeah, people around us thought we were just siblings. We're just siblings, and they are shocked when they called me mama in public.
Yeah, I bet they.
Oh yes, by Monday I have my internet. Mouse number penciling. Okay. Tomorrow I will have my internet. I'm gonna have my internet tomorrow
Okay.
installed.
That's good.
Yes, because last night I spent 550 loads because I lost my signal. I first load for my talk and text, and I twice 75 and 75, and it's it's 150. And then yesterday morning I refilled my D2 SIM, and it's 105. And last night I put another 300 pesos. See, it was 550. Too much. Too much. I spent too much for my load last night.
Yeah.
Tommy Bob left a while ago. Uh,
Yeah.
so-
I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
okay. Did I need to shout out night boot as well? Tommy, I did not know my video must be lagging. Yes, refresh. Refresh, Tommy. Can I promote my channel here? Not. I will check my sub. Bisaya today is also live, and Mighty's Ginamos.
Yeah, and Darren Dobson should be live now as well.
Yes, because it's 10. Yes. Enter at your own risk. Oh my god, what's that thumbnail? It is really funny.
Yeah. He has always nice thumbnails. Darren.
Oh yeah. Darren Dobson upload. I think he's live now.
Yeah, he is live. He has it's 15 who watches this stream.
Yeah. I got 2 friends today from earlier today when I was here and was at 8, 16, then lost one, and now. Oh, I will give you more, right? I will give you now. I will give you 15. That's my ninjas, but it's active, guys. Don't worry. Uh, Victoria. I will give you 15, Miss Victoria. Can you connect to my channel as well po? Oh, where your link is unsearchable. Why? Do you want me to come and play your song? Oh, sure, I'd love that.
Welcome back, Nanette.
Good morning, Miss Lynette.
Okay, which flute? The big one or the little one? Which one do you want me to play? This one?
I don't know. I forgot.
We'll take the big one.
Or this one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Hey, Vegas Paranormal. Good to see you and good morning.
sounds like you're taking me somewhere else.
Thank you. My dog is sick, so I'm sorry if you're hearing his hacking and coughing in there, but
Well, that's
he's
okay.
a sick old man. Yeah, he's sick. Oh, poor Barbie. His right here at where the bumps are at the base of your neck gets inflamed and swells up. So sometimes if I sit there and just rub the little knots that form, it helps him to relax. But he's over 16 years old. He's getting old, like me. You all are still so young.
I don't know if I'm young. I'm 50.
You're younger than me.
Yeah, but I feel old anyway.
You're
Old and
not a
wise.
lot younger than me, but you are younger than me by a few years. And she looks like just a little girl. Oh, honey. Yeah, he's my, if you see the bike rides, he's the one you see in the basket in my videos. He was younger then. So was I though. Do you want me to play another one?
Please do.
Yes, please. Can you sing?
I'll play on
Let somebody go.
the bass one.
Here's my mochi. Yeah, and wow.
That
And with
was
that,
awesome.
I love the way you play, Miss Victoria.
thank you. I haven't got many of me playing the flute, but I'm thinking about doing some outside, like maybe focus the camera more on my fountain, so you have the ambiance of the water sound from the fountain,
Yes.
and then I'll play the flute in the background. But I also am learning to play the keyboard. Let me find a place to put these out of the way here. I'll pull my keyboard over.
No.
And I'm gonna put this so you can see that it really is me playing. I gotta adjust a few things here. Let's see, why isn't it working?
Brilliant.
Yay!
Outstanding. I wish I had more thumbs.
Yes.
But I only have
I'm
Yes.
two.
still learning. I haven't been playing the
Listening to
keyboard.
that sounds, Miss Victoria, it's like my dreamland is waving.
I've only been playing the keyboard for a couple months, I think. But what makes it easy is it's got a little screen on it that I just follow along with the keys. You can download like the music you want, and then you just follow the keys, and you can program in the beats to go with it. So right now, that was a simple one because I was kind of cheating.
Hi, Victoria.
Hello, CR.
See now, I went and got something just because you were starting to play. I'm like,
CR, welcome back.
You play the harmonica,
more like I try.
huh? Well, hey,
I just like,
practice
oh yeah, I'm
makes
just gonna go get
perfect,
it.
you
Why not?
know.
Yeah.
I'm more talented with the flutes than the keyboard right now. I'm trying to find,
I
and
played the
if
tri.
anybody
I
can
play a mean
find these
triangle.
for me, I would greatly appreciate it. But they're music books that have, instead of the notes, they have letters like, okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. Here, let me turn my keyboard over. See, on the keyboard, it has letters. It's, let me see, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then it goes to A again. So I'm trying to find books, music books, because I'm still learning, that I can play by those letters instead of playing by the regular notes. You know, you know what I mean? The,
Yeah, probably 8 hours.
yeah. So you're hearing my neighbor's dogs barking probably in my security camera.
It's all good.
But let's see if I can pull up. I'm going to try to do one without using the cheat. Hold on, let me grab my notes that I've done. I got to adjust this again. If I don't, it's going to blow your ears away.
I will come up, sing few songs. My friend just had coffee now.
Okay, let me grab my book. Do you guys know the theme from Titanic, My Heart Will Go On?
Yes,
Okay,
I like
that's the one.
the instrument sound of Titanic.
I can do that one better than a lot of these right now. I'm still practicing. Hold on, let me get this set up here. I went wrong way. See, I'm still practicing, so I'm flubbing up. So sorry about that.
It's all good.
I got to get the vibrato going because it's not carrying the notes quite right. Sorry, I messed up. Let me, hold on. The Wizard of Oz. Maybe I'll do that better tonight.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
I gotta find it. See, this is what I mean. I don't know. Let me grab my. Also, I want to focus on the piano. Can you guys see that? I write down the letters here in the book to the songs, and then I just follow it along on the keyboard with the letters on the keyboard. But there's books out there that I can't quite find that are already set up. Let's see. I forgot to put you guys over there the first time. It's not Christmas, so I can't play you no Christmas stuff.
Well, actually, you could because there's still snow out here.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. I had to use this to hold it open. Well, let me turn the vibrato down. Okay. Sorry. Oh, I lost my place. I give. Like I said, I've only been practicing like 2 months right now, and so I really flub up quite often at this point. And I think I'm not going to play on camera no more.
It takes
not
practice.
not the keyboard until I learn better. I'll stick with the flute. I do better with the flute.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Miss Victoria.
I still have to learn to play this harmonica. I
I
play a
have
mean
been
triangle though.
practicing learning the
I have
guitar
some
right
triangles, CR. I have some. They're in that bag.
Next week will be like special Saturday.
Oh yeah, I got to
live
all
performance.
pass them out to all the family, triangles and all sorts of things, so we can all make some music together. Oh, you know that Cotabato Asin, Miss Verna?
Yes, I think Kuya Bob.
Oh, okay. Do 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 do
Yeah.
do 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 do. It's hard for me to speak Tagalog that fast, but I like the song. I really do.
Mm-mm.
Your national anthem, Hupang Hin.
Lupang Hinirang.
That's it. Thank you, darling. Yeah. Very inspiring song.
Yes. Love channel, hello. Oh, I know that.
Yeah. Good to see you, Love Channel. Good to see you. And welcome back.
Okay, I'll need to go to the bathroom, Charot.
Here's an Elvis Presley one.
CR, huh?
CR. I took a nap. Same here.
Oh, the chickens woke me up.
Yeah. Those old fighting cocks, you know. Mm-hmm.
So you hear the chicken again. Roasters.
See, Shadow, you've been on so long. We took a nap. People are taking naps and coming back. Me and Bob are coming back like for a fourth time.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with naps.
Yes. Just enough to recharge your strength, your energy.
Exactly. Welcome, Justin Anderson. Good to see you, Justin. Welcome and good morning.
Manam Cotabato in solo Nandao Tilo Nandao. Bucket. Anbayan ko. Go to battle. Hello. Ang ulo.
Good morning, Ivy Styles.
Miss Ivy.
Now I want to sing along.
Nawagan. No.
Good
It was.
morning.
It's supposed to be I can't help falling in love with
I
you.
knew it. I knew it. I was just like,
Yeah, I knew it.
I was just like, oh wait. I better not sing it too much. But yeah, I was just like, I was saying that. I'm like, sounds like I'm rushing.
I know I was flubbing up a little bit. I'm trying to find. I don't know where I wrote it, but I had written down some numbers so that I could remember it on my keyboard. Oh, there they are. Okay.
Yeah, graphic. I'm trying to sing Kotabato Asin. I know a few words. That's all. It's
You know, I've actually sang this song before that she's playing, or that she did play. I sang that song before for karaoke before.
Low rider goes a little slower.
They went back to hold on. Okay, here we go.
Epic Wayne. One thing. Miss Verna is falling asleep.
Place.
Sleep na, anak. Sleep na. Sleep na, anak. Sleep na.
Do you like a more upbeat song?
No, telling Miss Verna, sleep na, sleep na.
That was so
Sleep.
relaxing.
Yeah.
Yes. It's like my dream not calling
falling
me.
asleep.
Go back to sleep. I'm
asleep.
waiting for you.
Yeah, waiting. Ay, nako. Ay, nako. Hey, Victoria, take a break. Take a break. Take a break. Oi.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, Victoria's done.
Wow.
That was outstanding.
Yes. Oh, I
Thank you
wish I
for
can
letting
also
me
play
come up and
instrumental.
take over your live.
No, don't worry, Victoria. I take over the live all the time. I mean, I'm co-host. I mean.
Hi, nako.
So I'm gonna go back down in the chat. Thank you so much again for letting me come up and show you.
You
You're
can
very
speak around.
welcome.
I just got here.
Thank you so much.
I just got here. I just got
Yeah.
Oh, I'll still be here. I'll just be in the chat. I'm kind of, believe it or not, I'm a little bit shy on YouTube.
No, you don't need to be shy. Don't need to be shy. If anything, I should be. I'm the one that's shy.
Yeah, you're hiding behind a avatar. I want to hide behind my avatar.
Miss Victoria, can you also play to my panel later or tomorrow if you're free?
Tomorrow? What time? I mean, what time would her time be for my time is I guess more of the question. What time would it? Because I'm Pacific time. Right now it is 7:55 here.
How many hours from now?
It's 10:55 here in Philippines now.
So what time would it be my time?
Yes. My live stream is 6 p.m. Philippine time.
So what time would that be my time?
How many hours from now?
10, 11, 12. 8 hours.
So that would
no,
be
7 hours.
So let's say 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll be asleep at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Maybe if you got some coffee in you.
I don't know. I try to sleep when I get a chance because I work during the weekdays. So the weekend is the only time I get to sleep in and not have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning usually. But if you're,
maybe I'll just visit your channel.
I wish I did, but I'm not even awake at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, it's okay, no problem.
My husband would have a fit. He'd be like, "What are you doing?
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Do you know what time it is?"
Right now, this time of day is usually okay. On the weekdays, I'm usually right about now getting ready to go to bed and wind down, because I do get up at like between 6 and 6:30 in the morning, which is still quite early for me at my age. But I don't do mornings very well, but I do afternoons okay.
Yes. I'll
But
just visit your live stream.
I don't normally play my music on my own live stream. Isn't that weird? I don't know why. I guess I'm just kind of shy that way. But I'll go play on other people's live streams. All right, you guys. You have an awesome evening. I'll be in the chat listening to you guys. And I want to hear you playing the harmonica, CR.
I'm not as good as like other people.
Yes, but we still want to hear you playing that.
What was that?
I said I don't play as good. I don't play that great yet.
Well, I hope that you didn't lose people. I hope they enjoyed the music. And like I said, I'll play more on other people's lives than I play on my own. So if ever you want me to just play a song or two, not so long, let me know, and I'm more than willing. I'll be in the chat.
Okay, Miss Victoria, it's nice meeting you here.
Nice meeting you again.
CR, it's your turn to play your harmonica.
No, it's not.
No. Host, give moderator 1 day to please. Okay, I will connect to 1 day. 1 day. Sana all 1 day for night.
That's because I don't know how to play it. Still. I still don't know how to play it.
Try. Just give it a try.
I don't know how
We
to play
want
it, Steve.
to hear you play. I am listening.
See, I can't play it.
Of course you can. I am listening to Low Rider. Oh. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll just need to take a bath. CR, play something from Alanis. Yes, it's requested by Kuya Bob.
Bob, if only I knew. If only I knew.
Be right back.
Okay, Verna.
I'm letting you do the talking now.
Yeah.
This is like my 4th time back. And when you do the talking, I always got to do all the talking. I mean, garden prepping wasn't even here. So I had to fill in for everyone else.
When you mention it, where is Guardian prepping?
I know, where's GB?
He never miss my streams.
Well, I guess we'll just have to
Well,
message him on Instagram and be like, "Oh, you missed everything. Bob was here. We heard this music. We were talking. You missed it all, man. Now you gotta catch it
you're
all
very
on
welcome one
replay."
day, TV. You're very welcome. Good
Like
to
I said,
see
I always
everyone.
yes, it's nice to see everyone.
Yeah. Oh, 5:03 in the morning.
Are you gonna be doing this 8-hour stream during the summer too?
During the summer, I have no idea.
At this rate, when he goes to you'll be going to bed when at sunrise. I keep forgetting.
At summertime, the sun never goes down here where I am.
Yeah, I know. He'll still be daylight here too. At this time.
Yeah, Tammy, it's nice for a change, actually. And now we have one another.
Yeah,
Graphic
here.
motion loops.
You CR.
Hi.
Hi. Oh my god, my microphone is not good again. Wait.
And again, I gotta keep doing all the talking.
Yeah.
Now I'm fixing my microphone because there is a strange noise. Okay, how are you, everyone? How are you,
Yeah.
Shadow?
Yeah, it sounds better.
Well, I'm
So
doing
Shadow is from
good.
my Arthur Chick Barnes official. Okay, so that's why I'm supporting him and all of you guys. Right. So how are you, Verna? Ah, Pilipina pala siya. Hello po.
Well,
Ayun.
she's in the bath.
Yeah.
She will
Okay.
be back.
So CR, why you are not playing your harmonica? They said that you can play.
Because I don't know how to play it.
Oh my god! They said maybe someone
Okay,
heard.
Chat. Okay, Chat. I don't play harmonica as good as Glenn does. Let's just say.
Okay.
That's for sure. Let's just say I don't play like Glenn's level of skill level.
Nanette Fortesa, thank you po. Yeah. God bless po. Happy Sunday. Nanette Fortes is also Filipina. And she said that she went to the church and I think she prayed for us, all of us, for the world peace. Yeah. Okay. So Shadow, what do you want me to do? So someone requested Cotabato.
Well, you can say
Who's that?
whatever you want. Choose
His voice
something.
modulator.
Who's that sweet?
Yeah.
Shadow, is that you?
Yeah, that's me. I'm a chipmunk.
Are you a chipmunk? I guess you want me to sing the first reggae version. Okay? But it's Tagalog, it's fine. But this lyrics is really strong. This is about the war before in Cotabato. And it's all about respect, okay? If you use your gun without anything, right? Something like that. And then the Filipinos are just using their heart for war. And then there's word peace, right? Something like that. So this song, it goes like this, okay? But this is Tagalog. Rob, if you're listening. Yeah. Woo! Happy birthday, Shadow. This is your grand live stream already, right? Ako'y isinilang sa isang bayan ng Cotabato. Kasing gulo ng tao, kasing gulo ng mundo. Dahil di magkasundo sa relihiyon at prinsipyo, nagkagulo. bayan ko sa Cotabato, kasing gulo ng isip ko. Di alam kung nanggaling, di alam kung saan patungo. Kapatid sa kapatid, laman sa laman, sila-silang nagkalaban. Di ko alam ang dahilan ng gulo. Woo! Come on, let's dance. Bakit nagkaganon? Ang sagot sa tanong ko, bakit kayo nag-away? Bakit kayo nagkagulo? Prinsipyo mo'y igagalang ko kung ako ay iyong nirespeto. Kung nagtulungan kayo, di sana magulo ang bayan ko. Nang sinilangan sa timog Cotabato, ako ay namulat, nagpalaking gulo. Dahil walang respeto sa prinsipyo ng kapwa-tao, kapwa Pilipino ay pinapahirapan mo. Woo! Ang gulo. Yeah. Cotabato. Yan, asin. Ako'y nanawagan, humihingi ng tulong nyo. Kapayapa ay bigintaan, kapayapaan sa bayan ko. Bakit kailangan pang maglaban? Magkapatid kayo sa dugo. Kailangan kayo magkakasundo. Kapayapaan kailangan matatamo ng bayan ko. Ang bilis. Kung ako'y may maitutulong ng buong puso, gitara ko'y aking inaalay. Kung magkagulo'y gamitin mo. Kung ang kalabay walang puso, puso na rin ang gamitin mo. Ituring mong isang kaibigan, isipin mo siya may puso ring katulad mo. Yeah. Woo! Sa bayan kong sinilangan sa timog Cotabato, ako ay namulat sa pakalaking gulo. Dahil walang respeto sa prinsipyo ng kapwa-tao, kapwa Pilipino ay kinakalaban mo. Ang gulo. Yeah. Woo! And thank you for the sa bayan kong sinilangan sa timog Cotabato, ako ay namulat, napakalaking gulo. Dahil walang respeto sa prinsipyo ng kapwa-tao, kapwa Pilipino ay kinakalaban mo. Woo! Ang gulo. Yeah. Yeah, come on. World peace. Yes, world peace. Thank you. And it's all about world peace. Yeah. It's very nice lyrics. You can translate that, the lyrics from Cotabato into English. All right. Back to you, host, main host.
Well, that was awesome. Good choice, by the way.
Actually, the song is popularized way back when I'm maybe in high school. I'm 12 or 14. But now I'm 47. Oh, see, that was a long time ago. An old song.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, so what can you say about that, CR? Of course, you don't understand, right? Okay, what
Yeah.
your host? What happened to them?
I'm still here.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm just letting you guys do all the talking. That's all. I did enough talking already for this stream. I probably talked half this stream.
Oh really?
It's
So
been
you've
8
been here like
hours.
4
I was the
hours?
first one here.
Oh, that's nice, CR.
I was
You're
the
very
first
nice.
one
You're very
here.
supportive. Why don't you come up sometimes in my
He
live
didn't even
stream?
he didn't even get 1 minute in, and I was already in at the 30-second bar.
Oh God. Okay. So CR, why don't you come up in my live stream? I will introduce to you to my community. I think you're cool. I love it. Oh no, wait.
No,
Just
no,
give
no,
me a
no,
second.
ladies and gentlemen, he's exaggerating it. He's exaggerating it.
The problem with my microphone. That's why I'm waiting for my Maono because it's been like 5 years or 3 years. This one, this V8, the ordinary V8 that I'm using. Right. So for leveling up, because I'm always going up to some live stream and singing, so that's why I'm so shame with my microphone. Sometimes there is a static, and all of their setup are really amazing. So what can you say about that, CR? No reaction. You should react,
No comment.
please, for entertainment only. You know what? I'm just like talking, like I'm doing my what's this? A one night stand show, something like that. Swede, Shadow, what's up? So you've been running your live for how many hours? 8 plus, or just 7 hours?
Well,
Hey, stop using that. I hate it.
He likes to use it all the time.
Stop using that. Come on, it's not
well,
good.
you have your VA.
No, I cannot. I
I
don't
have my voice
understand. It's
mod.
English, and then you're using a different voice. Oh my God, it's hard for me to understand at all.
Voice
But
mod.
okay, so who wants to sing? Shadow, would you like to sing metal? You know what? I will be inviting you later. There is a show all about metal. Hello. Yeah,
Metal.
metallic. Yeah, metallic songs.
Metal.
Metal.
Well, in that case, I need another voice.
You like that song? You like that genre? Metallica, metal, or something like that.
Yeah, like
They're
heavy
singing
metal.
metal. All are metal. Okay, no plastic. Unlike CR is using plastic recycled. Okay, guys, what's up? You want me to sing a playlist or a medley, or you want to talk? Come on, tell me. I just came up here to talk with you guys. What happened?
I
Oh,
know.
Can you
I'm
understand
tired
another
from
CR?
waiting. That's
playlist.
why I'm sorry. I'm tired from waiting.
Hey, please park your park the airplane. It's so noisy. Can you hear that, guys?
Why are we so
Yeah,
close
I
to the
could hear
airport?
that.
Oh my God, there's a giant. Make a love shout out giant. CR, what's that again? I cannot hear because there's a plane passing by on my roof. What's that again?
Clear for landing.
Yeah, actually, it's near the air. My house is near to the airport. Hmm. Okay, so
Yeah.
host is this is my last medley song. Okay, so I will be I said to you as I promised. Okay, so I will be
Okay.
rendering a playlist. No, a medley. Okay, this is an English song so that everybody would understand. Okay, so this is my gift for your first Sunday. So this song is coming from. Give me a second. David Pomeranz. Okay, so I hope you like it. Ooh, happy Valentine's, everyone. Like this. We're the king and queen of hearts, Hold me when the music starts, all my dreams come true. When I dance with you, promise me you're mine tonight. I've been waiting like tonight. While the lights are low, I'll never let you go. Did I dream that we dance forever, in a wish that we made together, on a night that I prayed would never end? You know it's not my imagination or a part of the orchestration. Love was here at the coronation. I'm the king and you're the queen of hearts. Please connect with me, okay? I'm graphic motion. Look, this is my name, okay? And then you can go to my live stream as well. You can sing. Too many billion people running around the planet. Come up one day to heaven and you find your way to me. Tell me, why is this sweet sensation? It's a miracle that's happened. Though I search for an explanation, only one thing it could be, that I was born for you. It was written in the stars. Yes, I was born for you. And the choice was never ours. It's as if the powers of the universe conspire to make you mine. Until the day I die, I bless the day that I was born for you. Surge and Clyde TV, Mega Love Shout, One Day TV, thank you so much, pa. Tammy, Eisenblatter, shout out. What we have the world could never understand or ever take away. And as the years go by, until the day I die, I bless the day that I was born for you. May tumalsik na raw. Sorry for that. Here we stand today, like we always dream, starting out our lives together. Night is in your eyes, love is in our hearts. I can't believe you're really mine forever. I've been rehearsing for this moment all my life. So don't be surprised if the feeling starts to carry me away. On this day, I promise forever. On this day, I surrendered my heart. Here I stand, take my hand, and I will honor every word that I say on this day. It's really hard to sing in the morning, my God. I just woke up again. Thank you so much for your appreciation, guys. Thank you for staying.
Encore.
Take me to your heart, show me where to start. Let me play the part of your first love. All the stars are bright, every wish is ours tonight, my love. Pity those who wait, trusting love to fate, finding out too late that they've lost it. Never let them go, they will never know the ways of love. Got to believe in magic. Tell me, how do people find each other in a world that's full of strangers? Got to believe in magic, something stronger than the moon above. 'Cause it's magic when two people fall in love. Thank you so much. No, this is a medley, Tammy Eisenberg. Got to believe in magic. Tell me, how do people find each other in a world that's full of strangers? I got to believe in magic, something stronger than the moon above. 'Cause it's magic when two people fall in love. My microphone. Tell me, how do people find each other in a world that's full of strangers? Get to believe in magic, something stronger than the moon above. 'Cause it's magic when two people fall in love. That's my song. It's a medley. Actually, someone is asking if that's a one piece of song. No, it's not, of course. This is a non-CPR medley.
Nescafe Classic.
And this is CPR, Nescafe coffee. Yeah, this is CPR. No, what I mean, this is a medley. Okay, this is a non-CPR. So even though I sing this to Shadow, he won't be copyrighted. Oh, it's so glad. But I don't know about Cotabato. Maybe you will be copyrighted with that. Okay. All right, so thank you so much. So you're in love again, One Day TV. That was awesome. Great news. CR, it's your turn. Back to you.
What? But I can't connect with that. I can't stand. I don't have an act for after that.
You can do it.
performance.
What's
I don't
that?
have an act for that performance.
Oh no, I'm just joking. I know.
You'll do just fine.
It's up to you. Oh my God, there's a monster. I have to go down now. Charot. Nescafe is the sponsor. No, it's not. It's just because there's harang in every monetized channel, right? So that's why I did not muted the Nescafe ads. Sorry for that. One day. Okay. All right.
I want coffee. I want coffee now.
Oh yeah, you're using Nescafe, or maybe
Thinking about it.
Taster's Choice, or what? So where are you from? Canada, right? CR.
Do I need to bring some stuff on the screen?
I don't know
Yeah.
with you. It's up to you. But you have to say, you can answer me like yes, CA, yes, USA, what? Canada, okay?
Yes.
Canada. Okay, good. So
Ain't
what
no
time is
set.
it there? It's in the evening now, right?
Yep.
Hey, we have a host. CR. Shadow, back to you. Shadow, what can you say? Come on.
I know. I always have to do all the talking.
I know. You
Like
know what? You
all
should
the
have your
time.
live stream, CR.
I've
You
been
know, I
here
will
since
come
the
up there
beginning. I've been
and
here since the
we can
beginning.
talk. Yeah.
This is like my third or fourth time being back on.
Mm. That's why you know what, CR. You should also have
Well,
your
tell
live
me, I
stream.
simply
Okay.
like my voice mod.
Yeah. Yeah, we're
Well,
really
why
scared. Oh
don't you
no, oh my
sing
god. I'm
something?
so scared with the monster and the giants, you know.
That was not a monster. It was just
No,
what do you
even without the
call?
filter shadow, your voice is like a filtered one. Great one. Right. And like shadow is like a normal young man.
Young, I'm too old. 50.
No, no, no. Don't say that. Come on. We're just like a tie. It's a tie because you know
Wise,
I'm
wise,
47. I'm
wise. He
almost.
means wise.
What? What, CR? How old are you, CR?
He means he's wise. He's not saying he's old.
CR?
He's saying he's wise.
It's lying, yeah. CR, how old are you? I think you're young. You're in the 20s or 30s or what? Don't tell me you're 18. So you're out. CR, how old are you?
I'm younger than he is.
Oh my God, so sad. Have a heart attack. It's so mean, right? I'm younger than you. And the eviction, right? I'm younger than you. Okay, so guys, do you have a
I mean,
request
I
before
don't
I
have
go
gray hair
down?
yet, so I mean,
I think
that's forgiven.
almost of our live chatters here on the chat are Filipinas. So magandang umaga sa inyong lahat
Yeah.
po. I'm also pure Filipino. Woot. Ayan. Uy, dikitan niyo ako guys. You can you can visit my live stream. It's more on entertaining. So we're speaking English so everyone could understand. Okay, and we're not speaking Tagalog, right, Shadow?
Yeah.
Correct, right? We're speaking Russian. We're speaking Spanish, Portuguese. So name it. One day I'm from Capiz. That is in the Visayas near to Boracay. You know that. One day, where are you? Where are you right now? One day? Uy, di kita nyo ako, guys. I-go to channel nyo na lang si Juan. Graphic motion loops, okay? Go to channel, okay? Taga saan po kayo one day? Naku, sandali, wait. Shadow, you're down. Why I'm talking more? CR. Help me, come on. You have to talk as well. Yes. I'm Ilonggo.
Yeah,
Pure po ako.
I've been doing the talking for the last like 8 hours.
Really? So now it's in his
I talked for like a whole hour straight with Bob.
But
You
you know what?
see,
I really love to
I did.
support Shadow because he's so nice. You know, he's so nice to me. And also sometimes he come up to my live stream and he's just there. And I have a lot of singer artists going up. There's metal, there's love song. And then right after that, Shadow, what can you say about the song? Ooh, so great. That's it. After 2 songs, 3 songs. But it's so cool. I love him. That's why he's part of my GC, you know.
Sorry.
I'm in Sydney right now, originally from the Philippines. Oh my God, magkalapit lang tayo, ma'am. But I live in BGC. Sana all BGC. You know what? BGC is one of the finest home in the Philippines and mostly richest people, like Beverly Hills in America. Sana all! Thank you so much. It's a great, yeah. Okay. Olivia Susvilia, magandang umaga po dito sa Pilipinas. Shadow is my live stream last. Oh, yeah, he's very supportive, guys. Yeah, that's true. That's why all of us here, we're gathering and we're supporting Shadow because he's very supportive. And soon
Supporting.
he will
I've
be
been here since
monetized.
the beginning of the stream.
Oh my God! So we have to do some recognitions to see our like a certificate. The best supporter. Oh, you're number 1, right? Wait, I am low bat right now. Low battery. CR, please talk.
I don't know what to say.
Diyos ko, ako lang tupad balay. Okay.
I don't know what to say.
I just wanted to say.
or should I bring the chipmunks up again?
No,
I
don't
need
do
to bring
that.
the
I hate
chipmunks
it. I will go down. Please, be yourself, okay? Don't pretend that you are not, okay? You're not chipmunks. You're people, guys. You're person. You're people like us, you know?
Well, you have your V8 sound card,
No,
and
you have
I don't
also.
have it.
I
I don't have a
do, of
V8.
course.
I do.
So,
See?
so I.
But I hate it.
That sounds good.
No, it's not.
I can
It's
make
not.
funny voices too.
I hate it because my ears is so sensitive. Yeah. Tammy, Eisenbladder, please connect with me, Tammy. I know you are only a supporter, but of course, if you connect with me, you can. It will be notified. Okay. From your YouTube channel, and I'm live. I have new updates. Okay. So please, Tammy, and then if you want to have your YouTube channel, I can help you. I'm a veteran in YouTube. Okay. So what? So last song, and then I'll go down because it's almost lunchtime here in the Philippines. It's 11:30 in the morning. So 30
Well,
minutes
it's
from now,
five.
I will be hungry. Okay.
It's 5:33 in the morning here.
Oh my God! Let's end the CR. What are you doing there? Okay,
Oh,
you you
please. He's
you
gone
take a
for like
rest
11 hours before. We're only at 8.5.
because you know what, Filipinos like music and they want karaoke like what I'm doing. Okay, so you should learn Shadow because mostly 90% of your audience is from the Philippines. So you should sing anything. Okay, CR. You should also learn
So that's why Bob's always here.
anything.
Next
At
week,
my
or-
worst. Okay.
Hmm.
Reggae or normal na nito? Wow, there's a challenge. You want reggae or you want karaoke? At my worst. Okay. Do you know that, CR? But it's already on the net. I'm so afraid because I think Shadow got already more than 8 hours. Maybe she cannot trim this or change the song or
I
muted the
have 8
song. It's okay.
hours, 34 minutes,
Oh my
34
God. So
seconds.
this is CPR. This is at my worst is CPR. So what is your
Okay.
decision, Shadow? I will go on or not to go on because this is
Uh,
CPR.
well, keep going for
Really? Are you sure?
yeah,
Okay,
you enjoy it.
guys.
So
Okay, CR, I will sing at my worst. That was requested by Nanette Fortes. Okay, give me a second. But I'm not really this good because this is a very high key. Okay, I will try. I will try. Okay. Woo So please clap your hands, guys.
Covers PH.
All right. Thank you so much, Shadow, for letting us sing this song, even though this is copyright. Hey. Woo. Can I call you baby? Can you call my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show your love. Oh, don't pretend. Stick by my side even when the road is giving in. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I will do the worst. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel these places in your heart, no one else can. Let me show your love. Oh, don't pretend. I'll be right here, baby. You know I'll sink or swim. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I'll do the worst. Ooh, I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause there's only you, nobody new, I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I'll do the worst. Yes, thank you so much. Filipinas, game ka na ba? Charot. Do you understand that? Okay.
Double thumbs up.
Thank you so much, Shadow, my friend. Yay! Back to you, CR.
I have no idea.
He muted. Oh my God. Well, thank you guys. Thank you,
I mean, I hit
mga
the wrong button.
kabayan.
Wrong key.
Nagpalakpak sila. They like it. Oh, most of them are women. Ayun, women powers. Ayan, women power.
That's why I'm nervous.
No, don't be nervous. They're nice. Come on. They're very nice. I'm telling you, don't be scared with them. But they're
I'm
very
not a
sweet.
sweet talker like Bob was.
Are you single, CR? Maybe some of them are
Oh,
single.
yes, he is.
Who's single right now?
Hey! Don't single me out like that, Shadow. What the like?
Back to you,
I can't believe you just did that to me. I just.
One TV, back to you,
You
host,
just singled me
co-host.
out. What?
CR, you're next. Coming from Nanette Fortes. Oh, see? Ayan. Sino pa bang di ko nadikitan? One day, nagdikit na ba tayo? I will go to channel your, parang nadikitan ko na lahat ng mga kabayan dito, Give me a second. Don't worry, I will be having my last apocalypse song, okay, CR? But of course, we want from you. Yan, one day you go to channel lang kita, hindi na ako magbabakaste, ha? Basta, please, be honest, guys. You dikit me while I'm here. Make dikit with me, please. I want you to be my friends. Okay, these are short here. Birthday dinner with birthday girl, Antoinette. Okay, so I will be full watch this. I think this is only a few seconds. One day TV. I connected already with Nanette Cortez. Okay. And Olivia. Oh no, I still have one more. Olivia. Yeah, I will connect with you. What about you, CR? Have you connected with them?
Not yet.
Yeah, I've been
I
to
don't know
you
what
for a
to
long time. Thank you
say.
so much. One day.
I don't know
Yeah,
what to
thank you so much.
say.
I don't know what to say whenever you are near. I don't know what to do. I'm so excited to make the kit with them. Oh, City of Bacolod, she's Olonga. Olivia, Olonga ka na? Ga? Ilongga ka gali? Boom. But, yeah, that is another dialect, CR. That is not Tagalog. Do you have other requests, guys? Because I will be having my last apocalypse song. Last. The Frontier.
That sounds awesome.
No, I mean that is just only a joke. Like Apocalypse is the last song, right? The last of
Yeah.
the Mohicans, something like that. But it's not the title of that song. It's just only a joke. I don't know that song. Oo, bala,
It's like
Ay,
Nosebleed.
Oliva. Grabe. Can you make Blue, Oliva? She's my kababayan in Bacolod. Yes. Let's someday go by call. Oh my God, parang hindi ako marunong sa mga one day.
Wasn't she blue?
No, not yet. But that is why she's asking you jacket. My jacket, she said, right?
Okay. There she is.
Okay, one day, no bakas na to ha, pero babasagin ko yung iyong bell. Ayan, para ma-notify din ako. So glad to meet you talaga, guys. You're so friendly, all of you.
Now she should be blue.
And then si Oliva Susvilla, yan. Didikitan kita no bakas gang ha. Kababayan pala tayo.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something.
No, please don't leave me here.
No, I gotta take care of something. I have my reasons. I'll be back. Okay.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Thank you, CR. I will be seeing you somewhere because after this one last song, I'll be out. Okay, I'll be preparing for my lunch.
I gotta wish someone happy birthday. I'll be back.
Yes, sure. Yeah. I will be seeing you. Second survival, she's also right. She's always doing his live, right? And then I'll be down. Yeah. And I'm typing, right? Okay,
You're very
Oliva,
welcome, Oliva.
Batan. Oliva, I'm connected with you now. Kakalimbangin na kita, girl. Ayan na. Boom. Ayan, kabayan. Okay, so I don't know that song. CR, creative redundancy. Yes, correct. Yeah, CR. What time shadow? One day ask what time shadow will end. So, can you answer the question?
What
One.
question?
There is a question there on the live chat. You should be active on the live chat. I think you're so sleepy now. Oh my god.
Well, question.
Yeah. What time your live will end? She said.
I think
Maybe
we.
after this song.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
okay.
would
I will
be
be
that
singing
would be a great idea.
yeah, I will be singing Tagalog song for you guys. Okay, so it's okay. Shadow, I will be singing Ariel Rivera medley. Okay, so this is for you guys. So this is Tagalog. This is my last song, guys. So please, this is not the end of the world. We will be seeing each other again. Okay. Right. I'm sure you missed this song, guys. You were born in the 80s or 90s. Mula na kitang makilala, walang ibang naaalala, kundi ang tamis ng iyong ngiti parang nagsasabing, mahal mo ako. Ivy Style, you're here. Ibang-iba ka sa'king giliw, sa lahat ng 70s here. Walang ibang naghahatid ng sigla tulad mo, sinta. Wala kang katulad, wala nang hihigit pa sa iyo. Wala kang kapares, wala nang gaganda pa sa iyo. Di ka maihahambing kahit kanino pa, labis ang iyong ganda. Wala kang katulad at mahal kita. Oh yes, it's early in the morning. He haven't slept yet. Uulit-ulitin ko sa'yo ang nadarama ng aking puso. Ang damdamin ko'y para lang sa'yo, kahit kailan may di magbabago. Ikaw ang laging hanap sa gabi't araw. Ikaw ang nais ko sa tuwi na ay natatanaw. Ikaw ang buhay at pag-ibig, wala na ngang iba. Sa aking puso'y tunay kang nag-isa. Bakit ikaw ang nais na matanaw nitong mga mata? Tunay kayang nabighani ako sa taglay mong ganda. Nais kong marinig malamyos mong tinig na sa aking aliw, at tila ba ito ay ulog pa ng langit. Sana kahit minsan ay mapansin ako, malaman kong ika'y mahal at yan ang totoo. Huwag mong iisipin nagbibiro ako, tunay ang pag-ibig na alay. Ikaw ang nais sa habang buhay, ang pag-ibig na alay ko. sa'yo'y tunay. Ayoko na sanang magmahal, ayoko na sanang umibig pa, ayoko na sanang masaktan ang puso kong laging nagdurusa. Ayoko na sanang mabigo at paglaruan ng aking puso. Ayoko na sana, ayoko na sana, ngunit nang ika'y lumayo, mundo ko'y biglang huminto. Sana'y magbalik ka sa aking sinta. Ikaw ang tunay na ligaya, tanging ikaw sinta. Umaga hapon kahit magdamag, laging ikaw sinta. Hindi magsasawa sa piling mo. Oh, sige, one day mag-notify yun. Oh, sige. Anong oras ba yun? One day? Sige, para dadami yung friends ko. So, welcome to the grind live stream of ShadowScoutSwede. This is only a practice, okay? Mahal, pangako sa'yo, hindi magbabago. Ikaw lang ang iibigin ko kahit ikaw ay lumayo at masaktan ako. Wow, bagong ligo, oh. Asahan na di maglalaho. Ang pag-ibig ko'y tangi sa'yo lamang. Okay, 4 p.m. Ikaw kaya giliw dapat mong malaman. Minsan lang kitang iibigin, minsan lang kitang mamahalin. Ang pagmamahal sa'yo'y walang hangganan, dahil lang minsan ay magpakailanman. Minsan lang kitang iibigin, minsan lang kitang mamahalin. Ang pagmamahal sa'yo'y walang hangganan, dahil ang minsan ay magpakailanman. Dahil ang minsan ay magpakailanman. Yes, thank you so much. Ayan, Shadow. I think it's already morning in your country. Okay, so I have to go.
Yeah,
You decide
5:51
if you
a.m.
want to continue or not. All right. Okay. You decide. Okay. But for now, Shadow, thank you so much. I'll see you in one of my live stream, and of course, I will still support you. Okay. And all of you guys who
Thank
connected
you.
with me, please support me, and I will support you. That's it, right? Ganun lang naman yun, guys. So one day you will have a live stream at 4 p.m. Pinas time. I hope I could come, but I'm not guaranteed because I have many guestings today. So jump lang tayo. Jump two songs in every live stream. Parang ganon. So, okay. Thank you, Shadow. Ivy's
Thank
time
you, my
and
friend.
on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. And good morning to you. And have a good rest.
Well, Thor, it's 5:52 a.m. in the morning here.
And okay, so you better go to rest. But there's always next time. You could have a live stream tomorrow again, another 8 hours, right?
No,
See, it's just simple as
that
that,
would
right?
not happen
If I were
because
you,
it's
one
Monday
time,
tomorrow.
yeah, it's Sunday tomorrow. So you could do like a 5 hours live stream every day if you want. If you're looking for your aftering about your WH. Okay, so 5 hours is enough, not 8 hours. Oh my god, that's really. You should have to go. You should go out and do some bicycling and walk on the beach or something like that. But it's winter there, right? Is it?
Yeah,
No,
well,
it's spring.
springtime.
Oh, nice. Why? Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Yeah, you do live early. That's correct. Like, what time will you be having live? Early morning. No, maybe when you walk up in the morning, you do some. And then you know what? There's a lot of people coming up to your live. You could just go out. Okay, just leave it like that, and then let them talk. Right. All right. So thank you so much, Shadow, my friend.
You're
Okay,
very
you will be my
welcome.
friend forever. You're so nice. Okay, you're nice to me. That's why, and you're part of my Arthur Chick Barnes official forever. All right. Okay. So I'll see you. Okay. Bye.
I'll see you
Bye,
later, buddy.
guys. Okay. Thank you so much. Please connect. And this is graphic motion loops. You can go to channel. Okay. I'll uh, I'll I'll put a period there. Okay, you can go to channel my channel if somebody wants to connect with me. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you Philippines. Thank you Sweden. Thank you America, Canada, and the rest of the world. Okay, bye.
Well, that's it. Well, I think it's time to end this stream. I need to get some sleep, and before that, breakfast. Um, Thanks, guys, for stopping by. You're awesome. I appreciate every one of you a lot. Uh, you're my second family, so take care, stay safe, God bless, and have a nice day, evening.
Okay, you need to sleep now. It's more than 10 hours.
Well, 8 hours, 54 minutes, 50
8
seconds.
hours. Okay. Because I see you here. It's hung in my screen.
Yeah.
I can open my cam. It's
Yeah.
hung. So I cannot touch it. Okay, and good morning and
Yeah.
Berta is
I
not
rep.
there.
Well, she's
I'm
there now.
here. I'm
Kanina
here.
pa ako dito dahil hindi naghahang ako. Hindi ko lang siya ginagalaw kasi umagalaw ako mababa ako.
Oo. Andito ako nung nag-umpisa siya, umakyat na ako. Nahulog lang ako, di ko alam
Sumunod
kung
ako
anong oras.
we have visitors, so I'm so late. So maybe 1 a.m. May bisita kami, ang tagal-tagal umuwi. Kaya hindi mo na ako umakyat. So, nung
Thank you,
umakyat na
Olivia.
ako. Yeah. You need to sleep now.
Nagising ako ng
Yep.
6 a.m.
Di ba
Nagising ako, dito pa ako eh.
Hinayaan ko
Tapos
lang.
nung nagising ako ng 9, wala na.
Sleep, tapos nagigising ako. Basta nakikinig lang ako.
Yeah, I have to wrap things up now, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, and you need to rest now.
Good morning, good afternoon, good
It's
evening,
almost 12
wherever you
midnight.
are.
12.
Saan? Hindi, 1 hour ahead ako sa kanya oras.
Mm-mm.
Guys, I will see
Sino
you
yung kumanta?
later.
Hindi ko makita.
Si Graphics Motion.
Si Graphics.
Nakinig lang ako. Ako yung naligo. Fresh na fresh. Thank you, Miss Nanette.
Si Graphic Motion Loops.
Yeah. 20. Nag-text sa akin yung
Your live
sa
done is
akin yung
what do you call this? CPR.
just mute.
You just mute.
Yes, just mute the CPR.
No, kahit hindi mo siya mute, just put in the unlisted.
Then, baka mabawasan yung ano niya. Kasi yung, sino ba yung sabing, yung nag-unlist siya ng kanyang
Rim?
Oo. Naubos yung
Kasi,
WH niya, kaya siya na-demony.
Paano kasi, hindi naman niya binalik. Binayaan lang niya muna nag-unlisted lahat.
Oo. Demony pala siya.
After mo ma-monetize, i-fix mo na yung ano din. Ibalik mo siya sa public. Hindi man niya ginawa. Tuloy-tuloy.
Just put it in private. Sa akin, private.
Private. Pwede pa, private. Pwede naman i-mute ka. Ano lang naman yung